This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Let me do my thing. Can't stop, won't stop. Got it in my range. Can't stop, won't stop. We know how to play.
Dear Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too.
Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain.
But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously. Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots. Je t'embrasse.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Like many of you already know, there is so much to do here at Boulevard City, as well as seeing the incredible titles happening at the Esports World Cup. We have this incredible, vibrant building next to me. This is the Royal Institute of Traditional Arts, where there are multiple rooms that have challenges that can test your knowledge of all of Saudi's history and culture. It truly is a magical place inside. It's really fun for multiple people of any age. And what we're going to do is we're going to hop in because there's a photo booth at the end that seems to be really fun. And I want to check it out. Come with me. This is such a cool place. As you can see, everything's lit up in neon lights. It's so much fun and vibrant. And if we come in here, follow me. At the very end, after you've challenged yourself with all these rooms, it's like a museum of games. You get to this booth. You hop on top, you check your background, and you decide on which one you want to do. I'm going to choose Riyadh, because that's where we are at right now. And I'm going to hit capture. We have a countdown, and all you got to do is a little pose. And once you've hit your pose, you go and collect your amazing picture that you've got. Where is it? I think it's over here, isn't it? Is it over here? Where's my amazing picture? Do you have my picture? You've already got it! It's been printed. And this is what comes out at the very end. I'm not sure I'm in love with it, if I'm being honest. See you soon. Sorry.
Winning a game in a battle royale is always good at partly playing luck.
It's gonna be Navi who send it on to face the Maggie Ball. It's a problem, but surely this just opens the door for Go Next to move in.
Winning at the top level in the regional finals shows that we can actually win, and that we're here to win it all.
He gets taken out. Rock now move in for the dub.
I think being labeled as a dark horse team is deserved because all three of us haven't really been at the top at Apex through the win in regional finals in NA. And I think we've proven to show that we can stand at the top. And if we could translate that into EWC, I think we have a good chance of winning it all.
APAC ノースで MVP に選ばれましたが、今回私たちは EWC でチャンピオンを取って日本で初めての世界大会優勝チームになることを。
As a team, we're extremely motivated to win. We've been consistent throughout the whole year. Now we're back in a tournament that we have won before, so winning again, hopefully luck is on our side.
The boys who always struggled in finals have this game in their hands, and it's now their chance.
LG down as the Lions will do it!
Let's go! I'm on top of this, I run this out like juice and rolls. Got the ball up in my cup, I'm gonna make it go. I don't ever try to quit, I'm always on the go. Ain't left no crumbs on the plate like a pro. Ain't scared of miss, ain't scared of nothing. Nothing, ain't scared of miss, soon I'll be hitting. Hit, always on the grind, never lose, I'm winning. If I choose to do it, I'ma kill it, ain't no pity. I keep it moving.
The last chance qualifier really means a redemption chapter. We are representing Mexico and we just want to make everyone so proud of us. We just don't want to disappoint them.
When we're locked in as a team, I have full confidence that we're a top 5 NA team, top 3 easily. When we're in a unit, I think we're just an unmatched team.
As Furia loses out 0-1, Falcons pretty able to try to wrap around here. Last 2 squads as Furia are the champions.
As a team, we're like really good friends. I've been with my teammates for the longest time. If we were to like take first place today and then move on to finals, it would mean the world to me.
After not making a LAN last year at all, I had like multiple times that I thought I was gonna give up. So just to be here, honestly, makes me like really happy, and anything else is just kind of a bonus.
To me, the last chance is to go off with a bang. The choice of competing and the choice of retirement isn't because I can't be up here and I can't compete. For me, it's really important to get first place to show that I can do it, you know? I'm here.
This land is calling.
Now comes down from the heavens. Timothy. It's Timothy.
Vicky.
Burrows, on your shirt.
Vicky. Wake up, it's the LCQ today.
LCQ?
We've got GG playing.
Furia.
We've got NRG playing.
Team Nemesis.
We've got Alcazia playing.
Cats, yeah, Twisted Minds. LCQ? LCQ, the last chance qualifiers. We have to go to last chance qualifiers. Furia's playing.
Well, she seems excited for the LCQ.
And for good reason, because it's day 3 of the ALGS Midseason Playoffs at Esports World Cup 2025.
no safety nets, no second chances. Today is win or go home. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host for the ALGS Midseason Playoffs at the Esports World Cup. Today is a turning point for many of our teams who are looking to gain some momentum going into Match Point Sunday. It is also a chance to shake off some of those missed opportunities of yesterday. So, to all of our contenders, both on and off stage, lock in, because the comeback starts now and the world is watching. So, let's meet our teams who are fighting for survival, kick-starting today with Gaming Gladiators. It's funk, light, and blasts. Furia. They are Madness, Noct, and Keon. Noah's Fox. They are Satsuki, Arufa, and Laika. Team Liquid! They are Yanya, Jaguares, and Nizel. Shopify Rebellion! They are Zainu, Empty, and Joyful. EVOS! They are MG Clutch, Hoodie, and Nate. Genji. They are Dexter, Ziki, and Asia. RRX. They are Razy, Rohai, and Nanane. Go next! They are Atinum, Kinda, and Henchman. All Gamers Global! They are Dropped, Zap, and Skittle Cakes. Mouse! They are Lufka, 0-0, and Aku. Sentinels! They are Riley Mechanic, Lota 31, and Carter. JD Gaming! They are Johnny R, YC, and XD. Twisted Minds! They are Enemy, Albrelelli, and Crook. Crazy Raccoon! They are Zangjun, Karonpu, and Obli. Team Orchid! They are Cersei, Rambo, and Luxford. Team Nemesis! They are Kaishiha, Zuni, and Remix Powers. Enter Force 36! They are Juzna, Sinap, and Illy. NRG! They are Guild, Sykes, and it's Timmy! And finally, ALGS Year! They are Pricey, Strafing Flame, and Player K. 20 teams enter and only 6 will make it out alive. This is your last chance. Make it count.
Well, as they say at the EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned. And today, well, that's twofold. 6 spots remain for 20 teams. You do the math on that. It's going to be a tough one to make it to match point finals. But of course, that's why they've traveled all the way to Esports Boulevard here in Riyadh. Face the heat, face the travel, and now they got to face the toughest competition of all. The LCQ begins now, and I can't wait to get started. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host alongside today with my casting analysis crew extraordinaire, Jayhawk, Snipe Down, and Glitter Explosion in the house to talk that talk. And when we talk about Apex, there's always so many things to say. The storylines from yesterday, they were scintillating. They were exciting. And Jayhawk, I think for many people, they were surprising. 2 teams in that top 7. When you talk about 100 Thieves and Alliance, we thought would be there. The rest of the 5, some high-performing teams that we didn't necessarily have on our list coming in as potential favorites.
Absolutely. I mean, Alliance, what more can we say about them? The Effect 1v3 was incredible. 100 Thieves, they had that crazy storyline with Phony. We weren't sure if he was going to play, but he comes out and they win game 1. And at the same time, I got to bring it up again. You didn't have VK Gaming in the favorites. They popped off, they performed, and I feel like they belonged there. That's all I'm saying.
Yesterday it was interesting as we kind of go over day 2. If you didn't see it, well, there was some magic at the very start. It didn't take long because the question was, would this guy Phony, after having his appendix nearly burst here in Riyadh, to his surprise and chagrin, find a way to not only get the surgery, get the IV, play a little mobile gaming as well, and then jump back in and help his team. The famous 25% of me, it's better than our coach Bronzy playing the entire games. Well, it was true. They won game 1. 100 Thieves found a way to do it. What an impressive start for Phony. And again, they would go on to qualify in 2nd place just behind Alliance Snipe Down.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows Phony and I have some history, but there is no other testament to how much this man wants this tournament win and really shows up for his teammates. I mean, there is no way if he could play at all, even if it was 5% of what he could do, that he was going to let Bronzy take that spot. And I mean, he has the passion, and we have seen it already. He's a champion, and he has now 2 teammates that he's never been more confident in, that are just as confident in him. Them performing like that with him not at 100%, because there's no way he is. It's only going to get better throughout the weekend. It's going to be exciting to see how they come into the finals, especially with the DRS.
Some of the big dogs that you had to mention going into Group B or Pool B was Alliance. And this moment right here from Effect, the pop-off on Lucky and Hockey's just had so many moments of getting excited for his team. This wasn't the actual pop-off when he did that. This was actually another pop-off because they had won so many games and were so successful, Lauren. As you predicted, and we kind of talked about them expecting to show up big here at EWC again.
Yeah, I think the Effect pop-off that you are talking about, that's going to live in the ALGS highlight montage for the rest of the year, all the way through to Champs, because that was absolutely insane. And, you know, it got to the point where we were just trying to see if Alliance was going to break any records because they had gotten so far ahead of everybody. It wasn't even about are they going to win or are they going to get first place. Overall, too, out of all of the pools, we talked about that at the end of the day as well. They also solidified that first place draft spot for match point finals. I mean, they were just putting on a show, and it looked like they were having a great time doing it.
Yeah, they certainly were. I mean, it's fun to win, and it's definitely fun to win when you look at the prize pool coming up if you make it to match point, which they certainly did. $600,000 for the winners. They've already had a taste of that last year. Well, can they do it again? Man, that's a cool couple of years earnings right there as well. Won't be mad at that in the bank. But some teams like Virtus Pro shot up, surprised us. Zach Mazer, he was not the player that we were focusing on coming into this tournament. A lot of people actually always just kind of waiting to see what Virtus Pro would do. But look at that. They stunned the crowd. 76 points, placing 4th. SAUL, VK Gaming, Rival Esports right behind them. And above them, Rock Esports, a team I was very excited to watch and talk about. As you can see, the other side of the bracket also had another storyline to pay attention to. Unlimit, SBI Esports, and Fusion have gone home. They join the other 3 teams, Movie Star, Koi, Fusion, and Zero Tenacity, and Edward Gaming, that have also left this tournament early. But the rest of the teams, well, they've made it here. And while they've done their best, and unfortunately at EWC doesn't mean that you can get out with impunity. That's right. The Crusher is a real thing. And those golden keys, well, they only last as far as you take them. Kimchi, even with all the bicep muscles in the world, and those are looking good, buddy, could not get that key to the next round. And of course, Barney, he just did the insult to injury, just threw it in there. Alliance flipping the switch like it's some kind of horror movie, just waiting and watching. Lauren, it's just not fun, but hey, they were having fun. Alliance doing it they don't have to worry about anything.
It's just more teams to add to their totem, you know, like their pile of squads they've taken out along the way, and I think they're probably ready to do it again.
You bring up a great point. At the end of this tournament, the winner does get a chance to choose 3 keys to add to their totem to kind of memorialize their journey, maybe have an impact. You can imagine last year, if Falcons had won, they might have thrown TSM in there, you know, maybe Reps and Verhulst, kind of that last iteration, Hal had left, but it's an interesting decision to make. Snipe, if you're in this group, who you taking? Who you throwing in the trophy with you if you win?
I mean, I think TSM.
Gotta be 100 Thieves, though. I mean, Phony, you talked about it.
100 Thieves, Shopify Rebellion?
You gotta do it. Yeah, right. Throw Shopify in there as well. I mean, I gotta do TSM. I mean, as being a prior member is that as well. And then, I mean, I want VKG to come out, man. I really do see that team. They performed extremely well, and I'm excited to see. You know, they were right there on that threshold, and it's going to be interesting to see where they end up.
All right, I might ask you guys that question at some point too. I feel like you have your answer already, but let's go and take a look at some of our top plays from Pool B. Arcadia top plays, starting with here, top 5. Virtus Pro fighting in this matchup. And again, Zach Mazer, a little pop-off, says thank you to the coach. They won 2 games on the day. 100 Thieves as well. They would win this one against Shopify Rebellion. In the first matchup, MT had gone down early. Big question marks. How will MT perform today? Bouncing back is what Shopify Rebellion need. Clear favorites for a lot of people. They think this is the lobby that they're going to explode and finally find that form. RRX, also a team that had a couple of moments. Weren't really able to pull too much of a rabbit out of that across it, the 10 games, but VK Gaming, they were. This is a team that basically comes in from APAC South as the representative number 1 seed, and they prove why.
Love
Big
that
pop-off.
passion. Yeah, absolutely
love that from LD.
Great.
And again, Alliance. I mean, you cannot not put this as the top play.
Who's shocked? Who's surprised?
Numero uno.
A lot of intricacies in this. We didn't get to talk about some of the ammo not being there on the side of VKG's representative. He really only had 1 R99 magazine left, so you saw him go into the Kraber a couple of times. That wasn't necessarily because he had ammo to spare.
Well, also, let's talk about the fact that this is only possible for Effect if he's playing Ashe. All the dashes, all the movement that you can see here on screen. If this wasn't game number 2, because I believe she got banned after this one, he might not have been able to pull off this clutch, but luckily everything kind of aligned for him and he was able to do it.
I mean, the easiest tethers you ever need to hit right there, but it was so amazing. And again, showing a little bit of the quieter pop-off, but again, there's so much to happen in these last 2 days. And a big shout out to Arcadia, top 5 plays in Pool B, to show you what occurred. Now it is time to take a look at our top reactions from PlayStation 5. Let's see what's up.
Okay, I'm coming. Go another! Go in the bucket! Back! 21! He's one. Nice. On me. It's a duo. Coming. I cracked the ballistic. When is fist up? Nice! He runs! No, don't do it then.
I'm coming.
Got him. One guy! Caustic!
Nice.
Let's go! Baby, it's that first seed! It's that first seed! He climbed up. Careful. I'm seeing left here. On backs? Yeah, me. Let's go! Come on! I'm gonna swing left here, I think, guys. Play with them. Back one, guys. Play together. I'm Phoenix here right now. Back, literally one on the left. Nice. I'm swinging right. Slow down. I'm getting ready. Slow down. I haven't even seen anything. Right here, guys. Slow down. No, swing him. We're fine. He's one. Dead. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Yes. One more. 120. What the hell? Behind us. Behind me. Watch out. Tag them. Oh, let's go. Storyline. Oh my God, bro.
Authentic moments, real reactions. That was our PlayStation 5 top reactions for Pool B and Day 2 here at our ALGS Midseason Playoff. But now it's time to shift gears and start talking about Day 3. This is our last chance. And so for these teams, Jayhawk, the importance of showing up today, it couldn't be any greater. As you take a look at an overview of the teams who are here, finally getting our look at those that, while they performed well enough to stay alive, did not find their rhythm well enough to secure a spot in Sunday. They're hoping that changes now.
Absolutely. The last 2 days, there was a safety net. There isn't anymore. You have to place top 6 or you're going home. It's as simple as that. And there's a lot of surprising teams. And with only 6 spots available, not everybody's going to make it. I mean, we talk about All Gamers, Furia. They both won games in Pool A, and they didn't make it. Shopify, a team that everybody would expect to be a tournament favorite, they're here in Last Chance as well. And so ALGS Year, Twisted Minds, NRG, the amount of teams that are down here, it's numerous. And a lot of these teams, they have to bounce back now.
You know, it's interesting when you say that there's not a safety net anymore. They had to every team in here had to make top 7 to qualify. Now they got to make top 6. And they're with all the teams that didn't make top 7.
It's even more brutal.
It's even more brutal. And, you know, I want to see some of these players arriving. I heard we got a little bit of footage from some of the players heading out of the hotel and making their way over here to the Esports Boulevard. I always am curious. There's a real feeling, a real element of a player, not just in-game, but out-of-game. Did they get sleep? You see Koifel there. How's the breeze? It's a little bit of a hot breeze here in Riyadh, and I might be understating that. But obviously, walking through, dropped. You can see him. Oh, Enemy. This is a big team right here. Twisted Minds, Hodsik, Enemy, Albrelelli, Crook. Want to see how they can manage this last chance, because they are typically a great zone team. The calls weren't their way. They weren't in enough top 5s. Can they make that up today? We'll find out. Lace had a chance to catch up with one of them.
And we are here for the last chance qualifiers for the ALGS Midseason Playoffs for EWC 2025. I have the glorious team Twisted Minds with me today. They will be competing in these last chance qualifiers, so it's a little bit of a make or break today. Now, are there any specific teams or even zones that you found were a little bit difficult to execute your plan in your first pool matches?
I think North Bad zones were a little bit difficult yesterday, but I think mainly we just made it more difficult on ourselves than it had to be.
Honestly, it can sort of be a little bit like that. And, you know, you go in with a little bit of a plan and sometimes it doesn't happen because, say, another team blocks that certain plan. But look, do you feel confident that you can turn things around and make match point finals tomorrow?
Absolutely. I think we have way better POIs today for our, play styles that we all thrive in compared to yesterday. So I'm really confident we're going to pull through today.
That's good. It's always about that. And I mean, you guys did perform quite well. So to be in this sort of situation, you know, I definitely feel that you can turn it around. And do you feel that there's any more pressure or added stress, or you're pretty confident going into today's matches?
Yeah, me personally, I usually strive in situations that have me against the back, or my back's against the wall. So I am fairly confident in today that I am going to dominate. I do have the mindset that I know what I need to do. And most teams are probably pretty scared today of going home. By all means, I am too. I feel like if you're not, you probably really don't care about being here. But I understand a lot about my mind. I understand what I need to do, how I need to play the game today. And I'm really excited today to play. I know a lot of people aren't going to be able to do what I'm going to do today.
Look at that confidence, guys. They are going in, they are going cutthroat, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds will pull out today. Well, guys, thank you so much. Best of luck for the games today, for the rest of the LCQs.
Ooh, not a lot of people going to be able to do what I'm going to do today, says Enemy. Well, for the rest of the lobby, he might be your enemy as well, so watch out for Twisted Minds. They certainly are playing with some fervor. I'm excited. That's the kind of energy I need. Snipe, you and I were both like,
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what he needs to come in, because yesterday they really had a rough bracket. They almost got eliminated completely, and in the end, they were able to pull through. And not just that, I mean, they had, I think, 15 total kills as a team in 10 games, which is very low for a roster like that. So to come out with confidence and to feel like that and to instill that in your teammates so they feel it, then that's a huge thing. I'd love to come out to see them with a big kill game in early on.
All right, let's talk about a segment that I had some thoughts on. I know we all kind of discussed a little bit earlier. Our teams that overachieved and underachieved. I think picking out from a few of the groups that we saw and then going into today to set up what they need to do or what they need to continue doing is where we're focusing here with this segment. So for me, overachievers are tough. I'm going to be honest. In this Pool B, which I'm going to start, Pool A, excuse me, that I'm going to start with, I have Orchid as my overachiever. And the reason I have Orchid is because they're doing something only really 100 Thieves notably are doing, which is playing without a major component of their original team, and a team that has had success coming into this tournament. Even at the Open have had some success. They made a very long lower bracket run that was successful, and obviously with Hambino not attending here, you've got Cersei, who was on 9 Lives as well at the Open, a team that performed well, a young kid who's got a lot to prove. But for me, to be middle of the pack, that is an overachievement for them, because this is a team where you think as the tournaments go by, and with teams like NRG, with teams like Shopify Rebellion, that they should be moving into a different conversation and Orchid should be falling aside. No, they've put themselves in the same conversation with those teams, with Twisted Minds, with SR, with NRG, and now it's time for them to prove that they belong in an even better conversation with the teams on Sunday. So for me, this is a team that has overachieved just because with the sub, they've been able to stay consistent. Now, another team I want to focus on, which is my underachiever, I don't think you'll be surprised at this. This team came in as a favorite. They were one of the first teams in my power rankings as potential winners of it all. They were dominant last year when we went to Riyadh, and then they barely survived and made it into this last chance, and that's ALGS Year. Strafing Flame knows what he can do as an IGL. From Blackhound, his experience from being a guy that gets the job done, gets into top 10s on those final Sundays, 2 games away from winning match point if Hal doesn't get the job done as well. This is the type of guy that cannot allow himself to settle for just barely making it into last chance. For me, if there is a team that needs to prove something more to the entire world of Apex right now, despite how well they've done in the past, it is ALGS Year today. Right now, I expect a big game from them to shut down any conversation that they don't deserve to be here right now. Lauren, I want to ask the same questions to you, but I want to do it for Group B. Who do you have as overachievers and underachievers coming into this?
Love that. Love those choices. And, you know, it's kind of difficult to choose here for Group B as well, but I have a couple squads that I want to talk about. Let's start with the overachiever in my mind, JD Gaming.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're talking about a team out of Apex South. You heard them on the walk-ins. We've got YC, XD, and Johnny R for this true. Now, I don't think they're bad by any means. 3rd out of the most recent split heading into this event.
Yeah.
But obviously APAC, a much smaller region than what we've got for some of our other regions, and a much different level of competition when we get to this global stage. And we really need to take into account how well they actually did yesterday in the competition. They just barely missed qualifying through to match point finals by 8 points. They were that 8th place squad above the likes of Shopify, Gaming Gladiators, and NRG. Teams that I think none of us would have been surprised if they had made it through to match point finals. So the fact that they were this close on the cusp to almost automatically qualifying was really impressive for me, and shows what they're capable of doing in a lobby with the big names inside of it. So it's a squad that I definitely think we should be watching out for in this next series of matches to see if they're able to not only replicate the success that they found yesterday, but pick it up just enough, 2 more places now, because like you guys were highlighting, top 6 only, and see what they can do after that. But then on the flip side of things, if we're talking about underachievers, I know Eric is probably going to be happy with this pick. We got to talk about it a little bit. For me, it's NRG.
Yeah.
Okay? We've got to talk about NRG. We know what Timmy, Guild, and Sykes can do as a squad, and they just didn't do it yesterday. I mean, they fell short. They had, I think, 7 out of 10 top 10 placements technically, and almost no KP to show for it. They were not aggressive enough as a trio, which is crazy to say when you're talking about Timmy.
Yeah.
Okay, we saw them. You even highlighted it yesterday, Eric, when they had a moment where they should have made a move to push an opportunity with a team of 2. They decided to play safe, play back, and it was their downfall in the end. They can't be playing scared. They need to let Timmy start making those aggressive plays in this series of matches, because it's going to be what gets them to the top, and it's what all of the other successful squads did that are now sitting in match point finals.
I just want to touch in on NRG as well. This is Timmy's last tournament.
Exactly.
And this is one where it can go 2 ways, because as someone who knows you're not going to be invested in Apex Esports, not a bad thing. It's just the truth. I'm not going to be playing in this anymore. It can be tough to put your mental out there when you're facing a it's like, there's the guy who's like, this is all I got. I've burnt my ships at the sea. So I either win this fight in front of me, but I'm not going home. right? Timmy knows he's going home. And so to me, I think this is something I'm watching for Timmy and his mental. He has one of the best mentals we've seen. We know he's been able to grind so well. And honestly, the fact that he could show up today, if he does show up today, I think that's going to mean so much because he doesn't have to, really. And I think he knows he's going to do it for his teammates. So I'm certainly looking for a big performance from him just because he's that kind of guy. Jayhawk, I want to move towards you as well because even if you have a thought on NRG, we got to get to our SMB key matchup of the day, which you've been so good at holding it down for us.
Absolutely. We got to talk about two teams, which y'all have kind of covered them a little bit, and that's going to be Twisted Minds and ALGS Year, because when we go back to the Open, these are two teams that, if y'all remember, were in the final fight against Falcons. They were the two teams that could prevent them from winning, but at the same time, ALGS Year places third, Twisted Minds placed sixth. And I really feel like for both of those teams, that was kind of a comeback story. For Alberlelli, I mean, think back to day one of Apex Legends Esports. He was on the beginning dynasty of TSM.
That's right.
And hadn't really replicated that kind of success until years down the road with Twisted Minds.
That's right.
And then for ALGS Year, you talked about referencing Blackhand. That was kind of their comeuppance. And yet, after that, they kind of fell off a little bit. They haven't quite been the same team since Riyadh last year. And so I feel like for these two squads, they can't allow for this to be the end of the road. Both of them almost got eliminated in their pool plays. And I feel like for Strafing, Flame, and Alberlelli specifically, I need these two guys to step up because we know what they're capable of. We know that they can reach the heights of Apex Legends Esports in match point finals. But if you just barely make it through to last chance and then all of a sudden you get eliminated today, maybe those runs were flukes. Maybe your rebound performances at the Open was only simply because we only went 6 games. I mean, it was the fastest match point final win that I think we've ever seen on LAN.
That's true.
So maybe all of a sudden questions are starting to be brought out about these teams. I need these teams to step up. We know what they're capable of. We know they can make it to the finals, and so I want to see them do it.
I'm excited to watch those two teams. They're one of the biggest storylines for me heading into this snipe. I kind of want to talk about another storyline, though. We've covered in the past, which is, of course, our POI drafts. How do those end up impacting the teams moving forward here into Last Chance, particularly because these are teams that didn't necessarily qualify well. Some of these teams, while getting first in this bracket, are not going to be feeling as comfortable in this because they didn't prepare as much. You have to do it the night before versus knowing weeks in advance which pool you're going to come into, which teams are going to be in it. Walk us through the impact of the POI draft heading into Last Chance today, Snipe.
Yeah, so honestly, what I noticed is that there were a lot of comfort picks, there were a lot of counter picks, and the first thing I'm going to start off with is AG. Now, this team landed at Overlook in Pool A, and they had that 26-point Game 1 win, and there were only 2 games there, so honestly, with the last 9 games, they only ended up with 26 points throughout the remainder of the 9 games. So they started off incredibly strong. And I think for them, because of their horrible placements after that first place finish, when I look at all of their picks throughout the 4 maps that they get to play, they chose a lot of center POIs, I think, to try and get towards the zone a lot faster due to their inability to do that. Overlook is a phenomenal spot for them because there are a lot of north zones we did see on this map specifically. So they're able to take that balloon right outside of it to get them pretty much anywhere they want on the map. They have some beacon options. There's no one in East Fragment. They can hit recons all around them. So they have so much space to get around and make plays, and I expect them to move quickly. Now, we're going to move on to E District next, and the number 1 team that I really want to focus on here is Shopify Rebellion. Now, they usually land at Boardwalk nonstop, but they were actually counterpicked by Gaming Gladiators. And Gaming Gladiators, they knew that because Shopify picked 2 picks before them, that if they gave this up and let them pick again, that they were going to steal that. Shopify has picked Boardwalk 24 out of 39 games total on this map, and they've only gotten this one spot where they're at right now at Stadium 4 times with 0 wins. So this is going to be a very interesting situation for them due to that counter pick itself, and it's going to be interesting because this is not a map that they have had any success with going forward. So now we're going to move on to Broken Moon, and I really do think that this is going to be an interesting one for E36. Now, when I was looking at the number for Enerforce 36 on this, they had the 2nd pick overall, which means they did extremely well in the stages, but they were not able to actually get onto the winners bracket finals or into the finals. But with the Bionomics pick, they have never actually played from this spot, and Broken Moon is their worst map. They have an average placement from any other POI of worse than 10, and I think this is one of those picks where this is one of the best POIs on this map in general, and for them, it's their choice because they get 3 games on this map to come out with one of the highest. They're going to try and get as many points as they can from this POI, and we'll see what it does, because if they don't, I think it might be a struggle.
Lovely analysis from all of you guys. It's time to kick it off, though, because our players are ready. And remember, the stakes are higher than ever. It is the last chance to make it to Match Point Sunday, and only 6 teams are going to get there. We'll have to find out who it is, as Game 1 is right around the corner. So let's send it over to our casters to get it started.
Well, here we are then, everybody. The last chance qualifier, day 3 here at the mid-season playoffs at Esports World Cup. And this is going to be heartbreak for some players and some teams today. 6 teams will qualify for match point finals tomorrow. The rest will be going home.
Are you a confident player, or are you going to be one of those who are a little bit nervy? Not willing to take risks, not willing to take fights, just cowering in a corner, or will you go straight into action? We find out who really are the big players today.
And of course, we have 10 games today, and we are starting off on Broken Moon. A little bit of a change up from what we've seen on the first couple of days. We're starting off here on the map, which is, like we say sometimes, a little bit less predictable than some of our other maps. You've got to work out how you're going to get your points. And of course, points mean everything today.
Everything, as all of these players know, you cannot afford to fall behind. It will be 3 Broken Moons in a row as well. So we didn't see Broken Moon 3 times yesterday. We only saw it twice in each series. So if you are struggling on Broken Moon, which some teams are, likes of Nemesis, RRX, Crazy Raccoon, did not find points on Broken Moon. So they really need to be performing better today.
I'll just give you a little bit of an indication of the flavor of the lobby as well when we're talking about regions. We have 5 teams from EMEA, 8 from the Americas, and we have APAC North with 4 teams and APAC South with 3. So pretty even across the board when you're looking at regional representation as we take ourselves over towards Production Yard and Underpass. Very good news early on here for the likes of Team Liquid and Sentinels.
So interestingly, Production Yard has yet to find a victory so far this tournament as a POI drop. Eternal Gardens, however, is the best POI we've seen so far on this map, with 3 wins from Eternal Gardens and an average of 18 points from there as well. Shopify Rebellion, perhaps going for that POI for that reason, seeing its success throughout.
And Shopify Rebellion, probably the one team that a lot of people would not have expected to see in the LCQ today, fighting for an opportunity to get into our match point finals. Sentinels, who mentioned how they've got a pretty good rotate here for where this zone is potentially going. Actually, slightly counter-rotating, probably looking for a couple of Evo Harvesters to get up to blue before they step their way towards this zone. Now, how do you feel nerves is going to impact things today, Dan? Because a lot of teams would have looked back on the VODs, looked back on the results, seen what went wrong and what went right yesterday, and on the first day of action here at the mid-season playoffs. Well, we'll come back to that in a second, because Team Liquid are already having a hold off someone. ALGS have moved alongside them. But how do you feel that's going to play into the plays that are made today?
Yeah, I think teams sometimes and players struggle, especially in match 1, to get going, and they can just kind of retreat away from fights, maybe not take some of the risks that are presented to them. And I think that is honestly one of the things that causes teams to struggle in the early stages. They start to gain that confidence a little bit later, but they will find themselves behind those teams who are more willing to take those risks, more willing to take those fights and trust in their ability.
One really good thing here for Team Liquid, you mentioned sometimes that when the POI comes your way and the zone comes towards your POI, getting up to blues can be a little bit difficult if there's not Evo Harvesters that are nice and close, there's not things to interact with like a ring console and a survey beacon. Something to highlight here is that Liquid were already up to blues, and due to the fact that they have ring console, they have survey beacon, and of course the opportunity to do a little bit of damage from that extreme higher production yard, so it's going to be a little bit easier for them to hold, which is probably why ALGS decided to just disengage there from that height. Now that they've got back up to blue, they're a little bit more comfortable to move back into production yard as they now know where that zone is pulling.
Just to give everyone an idea of what's happening with the meta in this game as well, we are seeing 15 alters, so she's going to be banned going into game 2. We're seeing a lot of Crypto Watson as well, as to be expected. In the kill feed, Sentinels are taking a fight, and it looks like Team Liquid are watching over it. I think Sentinels might have already done the job here.
The Sentinels being aggressive early on. Mouse have just been eliminated. First team out of the lobby as JDG will take them down. Jaguar is involved in that fight, and I think the Sentinels actually looking to third party this fight that was going on.
I think it was a combined effort. Liquid, Sentinels, and JDG all taking down members of Mouse. Then the last remaining member was the one who retreated into JDG on their exit. So that's what happens sometimes when you try and force your way to these buildings and you just happen to find people already there.
Yeah, another thing just to highlight there from ALGS as they moved in, they actually have ring console on their rotate, so maybe they got there a little bit earlier, saw Liquid playing that particular position, kind of played to where they imagine the zone is going to be going, but as traffic arrived, it's given now that indication that production yard is where they want to set up.
Yeah, so everyone now has found really where they want to go. The difficult thing I find with production yard in setting up for it is there is a lot of space on the high ground here, and you have to try and command it. You really need to bully teams that are flying in or walking in. Otherwise, they can just take the other side of one of these wedges, for example.
That's exactly what Team Liquid did to ALGS Year as they landed there. Someone to keep our eyes on here, go next as well. Genji Esports moving their way with ring console information as to where this zone is going to be going. Trying to move in from the southern side of this zone. Shopify Rebellion understandably taking their time alongside Furia, who are way outside of the zone at the moment to approach. Genji will be pretty safe for now. Just trying to decide if they want to go a little bit deeper into zone here, having that ring console information, or if they want to just play edge here and wait for some teams to rotate into them.
Yeah, speaking of teams that are going to be rotating into them as well, you've got the likes of Shopify Rebellion, who are moving very late. Remember I said they were dropping over at Eternal Gardens. They're now down at Terraformer, as Liquid have found a knock here onto ALGS Year.
They actually found two, if I'm not mistaken, so ALGS Year just trying to escape from this position. And one thing that Team Liquid can do extremely well, and it's going to be perfectly timed and indicated, is being able to not just control height, but also with the altar. They can use that Void Passage to jump up and down, and if any damage they see onto teams surrounding them and below them in production yard, they can control that space by just jumping up and down in that port.
Well, ALGS Year not really knowing where to go at the moment. They're kind of still taking the fight to Team Liquid. It is going to force Void Nexus to be used as a retreat option. They do have the banner. That is worth noting here. So if they have a mobile respawn beacon, there's still a chance maybe they could just pop Strafing Flame back on the map here.
Doesn't look like a Moby is available for them, so ALGS Year have got some decisions to make here. Do they try and just play this one out as a duo? Do they try and retreat somewhere to get that res? But if they go to their south, there's Go Next who are holding the edge of zone that way. So it's a pretty difficult situation for them to actually leave this busy traffic, having arrived here so early. But Team Liquid, I do love how they're playing at the moment. I think Neazal's being very, very smart in the way that he's using these Void Passages to control not just height, but also the space in, around, above, and below them.
That's the Moby, though. They did have one. It looked like one member did, one member didn't. And Team Liquid trying to surround this. They do not want to allow this res to happen.
Yeah, they're pushing it aggressively here, extremely aggressively. But Neazal, of course, has the ability to use the Nexus to go back to his team should he take a little bit of damage. So, again, I love that they're commanding, or at least attempting to command all of this space here. They don't want to make it comfortable for ALGS Year. Should be able to be recalled here by a teammate potentially to that Void Nexus. But they're actually now taking a little bit of damage from other teams here. QAD. Orchid have arrived and Cersei's taken one down.
Very difficult place to try and resurrect anyone, to be honest. But yeah, there's Team Liquid taking that Void Nexus back. They'll be safe. And I think that's a really good play from Neazal to be aggressive, recognize that you have that fallback. As now it means that ALGS Year down to just 2 yet again as player K falls.
Zone is very, very busy, and this is one of the zones here on Broken Moon that I feel like if you're not here early and you're having to travel a long way, pretty tough to get a good placement. You've got to look for KP on edge, which I think is why you're seeing a lot of teams not progressing deep into this zone. Neazal looking for a little bit extra damage here. QAD struggling still. Oh, Neazal will go down. Are they going to be able to recall him, or is he going to be finished? Because now he falls into the hands of Sentinels, and maybe just a little bit of an overextension here from Team Liquid.
Yeah, just got sucked into that Void Passage by the looks of it, and sadly now Team Liquid are going to have to try and get his banner back and see if they can get a Moby to work with as well. Strafing Flame does stay alive, and ALGS Year keep their hopes at this game at least somewhat present, but it's certainly going to be difficult.
Don't mind me, Yanya says as he jumps into the drone, recalls that one as well, and they have a Moby, so that's going to be an easy res for them using the crypto drone. And I think one thing Team Liquid is showing is how this composition is working for what they want to do. They are allowed to overextend. They're allowed to be a little bit risky and a little bit overextendy. That's a new verb that I just came up with, by the way. I like it. With their play here on height, knowing that they've got the ability to get those banners, get that res, and now maybe that they have used and expired that respawn beacon, the Moby, maybe a little bit more conservative on how they play this one.
So a couple of Liquid fans in the Gideon Arena as well, cheering on their boys, so they'll be delighted that they're back up to a full 3 on top of production yard, and they really are taking one of the not only most difficult spots to hold, but it can be one of the most rewarding spots if teams do start pushing in a little bit later, which is naturally going to happen as we go through these zones, because the zone is going to close now, zone 2. pretty much everyone except Noah's Fox have found themselves within that second zone. So we might see one fight on the eastern side. Crazy Raccoon, Shopify Rebellion, Noah's Fox in that kind of area.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough rotate for a lot of these teams. That tunnel is going to be chock-a-block in a few moments' time. You saw Orchid and RX having a look at each other. Crazy Raccoon on the other side. Shopify now wrapping back as well as NRG are taking damage as Go Next will get that knock. Sykes is down and Sykes gets finished.
Yeah, NRG just couldn't really find their way through, sadly. There was too many teams who had angles on them. They are still alive though, still 2 to work with, so maybe they could fall back. There is a little bit of space behind them if they head east. It's about getting there. You can see Gil trying to make his journey across. That's the first one. Timmy now is the last remaining player here. Hasn't been the best of weeks so far yet for NRG. The farewell tour as it is for Timmy, or what it's considered. Of course, it is only match 1, and they are still in it right now.
So Timmy now with the responsibility of somehow escaping the situation that NRG find themselves in and hoping he can get his 2 teammates back in. Looking elsewhere, look at the kill feed. 3 teams all having a scrap here. We've got Noah's Fox, we've got Crazy Raccoon and Shopify Rebellion all right next to each other. Nosy neighbors to say the least, and Zainu has to escape here. NRG have fallen and been eliminated. The second team now out of the lobby.
Is that a play on words of noise as well? Because that was quite funny if it was intended. But Noah's Fox will be getting back up at least to a 2, but it's Crazy Raccoon who come out on top. All purples as well, so they're going to be in a confident position. Furia were taking a look out of it. Evos are currently moving in onto Twisted Minds as well. It is all kicking off here on this eastern side.
Yeah, this is so busy, and it's all because of the chokes that you have to go through to get towards production yard here. This tunnel is essentially the one lane that about 5 teams are trying to get through. Look at the right-hand side of your minimap right now. Noah's Fox, Shopify Rebellion, down to 1, of course. Noah's Fox down to 2, all looking to use that crafter. Crazy Raccoon holding them out, and then even if they get through that tunnel, RRX, Team Orchid all waiting for them.
And then up north, this is what's happening right now. Furia, Twisted Minds, and Evos all in the same place. Furia been able to get a knock onto Twisted Minds, but it is going to be traded. It's a 2 versus 2.
Alb looking for the abduction, trying to buy time here for Crook to get that battery off, and he's doing a really good job of it. Almost manages to pick that kill up, and now as Furia look for the reset, they're going to be EMP. There's a third party on the way, and here come Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, really well played from Crazy Raccoon. I think Evos are going to escape, so Crazy Raccoon free third party, Furia eliminated, and Crazy Raccoon get an easy reset here. Noah's Fox are going to take a look, but I don't think they're going to be quick enough to really do anything with it, but they have to be mindful of this zone. 20 seconds till it closes.
Not overextending. Recognizing, like you say, that zone is a problem if they don't make this play. Interested to see if there's an evac tower available for Crazy Raccoon and if they can rip it on the top of this building to get over the mountain range. And yeah, right on time. They try and do exactly that. Shopify Rebellion back up to 3 as well, while Noah's Fox tried to overextend and look for that third party. Shopify got the banners, got the reds, and now they're back in the game.
However, obviously NRG did get eliminated earlier as well amongst all of that, so Timmy was not able to survive. So another big hitter going down in the early stages here as Zone 2 will close in, and this is really going to force more fights on the east. So Noah's Fox are going to have to now try and push through the likes of Orchid and RRX as we watch now Gen G also holding off a couple of teams. Go Next to be on their side.
Yeah, Gen G taking a lot of damage here. Motherload highlighting them, grenades hitting them. It is warfare out here as Go Next are trying their best to control the southern side of this zone, and if they can, they're in a really good spot for this end game as well. Another team to keep your eyes on, Shopify Rebellion, Gaming Gladiators, all trying to fight outside of Underpass. Alcadzia will be eliminated somehow. Stayed alive long enough to be at this point in the game, seeing the amount of action they've been involved with. Asia now trying to fly a henchman. Henchman instead is going to retreat back to his teammates.
And this is a huge fight for Go Next to win because Zone is going to be pulling down towards them on the southern side of Production Yard. So they'll find themselves in a fantastic spot for the late game here. 15 squads remain, and about 10 of them are still outside of this next zone. So in 1 minute, all of them need to be thinking about moving as Crazy Raccoon do get eliminated. Their rotation didn't work. I think it was Evos in the end, held them out, but now Orchid are also pushing them.
Asia here left on his own. He's just going to try and rat out here for quite some time. The action's taking place on our screens though as Orchid looking to rat behind Evos right now, and if you need to know the POV, you should know it from the Prowler. It's Rambo who's looking for some KP.
Evos do escape though, an Ash Portal used. And now Orchid are just going to be able to survive here on this northern side, but down on the southeast, that's where things are going to start to get a little bit funky. Meanwhile, Evos, as they push in, they're going up against all gamers, and it looks like it might be the end of Evos soon as well.
Well, the Ash Dash will keep him alive for just long enough. MG Clutch will be able to pop the battery as all gamers hold the line. However, Neozul from height has picked up one, and he's picked up two. Somehow, Team Liquid have ended up with a Kraber here.
Orchid now follow up, and it's going to be all gamers again holding their position. This is great aggression from them. Force yourself out and make sure no one can push up on you easily.
2 shield cracks, 1 knock finishes. Grenade comes in from Rambo, trying to just keep himself in the game and keep his team in the game. 13 squads now alive, as all gamers do their best to control the outsides of the building as well as the inside. And now they're looking to isolate Neozul there. You could see they had an opportunity. They tried to pull up to take height. It looked like Neozul got away.
Meanwhile, all these teams now are moving from east to west. You can see Shopify Rebellion just lost Koiful. All gamers need to think about moving south as well, because this zone is closing in on them, and they have to try and bully their way through this building.
It looks like a lot of KP are being donated to them at the moment. Fox trying to force their way into the building almost 1 by 1, and it just keeps falling into the POV here of drop. Shopify Rebellion have been eliminated on that busy southeastern side, as all gamers try and work their way forward. Fox will finally all be eliminated.
Nemesis are going to be next to try and fight their way in as well. You can see all these teams forcing from the northeast. Orchid go down, and Sentinels have been able to stay alive. Nemesis trying to do their best too.
Remix Powers just trying to buy time. They jump inside, but Sentinels are waiting. And the fence is shocking. That door is electrified now, and that is going to slow everything down. They try and stick this res. Do have the support perk, as Nemesis will jump in and out of this void passage. They stay alive for now.
Go Next get eliminated, which is crazy considering the position they did have, but Enter Force 36 now control that southern side, so a big fight was won on that side as well.
Sentinels now having to take the void passage themselves, trying to take out a couple of members of Team Nemesis and finish this fight, but it's cost Carter his life. He's going to be revived though. They should be able to get back in the game, and Nemesis will be dealt with. So Lotar goes through the port, gets the finish, and that's KP here for Sentinels.
So we've got a single member of Gen G on the south alongside Enter Force 36. Everyone else is here on the north, and Gen G just did get a respawn of at least 1 member, if not 2, and maybe back up to a 3 here.
It was Asia, if I'm not mistaken, who was that last player alive. As Sentinels now move in, damage has been done, and the Devo will finish the knock as well. That'll be 2 dead on the side of JDG. Sentinels continue what is a very, very aggressive march towards this zone, and it has to be. 5 seconds left here, all gamers up to 3 again, trying to flank behind them.
Pretty much what Sentinels have to do. They have to bully these teams as they move through the building, but they have utility at the moment, but they're slowly running out of it. They've been using all of their grenades available to them, but they're going to have to take this fight shortly. Zone's pushing them in.
Team Liquid are up to a 3 still. Inside the building though, Sentinels and AG continue their fight. There's going to be Skillcakes, who was the last one to try and cross there, who will be the first one to fall into the grave. Sentinels now trying to move in on JDG. They know there's some solos around here. They want these KP.
Really need to have someone who's just ready to shoot those fences when they go up on the other side as well. Neozul is getting knocks in the kill feed. RRX is going to be on the receiving end and will be eliminated.
Sentinels keep trying to move forward though. This has been such a masterful progression through production yard from them, but the void passage is going to force JDG outside. I wonder if Sentinels are going to try and force this one. The gen does go down, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, they've just got to be concerned about Team Liquid, who are on high and have 2 reds, may I add, as all gamers lose another one.
And a Kraber.
And the Kraber. Sentinels should be able to maybe clean up the pieces here. Yes, they will. All gamers fall in 6th.
Team Liquid, Void Nexus goes down. They see a res happening below them as well as the EMPs, which is going to give a lot of information to them on where teams are finding themselves. JDG trying to survive. Neozul trying to keep himself on the very, very edge of this ledge. JD will be eliminated. 36 getting a couple of extra KP as the end game grows closer.
This has been the perfect game from Team Liquid. Remember, they dropped here at production yard and they have dominated this space right from the get-go. They have held the top of this building, forced other teams away from them, and commanded as much space as possible. And they've been rewarded with reds, with Krabers, being able to either take them off people or just gain them themselves through crates dropping.
It's just the 2 here for Gen G. Dexter joining Asia. They weren't able to get that 3rd banner, I believe, just from the position they were in. But look at the placement points that Asia has managed to get. When he was a solo, it was like 13, 14 teams alive. Gets to that southern side. At least collects 1 banner and gives Gen G a chance of picking up some really big points here. And the fact that they can control space with a triple take Really, really important for them.
Worth noting, Gen.G and E36 both are running Ashe, whereas Team Liquid and Sentinels are on the altar. So different kind of styles of play here. And if it does end up in like a 1v1 situation, I'd rather have an Ashe on my team.
Next to trying to cross, just about manages to do so. Looks like Liquid are going to send this. They've recognized this is a duo. EMP goes in. Motherload goes in, and Neozul will follow as well. Asia trying to do what he can. One will go down, but Liquid will get that wipe to take down the duo. But can they survive here? And can they get back up to a 3? Nades raining down on them from above.
I mean, the amount of damage Asia just did onto Team Liquid, now they're just a 2. They're hoping they can maybe get the respawn, but Sentinels take the height, and they were really stopping them from getting that res, and maybe Sentinels now hold one of the stronger positions.
Sentinels have a chance to put up an absolute monster game here in the first game of the LCQ, and having heard the res go in, they want that res to be permanent. They take down Liquid, and now they try and hold off E36, but they're not going to be able to. E36 will be your champions in game 1 of the LCQ.
It's a 20-point game for E36, but I think there was a big fight that was won a little bit earlier to take that southern side of the space, and then actually they forced their way into the building. A lot of third parties happened, and they were able to avoid the gunfire of the likes of Liquid and Sentinels, who are all either on height or dropping off height.
And look at the reaction from Sentinels as well. Even though it's not first place, they know how many points are already in the bank after just one game. And knowing how much is on the line for these teams today, knowing the jeopardy and the chance you might end up going home, boy, is that a good feeling.
I mean, yeah, okay, so they didn't win the game, but they probably got the most points. So, yeah, 21 for Sentinel. So technically, in my eyes, they did win. 17, though, for Liquid. They'll be delighted with that. Dropping it production yard, they are able to put points on the board. Maybe they'll be a bit frustrated they didn't convert it into a victory. Were they a little bit too quick to actually drop down onto the duo? Sometimes when you see a duo, you get a little bit excited and you push it.
Just giving an indication as well where we saw that zone end in production yard. The two teams who are landing close. Team Liquid, Sentinels. Underpass for Sentinels, and of course Team Liquid landing at production yard. Once again showing that a little bit of zone RNG on Broken Moon certainly is, I feel, even more impactful sometimes than we see on our other maps.
What's even more interesting, Enter Force 36 dropping down at Bionomics, down in the southeast, and that was their first pick. They were second pick in the whole draft, and they went for Bionomics, and they have put points on the board, so they have been rewarded for their decision of prioritizing Broken Moon here.
Taking a look at some of the top performers in that previous game as well. You can see Neozul's name twice, 7 kills to his name, 2.5k. Some of that with the Kraber. Cardo, the wingman, with 7 assists, and the Guardian Angel of Juzna, 2 revives for him.
Well, that was certainly very exciting first match. I mean, there was a little bit of build-up. We had a few fights in the early game, but that end game was always going to be a difficult one to try and manage, especially trying to force your way through the production yard. But Sentinels did it very successfully. And sure, they didn't get the win, but they do get the most points.
Yeah, one thing I really enjoyed with the way that Sentinels actually moved through that building as well is they were always close to each other. They were always playing very tight, always almost shadowing each other step by step. Nobody was ever overextending round a corner without knowing that there was going to be a teammate alongside them, which is why they end up with those points. Game 1 is done here. We're going to go for a quick break. When we get back, game number 2 is going to be underway. Broken Moon is coming your way.
This land is calling.
Dear Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too.
Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain. But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously. Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots. Je t'embrasse.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Giddy Arena. Welcome back to the Midseason Playoffs, and welcome to the LCQ here at Esports World Cup. E36 with a big win in game number 1, and boy, oh boy, does that feel good.
Seeing Chambers on our screen as well.
Tony Hawk on our screens right now. Did you know?
Funny that you usually went for Tony Hawk, however, Ian Chambers.
Do you know the second person in the world to do the 900 after Tony Hawk was Ian Chambers?
I believe that may be true, but that's some live shots to the Boulevard. Actually, no, that was Boulevard last night, I believe, here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, as we turn our attentions back to the LCQ live here in the Giddy Arena. Now, one match down, already seen some big points taken by some teams that maybe wouldn't have been up there with people's predictions as well. The likes of Enterforce 36, for example. Some of the big heavy hitters were eliminated in the early stages of that match.
Yeah, very tough zone for some of those big heavy hitters as well. You highlighted Shopify Rebellion. There's a long way for them to go towards a zone which is very difficult to access if you are arriving late. We saw that with some of the fights that we saw taking place around that choke, the tunnel. All of these places that you have to essentially be forced through unless you're going to be able to find a place to hit an evac tower. And even then, with the amount of teams that are already in, it's very difficult to find a place to land that is going to be anything near safe. And that's why you saw some of those teams falling around 20th to 10th. A little bit of a disappointing game for NRG. Disappointing for Americas, to be honest, that game number 1. The big hitters really not turning up.
Yeah, I think that they'll take a look at that one, say kind of what went wrong. Were we maybe taking fights too early? Were we trying to do too much with our rotation to get into a position that was perhaps unachievable? Should we have been fighting instead? For example, NRG, they kind of got taken down whilst they were in their rotation. Never really got a chance to fight because they were being shot by so many different teams.
Yeah, just got picked off one by one a little bit there. It was a tough one to watch if you're an NRG fan, but a good one to watch if you're a fan of these 3 gentlemen. Enterforce 36, always find them very entertaining as a team to watch. And the way that they navigated actually outside of that main building that we saw being involved over a production yard, like, that's a very smart thing. If you can be last to collapse in on that side of the map, pinch all of the teams in front of you, you know there's going to be fights inside of that production yard building because everybody is just using that hard cover as a place to try and exist. And that's exactly what Sentinels were doing. Sentinels, though, they took the route that was most aggressive. They were just step by step, destroying team by team who were fighting in front of them. They were the last arrivals, so it felt like kind of sherpering everyone out of that building. Took that place away from Team Liquid right at the end on the height and then swinging down onto them as Liquid had committed themselves to that fight against the duo of Gen G. So everybody that we just mentioned in that final sentence there, very happy with how game number 1 went. And I'm fascinated to see where now that zone goes in our game 2 here on Broken Moon.
It's obviously going to be a very different game because now Alter is going to be banned. You saw it in those final moments, how important it was to have the Alter to bounce back and forth between inside and outside of the building, whether that was to escape, whether it was to attack. Not going to have that same kind of freedom here. And also, it means you've got one less thing to worry about going into this game as well. You don't have to worry about someone just randomly portaling through your wall. Instead, you can focus a little bit more on your actual angles that you are going to be taken. Now, 3 teams that I'm disappointed did not do a little bit better in that game are the 3 teams that have been the most successful in this lobby so far at finding points on Broken Moon. Furia, Orchid, and ALGS Year. They have found their most points throughout this tournament so far on this map, and that's even with it only being played twice throughout the initial pool play stages as well. So I'm expecting them to be picking up a little bit more. For example, Furia, they got 42.6% of their points on this map, and they haven't really been able to do it yet so far.
It's going to be a tough day for a lot of these teams, of course. And one team that certainly needs a big performance is going to be ALGS Year. That's the team in front of us, and Lace was able to catch up with them as they arrived here today.
And I, of course, have ALGS Year here with me today. It is the last chance qualifiers for them as well. After a stellar performance in their pool matches, it did lead them to here. But of course, you know, this team can dominate, so I'm not super stressed. But I don't know about these guys here. But look, what is the biggest thing that your team needs to fix right now going into the last chance qualifiers?
I think we just need to be a lot more aggressive and start taking more fights. Like we're, you know, some of the straightest shooters in the game. Right? We've been hearing that from everyone because it's true. Like when it comes to just a gunfight, despite being triple MNK, we'll take anyone. But we're just not fighting right now, and that's our biggest problem.
I think that's an excellent sort of take from that. You guys are incredibly strong, so I do feel that, you know, you will take these things sort of on top. Now, are you going to be sticking to your strategy, or are we going to change things up a little bit?
We're mainly going to be sticking to our main strategy, but just mixing it up a little bit, being more aggressive, stuff like that.
Yeah, obviously you guys would have, you know, taken what you did in the first couple of matches and taken that home. But like, if you have a strong strategy, of course you want to stick to it. And now, Pricey, how do you kind of handle these high stake moments going into these matches where it could be make or break?
Mainly music.
Yeah, what are you listening to?
Anything from like Suicide Boys or 21 Pilots, Coldplay.
Okay, you liking some of the mid-older 2000s genre? I like that.
Yeah, just music just calms me.
Yeah. Well, we can definitely tell that you're nice, cool, calm, and collected. But of course, we wish ALGS Year the best of luck going into these matches today. Of course, we are here for the Midseason Playoffs EWC 2025.
I like that from ALGS Year. I like it from Pricey. Sometimes just take yourself out of the moment, a little bit of music in the ears, give yourself that mental break, and then lock back in. Also, choices of music. I will say, big fan of that Pricey.
Well, they're going to need to lock back in after that first performance. 0 points from them, of course. They clearly had an idea in that game. They wanted to move fast and get to production yard like a lot of other teams did. Sadly, they lost that initial player, and ever since then, it was just difficult. They tried to get the res with the mobile respawn beacon, then too many teams were there by then, and sadly, it didn't really work out for them. My wonder is, should they have perhaps retreated a little bit further to try and get that third player back on the map? Is there a safer area they could have done it? But even then, by that point, you might be feeling like you've given up the game anyway, because you've got to try and force your way through too many teams by the time you get back into it.
Also, you got to give credit to Liquid as well. They just didn't let them do it.
Yeah,
you know, they probably thought that they had a safe enough distance between where they were going to hit that mobile respawn and the position that Liquid had, which obviously impacted that player going down early on. But yeah, like we say, just a good play from Liquid to make sure they denied that. And ALGS Year talking about being aggressive. Well, Liquid showing exactly why aggression pays off in those particular circumstances. And I think it's always interesting when, you know, you listen to teams and they're like, yeah, we need to be a bit more aggressive. Yesterday we were a little bit too passive. And it's so interesting because you watch scrims, everybody watches scrims. If you're not watching scrims, you'll see the game's played very differently because teams don't have that consequence in the back of their mind. Like, what if this goes wrong? It's like, if this goes wrong, we play another game in a minute. And we might play 20 games today. So we'll get to try it again. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Here, you just have that little voice in the back of your head that makes you second guess. Like, if we fall here, if the play is wrong, the play is incorrect, then before we know it, we could be out of this lobby. And we could just not be out of the lobby. It could be one of very few opportunities to get points to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are always going to be very scared of potential chance of being eliminated from the competition, and it shows in their gameplay. But if you finally find that confidence a little bit too late, you might not find yourself in that top 6. You might actually just miss out. Maybe position 7, position 8. And then you'll be very sad that you didn't actually play a little bit more confident earlier, as Timmy does give us a little love heart. I will be very sad when we lose Timmy from the ALGS, if what he says is true. I still don't believe him, as you don't either.
I refuse to believe him. It's one of those. And I mean, this was Timmy actually arriving today. This is the NRG key in front of him. And he had to go and place this, I would say, by the Crusher, on the Crusher, not in the Crusher as yet. But it's almost symbolic, right? This could be Timmy's last walk in a tournament where the hopes and dreams are in that key, where he has to now place it, knowing the consequences if they don't make it through today. Could end up like Movie Star Koi's there.
Could end up looking like that. So each team knows that that key may be crushed here today. Hoping, though, of course, that it will instead be progressing into the match point finals tomorrow. And it is going to be incredible tomorrow, by the way.
Everyone does that so well, by the way. Like, if that was, you know, imagine if I was given the responsibility.
You would have missed.
I would have missed. I'd have fallen over, probably like headbutted the side of it, put my foot through an engine. I don't know what it would have halt. You would be doing it.
Oh,
you're on my team.
There's Nemi.
What's up, Nemi?
Team Nemesis, another team that didn't really find as many points as they could have in that first game, but 5 is not a bad start. But I'd be expecting a team like Nemesis to be getting to those match point finals, especially with how they have been performing throughout the EMEA region, especially during Pro League.
National scrims are pretty good for them as well, so they've shown that when it comes to the big boys, they can hang with them, but can they deal with the pressure of this situation? I think that's a question that everybody is going to consistently have on their minds. As we are heading now in towards game number 2. Broken Moon, we're still going to be here. A reminder to everybody who's watching right now, if you're joining for the LCQ, the top 6 teams will be the only ones who will have the opportunity to go towards match point finals tomorrow. Everybody else will be going home, and like we say, Broken Moon is next, and the one after, but we will not have any more Alter.
Yes, yesterday we saw E-District and World's Edge played 3 times. Today we will see Broken Moon and Stormpoint instead. And well, E-District, I mean, we saw a lot of teams find big points when it was played 3 times. Now with it just being condensed to 2, how will they fare? Will they still be able to put up as much? Because, yes, finding a victory is good, but just 1 win is not going to get you into that top 6. I mean, E36 definitely on their way, but now it's about showing consistency throughout.
And as we take a look at the first 5 maps, let's take a look at the second batch of maps that we've played today. We move over to Stormpoint for 2, and then we have World's Edge for 3, which is ingrained. Every single fold of the map is in these players' brains. They know every single corner. Everybody has played this map so much, and I love the fact that we have 3 World's Edge at the end of a series in an LCQ to decide who goes to match point finals.
I think ending with a map being played 3 times is quite significant, because Broken Moon just as a 2 for the previous 2 days meant that it kind of was a little bit of a last dash panic, right? Oh, can we play this map? But you can kind of warm your way in with World's Edge. You know, maybe match 8 doesn't go so well, but 9 you start to ease in, and by 10 you're so comfortable that you should be able to find points.
Well, here we go then. Match number 2 of the LCQ is live. Everybody is in the lobby. Everybody is out of the dropship. Production Yard was where we ended game number 1. All eyes on where this zone is going for game number 2.
Did change, of course, all the average points from that game, as we had another Broken Moon match in front of us. Eternal Gardens is still the best POI when it comes to the average points. Average placement, however, does come from Underpass, interestingly, but we'll have to see where this zone ends up going, and if we are going to see the likes of Shopify Rebellion capitalize on one of the stronger POIs throughout this one, or will it be Enter Force 36? Again, down from Bionomics. I mean, the fact that they picked this second in the draft, they must be very confident in this POI.
Yeah, they certainly are feeling comfortable, like you say, with the POI and how they want to rotate, how they want to approach these games. But 20 points from game number 1. If you think about the cutoffs yesterday, how much of a contribution that is to potentially making through to match point finals, they're going to be feeling much more confident as an aggressive team to take even more fights potentially. Zone is going up towards the northwest here. Core is going to be somewhere that's going to be very, very busy. That building at the back where that survey beacon is certainly going to be contested, I would imagine. JD Gaming, Maus, going to be very happy. And Maus, who went out first in the lobby last game, are going to have an opportunity now with a zone coming their way to put that right.
I mean, it doesn't take a genius to guess who's going to be banned if you look at the map overhead here, because Ash is on every single team. It's a 100% pick rate. She'll be gone for the next. Now, when you look at that circle, though, Mark, I mean, you've been pretty good at calling them.
Oh, you're going to put me on the spot.
Where do you're taking a 50-50 here, really, of which side of that mountain you go.
It's pulling core side.
Core side is where Onset would be taking you if he was your IGL. And he will be who you could yell at if it does.
I would be saying, guys, we're going that side and bring an evac just in case.
I mean, it is always worth having that pullback. And I think there's going to be a lot of teams going along the same kind of thought process here.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because there are there's zones specifically that pull either side of this that we can remember. We had one outside of Dry Gulch yesterday that we saw NRG involved in that endgame, S8UL involved in that endgame, and it was actually, I think it was Rock who ended up winning that game, if my memory serves me right, which is always a questionable thing. But then we see those zones that pull to the outside of core towards those back buildings. Think about the ALGS Open where we saw Alliance clutching in a big fight out there. So that's the difficulty. It's like, what's memory bias, memory recency going to tell you for these IGLs? Do we play for the core side, or do we back off of what we saw yesterday with that zone pull towards Dry Gulch? I might be right.
You may be right, and actually it looks like Orchid and Sentinels are currently having a little scrap here as well. Orchid taking a lot of damage, but that is good responding damage to ensure it helps Rambo at least almost escape.
Almost is never enough, though, in this game, and not only is he not going to escape, but Riley Mechanic is going to make sure that he gets taken down. 104! Big numbers, Dan. Big numbers.
The bow check is always very satisfying when you connect with it, as Noah's Fox, first team to be eliminated as Crazy Raccoon take them down. It's Timmy has also just fallen to his knees. Looks like Gen G are taking that fight.
Well, good for NRG. We have to wonder if that's going to be a shot from distance or if NRG are under pressure here. And it looks like down at Cultivation is actually going to be NRG under pressure. Look at the aggression here, by the way. Lots of teams running into each other already. Sangjun and the rest of Crazy Raccoon are going to get aggressive on this one against RRX, even though Korompu is putting out huge damage. So are RRX. They can't escape. And Crazy Raccoon down to just one. RRX with a big fight there.
It's an explosive start to match 2, and already teams trying to dominate their position over towards the core. Sadly, even though Crazy Raccoon were the first team to get a wipe onto another squad, instantly someone tries to take advantage of perhaps the fact that they hadn't reset properly yet, as it looks like they're going to fall.
Obley will be the last one to go down. It will be Crazy Raccoon who fall. Already, by the way, more action that we saw in what felt like the first few minutes of game number 1. Game number 2 is, we're not messing about here. We are straight into these fights.
Interestingly, the core is the worst POI statistically so far this tournament, but it could be one of the most impactful POIs that we see in this series. So many teams hovering around core right now, whether it is going through it, going past it, or just on the edges of it.
Interesting to see that a lot of teams have actually gone to the Dry Gulch side, so maybe I'm going to be wrong.
It's about a 50-50 split, I will be honest with you.
I did say take an evac. We're playing from the core side because I know in my head that everybody else is playing Dry Gulch, and then we're going to evac. Like, I'm a brilliant IGL. Sign me up.
Well, Team Liquid and Team Nemesis are committing to the Dry Gulch side. They are very much hunkering down here.
Fools.
But sometimes that's all you can do, right? If you think about Team Liquid, they're coming from production yard. They will recognize people are going to beat them to that core side anyway. So I think you play for the potential pull, because the reward would be massive if it does pull your way.
Liquid very happy with game number 1. 17 points on the board. Even though it was a 3rd place overall finish, they got a good amount of KP, and 17 is a very comfortable number. We usually say 10 points per game, you're almost guaranteed to win the thing. We certainly would be over 10 games by the looks of what we saw yesterday. So 17 in 1. Fantastic start for them. Nemesis bunkered down with the Newcastle. And the Watson combination. It's going to be difficult to flush them out.
Certainly going to be a lot of teams that are going to try and take this position away from the likes of Liquid and Nemesis a little bit later as well. So you want to save some of this utility. I mean, you look what Jaguares has. He has 4 grenades to work with. So 3 Arc Stars and 2 Instants. I mean, he has everything he could possibly want for the late game. You just don't want to burn it in an unnecessary fight here against Nemesis.
One thing you can do is farm a lot of damage as well, because you can prime those bow check arrows with those frag grenades. A little bit of extra damage if you connect, and a team that's stuck behind a Newcastle wall, maybe that gen goes down, you can really bunker bust them out of that position. And this cheeky little angle where he's just through the staircases, going to take a lot of focus to hold that angle for what feels like 12 more minutes.
Well, I have to have seen the zone shift.
Yeah, we're evacing over, like I told you. We're going Dry Gulch side.
I mean, there's still a little bit of core left. Still a little bit of core left.
I will admit I got it wrong, all right? First one I got wrong.
Nemesis taking so much damage now. It's not just Team Liquid who are firing towards him. It's like GG as well. But it will be Yanya with that grenade. finally takes down one member of Nemesis. And you can see Liquid just trying to reposition here. They're a little bit worried of the arriving teams. It looks like ALGS Year are here now.
Yeah, ALGS just seeing them maybe a little bit vulnerable, maybe overextending off the back of that knock, and now they're trying to chase him down and take the space here in the central structure of Dry Gulch. Nemesis, in the meantime, look like they've managed to get the revive here, so they should be back up to a 3. So ALGS are actually doing a really good job of helping out Nemesis. Best friends at this point.
It will allow all 3 of these teams to stabilize now, and they might be able to stay here for quite a while. Some late movers, by the way. NRG have got back up to 3 after Timmy's initial knock. They're all the way out to the divide, though, so it's going to be a long old road to get back into this zone. But perhaps they can pick up some other stragglers that are going to be arriving a little bit later as well. Like Shopify Rebellion, Genji, Enter-Force 36. And actually, speaking of Enter-Force 36, it looks like they're about to take a fight with Furia here, just down near Quarantine Zone.
And Gladiators just playing the outside bridge at the moment of Dry Gulch. They should be safe for quite some time. Well, like you say, it looks like Enter-Force 36, Furia, Genji starting to converge upon each other on that southern side of zone. As we take a little look at Go Next now. And NRG, who continued their walk in here. NRG should have a pretty clear walk towards this zone. It's only Shopify Rebellion that are really in front of them, but they're far and away already at Quarantine Zone. NRG, not just back in the game, but up to purples as well. They've been a scrap loot on their way through as well to make sure attachments are getting picked up as well. So it's not like Timmy is going to be naked walking his way towards zone. He's going to have some attachments to work with on the weaponry, and they're going to have those purple shields.
So Enter-Force 36 did allow Furia to escape, but they were wise to it. They hit the survey beacon and they got all that info. They're going to see Genji and Furia getting close to colliding here on this southwest side, because both teams are trying to do the same thing, and Genji are going to just fire a few pop shots over towards Furia.
Yeah, Furia got to be careful here, because they can end up in a real pinch. Noct is going to rip a portal on the Ash to play the outside of this wall, but can they deny the LOS? It's a really sticky situation here for Furia, and having used the portal to get away, what have they got now? With the Motherlode going their way to find cover, it's looking very, very rough here for Furia.
However, Genji have just brought a lot of attention from the rest of the lobby. Evos are now starting to make a rotation through to get a little bit of an angle on them. And remember, don't forget about Enter-Force 36, who were in that kind of area. But Furia do find their way underneath here by the looks of it. And also, there is going to be a Mythic bin spawning in this area. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to get that.
Yeah, good luck with that. You got to be brave to go for that one. Maybe if there was a random Gibraltar in the lobby, you could have a go. But unfortunately, there's not going to be a Gibby.
Not yet. We did see one in regional finals. Actually did help a team win regional finals, if I remember correctly.
E36 versus Evos, though, taking place. And this choke is becoming very, very busy. Evos, 4 points on the board from game number 1. E36, armor advantage for sure. As you see, the spray now coming in from Illy. Sinap has gone down in the meantime. Nate's dodging and diving, and so is Illy. Has to back up behind that gen. Avoid those grenades coming in.
So many teams that are kind of hovering in this area as well, but on the other side of the mountain. So this is somewhat isolated, but at the same time, you have to be conscious of who could be pushing you, and that's why we're seeing reluctance at the moment to get aggressive.
Yeah, really good tender there from MG Clutch to make sure that player doesn't get away. E36 will be eliminated, but now with Hoodie down, Nate's going to have to do some crazy stuff here, because Genji are arriving and Genji are thriving. Evos will be eliminated and Genji clear this side of zone.
On the other side of mountain, you've got Shopify Rebellion, NRG, and Team Orchid all going through the same area right now. You can see Guild has just taken down Luxford, and we will see NRG taking this fight against Shopify Rebellion. Meanwhile, ALGS Year and Furia have found themselves center zone. Looks like they were poking each other, but it looks like they will let each other live for now.
Yeah, NRG in a really tough spot outside of zone at the moment. Sentinels are coming through the choke and kind of putting them in somewhat of a pinch. Shopify Rebellion holding both of those teams out. So NRG, they've already lost one in this game and had to reset, and now they've got a really tough situation to get out.
Furia, all the meanwhile, they're just trying to find somewhere a little bit more comfortable to call home. And it looks like finally they have found that position. No, I lied. They are not happy with it. They're thinking about this Mythic bin. 100% they are thinking, is there a way we can get this Mythic bin? Furia, don't go for it. Team Liquid will rip you apart.
Or...
unless There's always that one player, isn't there, that just goes, I think I could get it, guys.
Yep, that's me. Well, over to NRG. This is a really important moment for them. They take the portal to height against Shopify Rebellion. A couple of nades going in, not a lot of cover for them to play with. As we take a look back on Strafing Flame and his point of view from this fight that was going down a few moments ago. But keep an eye on the bottom right side of your screen right now, because Sykes is the last surviving member here of NRG. As Sentinels do get involved in this fight. I mentioned how it's 3 teams stacking up on each other. Shopify Rebellion should be able to reset thanks to the pressure that's coming from Sentinels, but Sykes, I don't really know how he gets out of this situation. He does not. NRG out again early on in game number 2.
Now Shopify Rebellion will use their phase breach to get away from Sentinels and ahead of Sentinels, but there is going to be utility for Sent to use here.
Big grenades going in. MT! He gets taken down by Lotus nade, and then a follow-up here from Riley. Big damage coming in, but they're a little bit aware of the swing. They know who they're going up against. Zyno and Koiful, one of the most devastating duos, but shots coming in now from Dry Gulch are going to help them out of this situation. Koiful's left on his own.
I think Furia actually did get that mythic bid, by the way. Believe it or not, I believe they actually got it. I don't see it on the map anymore, and I'm fairly certain Funk might have picked it up. Anyway, we are going to see... Oh, it would have been GG who actually picked up if it happened. Now Mouse eliminated in 15th place.
Sentinels, the last team to arrive on that side of the map. Gen G are hovering just to their left, though. We did see them win that fight a few moments ago against E36. And Evos in their little snake building to the left of the POV we see right now from Carter. They have to work their way in here. But one thing to note for Sentinels, fighting so well as a team at the moment. Really already have KP on the board.
Great use of their grenades as well. It was a care package the Gaming Gladiators got on the northern side, so the Mythic Bin might still be there, so ignore me, but it will be important for GG on that north because there's going to be 3 teams arriving, so whatever they found in said care package is going to be helpful as Sentinels now make their move in. They're going to try and play on this underneath side of Dry Gulch, and it looks like it's going to be free for them.
That's one of those situations where you're like, I hope this is free. Oh my god, it's free. Everybody come with me. This place is free. We are safe inside this next zone. Sentinels with a brilliant rotate as the ultimate accelerant was popped on the Ash to make sure that port was available just when it needed to be.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a little bit of scouting from the Crypto on the side of Sentinels just to make sure they knew exactly where they were going. Of course, Crypto Metas does give a little bit more freedom to the IGLs because they get a lot more information than they would in other metas. But that Crypto is still going to stay alive going into match 3, remember, because Ash with a 100% pick rate here.
Well, RRX have just landed right underneath Gaming Gladiators, and JD Gaming are looking at this from all 3 of their POVs. They're going to get aggressive on this. We see the portal going down. They want these KP, but if they wrap this corner, they're going to have a little bit of a nasty surprise because RRX have the gen down, they have the wall down. Very difficult to push this. Team Orchid in the meantime will be the next team to fall in the lobby.
Yeah, a combination of All Gamers and Twisted Minds taking down Orchid. Remember, a lot of these teams are stacked on each other now, but JDG looking like they might have a little peek here.
Gonna have a peek. Oh, but I was worried this was what was gonna happen. Johnny are gonna be the first one to go down. Now they're gonna port away the last 2 remaining players, but RX, one player just followed them. I don't know if that was deliberate or not. And he's going to go down. Rezi gets dragged into that one and falls into the hands of Nemesis.
Oh, JDG down to just the Crypto. They'll be eliminated. Shopify Rebellion also go down. Remember, they were pretty central. GG taking on AG now, though. Light has gone such little amount of health.
Lockdown, though, is always a problem in these situations, but not for Skittlegakes. He goes in with that flatline, eliminates GG, as we find ourselves now with half the lobby watching from the spectator screen. 10 squads remain now as that zone starts to close.
Yeah, that zone is going to close. It's going to force some of these teams in, but remember, this next one will be the final circle after this, so you can get into that final zone, a real opportunity to win this one, but at the moment, ALGS Year and Sentinels, Team Nemesis, RRX, Gen G, they are within that next zone. Everyone else has to move here.
RRX in a really rough position, though. You can see there's frag grenades going their way, but let me tell you, those tires are thick on that vehicle. Nothing's going to go through those. Fury have been eliminated in the meantime. A combination of teams taking them out of the position that they found themselves in. As Twisted Minds take the high ground here inside of Dry Gulch. The Mythic Bin has finally been opened. We're still not quite sure who got it. Maybe Liquid. He is all with the red helmet.
Would make sense. They did have that high ground they were holding out, but Team Liquid now have to start to move because round 5 is closing. Twisted Minds still have got to move on the same side. Actually, Twisted Minds and Liquid might end up having to fight here because they're all in very similar positions.
I wonder if they actually know that Team Liquid are here. I don't think they do. A little bit of a surprise that it's nasty one here. Motherlode goes in though, he's going to deal with one member of Team Liquid. Jaguares is going to go down to Carter. Actually, Sentinels with that Motherlode from distance. But on Ash with a PK. I was going to say you could do some things, but the problem is he pops cells instead of meds.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but you should be going down to the ring. Come on, Liquid eliminated. As now, Twisted Minds, they'll still continue to push in, but Algazia and Sentinels are here waiting. RRX do eventually get taken down, despite the big tires you were talking about. Now all gamers, they have been playing so well together here in this game.
Drops has got a really good angle here. Go Next will be eliminated, a combination of them and Nemesis. By the way, Nemesis, remember, who had a player not so early, center zone, are having a monster game at the moment. I've seen so many kills going their way, and they are still in a great point zone.
So all gamers, Nemesis, JG, Sentinels, Twisted Minds, and Algazia. The last 6! And I tell you what, all gamers have got a real chance to deal some damage here.
Drops is going to say, you peek, I teach! He takes down one. Dexter might be next. He's doing his best tree hugger impression at the moment. But Dropped is going to want more.
Twisted Minds have been able to take the height here over Algazia, but looks like they might only be a 2. As Zap also takes down another member of Gen, finishes it. And all gamers, if actually they can shut down one of this member of Nemesis, they will hold the whole southern side here.
Price is down for now, but they might be able to get the res. And indeed, Player K is going to be sticking as Trafing Fame has a responsibility here to hit some big shots with this bow check and hold off any angles of which might hurt Pricey getting back to his feet. Not going to happen. Gen G eliminated. Strafing Flame with that R9 going to get the finishing touches.
I like the position all gamers currently have. They have the whole wall to work with in the final 5. Nemesis also in a good spot, and they have a lot of perimeter set up with these Watson fences, but remember, there is still 3 Cryptos alive, so those fences could disappear very quickly.
Also that Kraber in play, don't forget about that. Sentinels now, who have been playing that low ground, are finding that Strafing Flame is following through on his own words. We heard it from himself on the walk into this day. We need to be more aggressive. We need to not be afraid of fights, and he's showing that from his POV.
All the meanwhile, AG are taking the fight against Nemesis and have taken them down. Sentinels still holding on here against Algazia though, and this is all lining up for all gamers.
Twisted Minds eliminated in the meantime. Algazia and Strafing Flame. Oh no, he missed the double jump, couldn't get back up towards that high ground, and Sentinels, even though they're down to 2, might have an opportunity to stick a res here and become 3 once more.
Algazia just have Pricey left to try and do something, but look at what all gamers have in front of them here. Everything.
1 bullet though for Drop with this Kraber. They're going to try and move in and finish off Sentinels. They will go down, and they will also take the final players down as well. All gamers will be your champions here of game number 2, and Drops continues to celebrate in front of the crowd.
Well, remember, it was the first match of Pool A when we saw Drops get that victory, when they got that win, but then they couldn't really follow up, and that's why they find themselves in this LCQ here today. But I think that will give them now a lot of confidence of bouncing back from that previous day.
And again, look at the reaction from Sentinels. They know they had another great game. It's 1 and 2 back-to-back for Sentinels, putting good points on the board. But they're going to highlight Drops there. Gets that Kraber towards that end game, and in pressure situations, hits the shots he has to.
I really love this team of all gamers. When you look at how it's been built, I think about what Drops has achieved in his past, and then you combine him with players like Zap and Skittlecakes, who are just unbelievable fraggers in their own right as well. Plus the history of Zap also IGLing in previous teams. They go out with 16 kills alongside the placement points. It's a 28-point game.
That is a nuclear game coming in from them. That is absolutely huge. We were talking about the importance of getting good points on the board early on. Well, all gamers do exactly that. Algazia in behind them, though. 13 points for them. But again, Sentinels, 3rd place, but 8 KP means they come out of the lobby with the 2nd most points overall.
Yeah, we'll still keep Sentinels at the top of this entire series after 2, so they'll be delighted, as we saw on the screen, still celebrating it. Gen G putting an important 12 points up as well, but still some strugglers down at the bottom. Noah's Fox going out 1st place there, and sadly not able to put points on the board.
You can see the share of kills here. Very, very nice of AG to share it among themselves. 6 for Skittles, 6 for Dropped, 6 for Zap.
looks like more have gone in Zap's direction if we're looking at the triangle, but I'm just saying, slightly. But yeah, what an amazing performance from this team. And as I said, I just think it is built so equally and exactly what we want. In terms of like building a dream team, I think all three of these players are right up there.
I have to agree with you. I think they've got a lot to prove, though. Having not made it straight through directly to match point finals, you got to remember that. This is the LCQ. They didn't perform how they would have wanted to, especially how they started on day number 1. They're going to have to take the road that is very, very bumpy to make sure they are here tomorrow in Riyadh. Sentinels top of the leaderboards in the overalls, 36, but with AG just behind them off the back of that win, it's now just 3 points between first and second.
I think what was important with how All Gamers played it as well, again, you were talking about Sentinels in the previous game, kind of staying close to each other and forcing fights. AG were doing just that as well, but they would kind of send one player out to do some initial damage, the bait and switch would come through, and they were just a very confident fighting team in match 2.
Just a reminder, bottom red there doesn't really mean too much. It's everybody that's in the top 6 that will be going through to our final. So even though Nemesis there in the green, I don't want to confuse anyone. It's top 6 only. Okay, top 6. Ignore
Everyone else goes home.
We'll get that right. Don't worry about it.
ALGS Year, even though it wasn't the best game for them, it certainly was a better game than match 1. They got to the late game, they got to the final circle, and they do put points on the board to take them up to 7th. The real question is, where will they be when all this finishes? 2 matches are done. We have 1 more Broken Moon match coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back to the main stage as our last chance qualifier is well underway. And I believe over the past few days, you've been introduced to my friend here, the Crusher. It is quite a menacing looking thing. And as you can see, all 20 keys from all of our teams that are currently in the last chance qualifier sit here awaiting their fate. Now, before the crushing ceremony later today, 6 of these keys will be removed as they will be progressing into tomorrow's match point finals. Now, if you don't already know, 6 teams have already been sent home. 14 are going to be joining them later today. And we've got to remember what's at stake here. $2 million, the Esports World Cup trophy, and of course, a legacy. But keep your eyes peeled today because emotions are going to start to get the better of our players as we progress towards the end of the day. So keep your eyes peeled as that drama continues.
Welcome back, everybody, to the last chance opportunity for these teams to put themselves on the board at EWC for our mid-season playoffs. Game 2, done and dusted as all gamers take that dub with 16 KP to their name.
Yeah, so far here on Broken Moon, that western side of the map has been heavily favored, as in game number 1, we went over to Production Yard, and game number 2, we had that 50-50 split between the core and Spaceport, but it ultimately ended up going over towards Spaceport. And we got to see all gamers really capitalize off of that pull, and of course, we know that priority sometimes can be king here in Apex Legends, and our teams are definitely capitalizing off of it.
I think it's interesting to highlight how in Broken Moon, these circle blessings really benefiting a lot of these teams. We saw it with Team Liquid in game number 1. Honestly, game number 2, we saw it very similarly there too when we saw their position, but it was AG coming out of quarantine zone, moving over to their north side to take that dub with so much KP to their name. 5.5k damage here really sets them up for that momentum as we still continue on Broken Moon.
Yeah, day number 1, speaking of legend bans, by the way, we had Watson being the first ban, and that was what we were expecting. But day number 2, we had a little bit of a swap off where Alter became the first ban, and here in the last chance, it was Alter to start it off with that first ban, going to the Ash, following a similar trajectory to the bans that we had yesterday. So, if we're going to expect anything, the Watson maybe to go down next here in game number 3.
That's why it's so exciting that we've mixed up our map rotation, right? Because usually when we get to Broken Moon by the end of our pools for both yesterday and the day before, for day number 1, we don't really have a lot of rotational legends available by the time we get there, which we all know when you get through these chokes on Broken Moon, it feels like hell. As you can see now, as a lot of our fans making the way to the crowd, giving these teams their energy because they need it. It's only top 6 teams that move on to finals.
And as I'm looking at the lobby loading up right now, my jaw just dropped because we had a huge uptick in the Ballistic. Speaking of Ballistic, we didn't see Ballistic getting banned out in either series before this until game number 8. But it seems like a lot of our teams want that extra oomph, that fighting power in the early game, and of course throughout the rest. But that we saw a lot of early fighting here. And so it does seem like it's going to be a favored pick, but it's still close in terms of overall about who's going to get banned next. Maybe Watson, maybe the Ballistic. We'll find out in just a moment.
Honestly, the Crypto really out here. You know, a little controversial topic on that legend in general on what he provides in terms of information, helping up teams get into position. The remote scan here on these beacons while we take a look at AG over by their POI quarantine zone. So many Cryptos, and if it isn't Crypto that these teams feel comfortable running, it's usually that Sparrow, which don't see as many Sparrows in general. It's just a horde of these Cryptos, as we're going to be able to also see where this next zone is going to be taking us here. A lot of teams already making their rotate.
I think we really got to see the power of Crypto in our matches yesterday, as he did hit a Game 5 ban. And so a lot of teams adopting that as well, bringing that one on over. We got to see, of course, how well you can use it for that Zone 3 rotate. You can play on the edges for a while. You don't have to give up a position over a choke point. You can still have that drone sending far out and pick up that scan. Speaking of scans, by the way, we are not going to be going over towards the western side of Broken Moon this time around. The ring is indicating a northern pull. We're going to wait just a moment here before we get that second ring information. And no, it is not a northern pull at all. We are going to Terraformer.
Hey, I mean, the fact that it's pulling right over to the east side of where all gamers is, though, they already have that information, right? Ring console survey beacon right there. Sentinels already on their rotate over to the western side of quarantine zone. Noez, it was already there here on the north side of Team Nemesis are going to try to rotate over to that south side. You can expect that survey beacon to get contested with a horde of these Crypto drones to get the information for the teams that want to rotate from that southern side of the choke.
Yeah, everyone's going to be really tested on their FPV drone flying skills here, as they're going to have to dodge so many, trying to get that scan whenever they can. A lot of teams have already made their move on in. For Game and Gladiators, they're trying to stop this team from getting out alive, but it looks like it's Crazy Raccoons on the other side who will be able to get out of here unscathed. And if they want to, they could try and set up possibly at the top of that zip line to play gatekeeper against them, but they know that they want to get further in here. But already we have RRX, Team Nemesis, Enderforce, Noah's Fox, NRG, and Orchid inside of Terraformer proper. For RRX though, they're going to take that northern side of Terraformer for now. They should be within range of that beacon scan, or excuse me, of that survey beacon scan for themselves. But again, we have to stress, it will be difficult to try and keep your drone unscathed and get onto that to hit the scan.
If anything, the skies are going to look a little congested out here, lighting up like fireworks once that next zone starts closing in too. Amount of EMPs and pushes you could see, which is also interesting because with a lobby like this, understanding that there's going to be an influx of cryptos, you have to imagine that second legend of rotation that we keep seeing. Like you said at the very beginning, the Watsons. What is that going to mean when we see a lot of these teams start engaging on one another once that EMP rings out and it destroys those Watson fences, as Henchmen looking to reset right underneath, as Gen G are looking to try to swing, pulls off that shield bat as Dexter's just going to get the finishing blow on that knock player.
It was a back and forth fight between both squads, but Gen G will get the better of it for now. Zicky brought down extremely low. It's going to be Henchman to find that knock. Now as they hunt for him, looks like only about 20 HP remaining, but no! Henchman catches him out. Dexter in the 1v1 there. It's going to be the Whistler damage of all things that ends up taking him out. Dexter keeps Gen G in this, but Go Next are not out yet.
He doesn't know, but Atnam was gone. If you blink, you would have missed him. Like, he was gone. Like, that was actually hilarious. But he knows what's at stake right now. Go Next, with only 10 points thus far, want to be able to recapture them, regain themselves at least going into this game. And they can, because over in Cultivation, there is that replicator here. Only Team Liquid are to their north, and they are one of the teams running the crypto. So if they get the scan over to that survey beacon that's to the north of Atnam, they're going to know that there is a solo there, and Atnam's going to be in a lot of trouble. So he's going to have to start moving soon. It's both those teams, Atnam being in that crypto drone himself, to get that info.
Go Next do hit that respawn. Of course, the power of crypto, we keep talking about it, but he just offers so much utility, especially in a moment like that to recover your team. So now, as they back off, we are joining on board with Twisted Minds, who have been lazing about over there at the core. If they hear some fights, which might take place soon, we've got Evos and Furia about to clash heads on that north side of the core, but Twisted Minds are starting to move forward now. They do have a survey beacon ahead of them to help in their rotates, and they'll note that there's going to be a lot in their way. But this is the fight we were talking about, Vicky.
Yeah, you got Furia up on the high ground right now. Keon's going to be able to pop that shield battery. Nice position that I like seeing right now from Furia. Going to be able to play a little bit split here after they were able to get that knock originally onto Hoodie. But with that Rampage, with the Tempest, he swings, looks behind him. He gets one, he gets two. He can't get the third. He needs some help as it's going to be a 1v1.
Oh no! If his teammate was actually there with him. There was a huge opportunity there for him to get the 2v3, and it looks like MG Clutch does come back in time. Keon is out of there, and it looks like Evos turned the tide at the very least. Hoodie will get res. They should be able to pick up Nate's banner and get him back into this game. What a turnaround.
We've all been there, Jamerson, in our own respective games. We're like, where are you? You get 2 knocks. You know that you could clutch out that 1v1. Keon resorting to just going beyond that respawn there too, because it's going to be able to try to go towards Spaceport where there's also that replicator that maybe they could play objective there too if they haven't already gotten that scan as Gen G. We see this highlight from that earlier fight beforehand as Twisted Minds on the priority over to the bottom right though have been able to find themselves over by Cliffside. This is a team that has been playing objective. You know, they land over by Alpha Base. There was not only the Evo Harvester, there's actually 2 Evo Harvesters on their pathing. They have a replicator there too, as well as a survey beacon, and I believe they were able to get that ring console there too. So now also having another Evo Harvester to their south side, maybe denying that from other teams that were unable to get that.
It looks like we might have round number 2 of Gen G versus Go Next. Our knock has already come through onto one member of Gen G. Never mind, that's 2. As Dexter is forced to back off, you can see how quickly these teams call it on these fights. When they think it's lost, they are out of there. No one wants to go down first. No one wants to put up 0 points in the lobby. You want to make sure you maintain a good, decent, 7-point average going forward. we saw that the cutoff yesterday in that top 6, if we take, you know, yesterday's games and day 1's games as any kind of indicator of what the top 6 will look like, in day number 1, our 6th place squad had 66 points, and in day number 2, our 6th place squad had 65 points.
They have a basis, just based off of that alone, considering that we are still going through our 10 games just with a different map rotate. We get the res. I feel like these two teams between Gen G, Go Next, just keep taking turns on not only getting the res and this reset too, but eventually we'll probably have to collapse on one another looking at where that next zone pool is.
Similar to what happened with EVOS and Furia. Furia are able to get back on their feet as a full complement of 3, but because they're going to be rotating in from that north side of the map, they will be rotating into the similar choke points. We do have in the way of EVOS, Gaming Gladiators, and Mouse, and for Furia, they're probably going to run into that as well. JD Gaming, though, they're controlling the western side, that western hazmat tunnel just outside of Terraformer, looking to gatekeep a lot of the squads, but we're not seeing that kind of pileup right now. We do have one team out there, and it's going to be Team Liquid looking for a way into this zone.
And if they wanted to, Team Liquid doesn't necessarily have to commit here. If they wanted to wrap around to the southern choke, that is where Sentinels are going to be situated in. Team Liquid having full purple, though, as they decide where they want to rotate from. As JD Gaming, we saw them already earlier, we'll be able to hold them. Quick pause here. But taking a look at the positioning and where that next zone pool was going towards Jamerson, we saw that it was slightly shifting over to the right side of Bunker, away from Quarantine Zone, where that big pileup on Terraformer is going to get chaotic because it's actually moving more so to the north side of Terraformer, closer to that bridge area where you see that cliffside collapse with the water.
Yeah, there's a shot this one even pulls even further into Hazmat Tunnel, and there are a lot of power positions to play off of, especially like you had mentioned, with all the scurrying ants coming out of Terraformer at the end there. There's a huge opportunity to pick up some KP for themselves. We are seeing, of course, a lot of the long range weaponry coming out. The 30-30, of course, being utilized extremely heavily throughout this tournament. Not quite, of course, as big of an impact as things like the Devo or the R99, but the simple fact that we do have a long range weapon in play for a lot of our teams means that for teams that are in those positions by Hazmat Tunnel, the power positions, Crazy Raccoons, AG, along with Alcatzia, they have huge opportunity to pick up mid-game kills.
Yeah, I know it's been 2 games alone, but it's been interesting to see the weapon stats play out. I mean, we were expecting the R9, just looking at scrims alone, the R9, obviously the Devo with Ballistic making their way into the meta with that just Tempest just being so insane, but also the P20s, you know, still remain relevant. Obviously, when it comes to poking pressure with teams that like to play more safe, every team has a different playstyle depending on what map we're going to. Obviously, the map pools and the different legend bands having an influence on that, but having that 30-30 and that G7 just allowing you to hold final circle positioning while still putting in poking pressure.
Yeah, Kraber.
Oh yeah,
triple
yeah, of course. Oh, I love the triple take, by the way. The Care Pack triple take feels so good.
Yeah, I've loved the triple take since the beginning of Apex Legends, and I'm so glad that it is coming a little bit more back into favor. Teams are still picking it up. They're not just leaving it there because it's not a Kraber. They will still go ahead and utilize that for now. Don't know exactly what this pause is for right now. This is game number 3 of the Last Chance Lobby. Only 6 teams will be moving on. 14 teams awaiting them in the match point finals, Vicky.
Last chance, last fight. A lot of these teams here. Lot to prove, too. They're falling slightly short of our top 7 in our Pool A and Pool B action that we've had over the last 2 days. Stage looking fantastic here, too. A lot of pressure in general, but you know what you also have to highlight here, Jamerson, is our $2 million prize pool here in Apex, because not only are our teams here fighting for the opportunity to even compete in that final lobby, we also have to find the teams that go down in that order of placement, right? I mean, the difference between 10th place and 9th place alone is 10K, between 50K and 40K. Like, massive here on what's on the line, because you can really see this and break it down like a money match between these teams on where they want to find themselves by the end of the 10-game series.
Yeah, we got to see what that kind of pressure does to some of our players here. And the difficult thing coming out of the Last Chance Lobby is the fact that you're just fighting to survive, right? Because even if you do survive, you find yourself with a 15th seed pick going in to our match point finals. So it doesn't get any easier from here. Not only are the top 14 teams of the tournament so far awaiting you, but also just some really, really bad pick priority in the next round.
And we see that that's influenced, you know, just teams getting away for free, right? Alliance having such a strong pick in their Pool B, hand in hand with their crazy performance. Some teams taking some notes out here too, and trying to lead into that with a different map pool.
Yeah, that's going to be nice because specifically for Alliance and
what?
The Birdman himself.
Excuse me?
We got Tony Hawk.
Dude, what?
In the crowd.
All right, like I just need to be so transparent. I had no idea Tony Hawk was here.
Right,
like, what the heck?
Someone's gonna have to grab the Kraber, pop a 900 no scope.
Dude.
I'm sorry, I was just blown away. I'm kind of starstruck, even though we're stuck in our casting booth that's like 200 meters away. But I'm so glad. That's awesome. That is so sick. Anyhow, as I was saying, like you had mentioned, Alliance, first pick in their group. They'll be first pick in match point with their 136, I think, point total. We already know the kind of respect that Alliance commands, right? And that leaves them with the wiggle room when it comes to drafting, right? They don't have to prioritize Storm Point. They can go ahead and prioritize any of the other 3 maps because we know when it comes to something like Storm Point, they can secure themselves that North Pad Trident. So basically they're drafting out of 3 maps initially, but we did see them put a little bit more focus, of course. I believe, I'm trying to remember what the first pick was for Alliance. I don't know. Can you help me out here, Vicky?
Man, I mean, are you talking for Alliance specifically here too? I mean, I think it was Sky West.
Sky West
on World's Edge specifically, as they play very confidently from there. But you know, we talk about Alliance, we talk about making history, wanting to be a back-to-back winner. It's more than just the prize pool on the line here for Apex. I want to throw it over to our club champion explainer on what more is at stake for the teams looking to put their name on top of our totem.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
This is where history is made. This is what these players are fighting for, to put their team on board, to put their names on that totem. Thank you guys so much for your patience while we get everything settled up here for our teams. And then again, this is game number 3. We saw Alter banned after being the most picked legend after game number 1. Going on to game number 2, though, we saw a lot of Ash. This time around, Jamerson, it's the Crypto that's a problem. Literally 72% pick rate right here in this lobby alone, with Watson trailing right behind, which makes it even more interesting at the possible counter picks that we could be seeing in these final zones when everybody finds their own space over by the edge of Terraformer.
Yeah, when you consider how in match day number 1, Crypto was able to avoid bans altogether, but in match day number 2, he hit a 5th game ban after that game number 5. And so it's kind of surprising to see him actually propel up into a 3rd game ban, but it's not that much of a surprise, especially here on Broken Moon. You're going to have plenty of buildings to play off of in most of the POIs with access to so many of the survey beacons. And so, yeah, that means that legend gone for the rest of the series. 7 more games without Crypto. That seems almost unheard of.
We usually see it happen a lot later. That's why I not only love the fact that we've implemented legend bans within Year 5 Pro League, but with expanding our map pool too, it influences so much. It puts a further highlight on teams that can be consistent in a battle royale. I mean, with so many outlier factors that you try to put into your own advantage, but there's certain things that you don't really have full control over. As Furia make their way now out of quarantine zone, and they're not alone. Team Liquid are on the rotate, about to cut them off, as JD Gaming are still holding the mouth of Hazmat Tunnel.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a round 2 of this fight between Team Liquid and Furia. We aren't quite aware that Liquid are on their north right now. Gen G rotating in just behind the backs of Sentinels currently. Have to note as well that the Mythic Bin has spawned in, and it's going to be Enter Force 36 that secures it, but it's Twisted Minds right now with a knock onto Evos, who are just rotating in.
And have the positional advantage as well as the Tempest. Evos with McGlutch. We saw them get the reset earlier on, trying to slide behind, still trying to hold this angle after they were able to get that crack initially, but Abrolele with that advantage. Twisted Minds now having also the information on when that next circle pull is. They were trying to gatekeep the teams that were going to rotate from a northern choke just to clear it for themselves on their own rotate.
And this is going to be a northern pull. But in the meantime, Furia end up walking head first into JD Gaming. Team Liquid bide their time behind them and will be able to survive. But again, we'll see how much JD Gaming end up overextending for this one, or if Team Liquid are going to be able to take them out. Taking a quick look at the map, though, we are getting a pull away from Terraform. We're going to that north side. Crazy Raccoons currently in Godspot, sharing a building with Gaming Gladiators on the north side. With the way the teams rotated in, we're seeing a heavy crash on the western edge, leaving that north side a little bit easier for Gaming Gladiators and Crazy Raccoon to control. Shopify Rebellion might try and find a moment to come in and flank Twisted Minds, but it does seem like Twisted Minds have a good eye on that Shopify Rebellion squad. But we have to note now, Vicky, the massive pileup of teams here on the southern edge.
It's going to be a bloodbath here. I also love that graphic, just highlighting our kill leaders thus far. Only 2 games down, though. A lot could change here. Gen G have had a rough time. Remember, they were neighboring that of Go Next, who are still alive, by the way. Gen G, though, have now wrapped around trying to stay alive. Have been able to get up to purple, being able to get that knock. Team Liquid finding themselves in not just one fight, 2 fights, because they're still stuck in the zone. Gen G getting that initial knock. JD Gaming, who have moved outside of tunnel, having their backs pressured out now in the line of sight of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid, unfortunately, I believe might just be down to a solo. Gen G finds a great opportunity here to come in for that third party. And JD Gaming, Rat versus Rat. It's going to be Johnny R to find that kill. And it's Team Liquid, our first team eliminated here. Johnny R is going to have to run straight into Go Next, who have already Watson fenced this one up. He's going to try and delay this for as long as he can. He does have 2 med kits. Gen G try to push out for themselves, though, but they run right into Mouse.
Now Ziki alive here in that crypto drone, just going to be able to try to stay here as GG also finding these knocks with some huge nades drop to match that too. Fury get eliminated, and Mouse looking around 0-0, being in that drone too, up ahead, playing up these crates though, while on the other side of AG, Zap literally one shot as Gen G Esports also get eliminated.
That brings us now down to 17 squads remaining. It might be less as AGAL will fall. Aku charges forward with that R9. He doesn't have much ammo behind it, but he's not going to need it really here as Lufka finds ends up going down. Go Next, get eliminated, and we are now down to our top 15.
JD Gaming, though, having at least 4 KP with us one solo. Good luck here. It's Mouse. Oh my goodness, 0-0. Got beat from afar to 30-30. The nail in the coffin, because right behind them, Alcatsia have made their way. Aku, though, tries to get the beam. It's not going to be enough when you're stuck as a solo. Just get that knock initially from afar here, as now as the solo of JD Gaming try to take advantage to maybe try to time out the third party, but the huge nade is not going to let that happen.
That mid-air Prowler burst. Johnny R ends up going down. ALGS are going to be able to recover here, now move in. They're trying their best to control that south side. Sentinels caught on this one, but it's the fight on that southern edge there. We have to keep an eye on this Team Orchid, who need to recover Luxford, but Rambo takes so much damage.
Man, I like that Jamerson with the Prowler. You know how it goes sometimes. You saw NRG get that res, Alcatsia still finding these knocks, though. Even better, they're playing off that water side that I was talking about by this cliff side, just trying to control some of that southern space, but it's going to be Carter staying alive for Sentinels. Alcatsia have taken this real estate for free over by the bridge side. Seeing these zones, too, time and time again, closer to it. We usually see it pull over to that north side, closer to that lot where we saw Crazy Raccoon and Gaming Gladiators earlier.
Yeah, if ALGS can hold on to this western edge, that'll be huge for them. Noah's Fox will be the next team eliminated. Team Orchid finds that kill. Timmy in front of Luxford, who might not be able to make it behind this rock just in time. Never mind. He gets that pylon down just in time. Try and stabilize. Looks like NRG find one. Luxford does not survive here as Timmy pulls out the gun. And Orchid will get finished off.
I was going to say, like, Rambo was running right in front of him while Timmy was in mid-healing there, and Timmy was able to still get that knock. Now it's only up to Sykes for NRG. He's forced to go into the zone, but this is what I was talking about. Open cover, little to no rocks to really play out of the line of sight of the teams that know that you're going to be funneled outside of that southern POI, outside of Hazmat Tunnel. It's really Twisted Minds outside of the fray, looking at this gigantic pileup between RX and E36.
Carter gets a knock onto a Nemesis player here. If he can survive, he'll get Sentinels a little bit more, and he does. 6th place for him as Alcatsia are looking for more here on the southern edge. And this is a beautiful turn of events for Alcatsia. They pick up a lot of points, and now it's going to be Alcatsia, Gaming Gladiators, and Twisted Minds to finish this one all off.
Getting that KP. Hopefully they're able to also get some light ammo here too. Alcatsia popping off 10 KP to their name alone, as Twisted Minds with their own 5 KP getting information in this crypto drone, which is nice to highlight that Alcatsia is the only team left here out of these 3 squads that do not have a crypto drone. They won't have that same set of information, but they do have the Sparrow that can work similarly from afar.
Can't, but they have to be worried about GG's Watson, right? You don't want to go ahead and send that dart right into the middle of that pylon. We'll see if they even have it in place for themselves. For GG, of course they've got a pylon here. They've been set up on this platform for the last 18 minutes or so. Gaming Gladiators with that height advantage. They're getting pressured by Twisted Minds now, leaving the door open here for Alcatsia Esports to be able to walk up.
You don't want to fully commit, though, here, too. If you're Twisted Minds right now, you're waiting on the opportunity for Alcatsia to try to engage on Gaming Gladiators first. Gaming Gladiators being up on the second ground. Oh, the Kraber just gave him a haircut real quick. Let him know where you're from here. As Alcatsia try to take some space here right underneath their building, but are held back, forced to pop these shield bats. Great pressure from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it's a 2-front war for GG right now, as Twisted Minds were able to sneak in a few shots there from that northern side. Alcatsia taking the time to also apply that pressure like you had mentioned. Enemy has that ballistic ready for himself. Crook should have the EMP, and I don't know if the zip line's gonna help, but we'll see for Twisted Minds.
Oh, nice nade. Now it's going to delay them just a little bit. You do have some shield bats to at least reset right now. Someone's going to start closing in right behind their back soon here. Twisted Minds looking to see with the crypto drone the information. You can see them pinging too, noting exactly the position where Alcatsia is.
Now for Pricey, getting a little aggressive here, looking for an angle. The player K trying to keep an eye on Twisted Minds on the right side. Strafing Flame though. He's got 2 charges of his ultimate ready to go for this fight, but he needs to wait for the perfect opportunity. You know that the radius of it is extremely small in comparison, but in terms of control, it provides so much for the team, especially when you're able to walk up for the height for free.
No pressure. Tony Hawk's just watching you from the crowd, by the way. I'd be sweating. Alcatsia, though, playing off the rooftop to be able to avoid getting hit there by the ballistic whistler.
2 shots for Pricey.
Oh, and misses out, leaving him with just 1 more shot. Gets the 150, can extend here though, but still waste some time on this rotate. Zone now closing in right behind their bats while Twisted Minds look to reset. They call in the respawn beacon just to use it as some extra cover.
Drone stays alive for the Twisted Minds side. Enemy is waiting patiently with this Tempest to pop. They're really under no pressure right now, but they just need to keep an eye on Alcatsia to see if they try to go for a full send. It's Gaming Gladiators holding the line for the time of being. Funk has a way to get them out of here with that port.
The shield's down at the floor just in case. EMP could be ringing out right now too. I could see a Gaming Gladiators trying to extend, while Strafing Flame does have that Sparrow ultimate.
He's got 3 charges of it ready for this. And this is what I'm talking about, biding your time, waiting it out. As that ring gets closer, you get so much more value for it, but here's ALGS dropping down. EMP on top of it as well, as Abralele gets the knock.
And if they're trying to commit to this, you know that Twisted Minds are looking to 3P, least contested on the other side of the fence. Gaming Gladiators full alive and healthy, while Abralele takes the kills away from Gaming Gladiators.
ALGS now down to just 1. Twisted Minds, full control. Gaming Gladiators will go ahead and send themselves out with that port, and it's all up to Twisted Minds to try and control the battlefield.
And so Gaming Gladiators are actually trying to take the fight to Twisted Minds with the right portal. It's only up to Pricey as Twisted Minds move over to the right side. Gaming Gladiators get eliminated. It's just a matter of time as Twisted Minds waited for the rest of these 2 teams to go into their line of sight. Nice pop-offs, lovely smiles here. Hodzik incredibly happy, doing it good here for Twisted Minds.
That's right, hands back on the keyboard, my dude. The fight was not over whatsoever. He thought so, but I mean, it eventually was, right? Eventually was. ALGS forcing themselves onto that high ground eventually left them vulnerable. You saw the triple take shots coming in from Abralele, really punishing them, and we didn't get to really see the Sparrow ult come into any kind of significant game-changing moment here.
We said it triple tacky because it's getting a little spicy when you get to pick up those kills right there if you're Abralele too. Twisted Minds, I really like breaking down the way that they even got to the position that they were in, because remember, they were holding that north side, they were gatekeeping that team before they were able to move up least contested, with the majority of the teams kind of stuck over to that tunnel side, over to the southeastern side. While we take a look at the match, the results, 11 KP on top of the dub, and I could see it right behind them getting second place with 10 KP.
Yeah, and it's a tale of like two similar stories right here for Twisted Minds and ALGS. But they just came in from different sides of the map. Twisted Minds up from Alpha Base, rotating down south. They had the help of Gaming Gladiators, gatekeeping a lot of squads, and Twisted Minds were able to find some fights there on that northern edge and ultimately control that. ALGS coming in from that western edge, finding a lot of fights in the mid game as well, working their way on in. And the way they did it, it looked extremely clean. Their team fight looked so much more cohesive than we had seen it in the last day.
Happy to see. Pathy coming out here too. While we take a look at the series results, Sentinels still lead the way with their performance right now, 42 total points, and AG right behind them here after they were able to win game number 2 with 16 KP to their name, leading them up to 34 points, tying that together with Twisted Minds after their dub.
Yeah, we have to remember that the cutoff should be at about 66 points. We had 66 points on day number 1 and 65 points day number 2 in that 6th place position here. So for a few of our teams, they're extremely close in being able to just hit that. I mean, for teams like Sentinels, they could do it with 1 decent win. For AG, it's going to take a little bit more there, but we got more for you right after this. We're going to be moving on to E District once we get back.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
days have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too.
Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain.
But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously. Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots. Je t'embrasse.
Oh, the lights are bright in Riyadh as you check out the boulevard. This thing gets real busy at night. There's even a Chuck E. Cheese down at the end of it. A lot of fun to be had here at the Esports World Cup. And you know what? There's a lot of fun to be had even in the venues that we've been in. In fact, in the arena just a few moments ago, we had a chance to catch up with a childhood hero of ours. You might have played a few of his video games before. I know a lot of us are pretty excited to see him in the crowd. And in fact, we sent Barney on a special mission to catch up with him before he left the building. You know what it is. It's Tony Hawk, baby.
Welcome to the Gidea stage here at the Esports World Cup 2025. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm joined by Tony Hawk himself, Mr. 900. Tony, how's it going?
Good. This is wild. I didn't know what to expect when I came here, and it's far exceeded all those expectations.
It is wild. We're in the thick of the action right now. I just wanted to ask, what brings you to the Esports World Cup?
Well, I'm here hosting, and I'm here lending my support, and I'm also here because we just dropped Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 yesterday.
Wow, congratulations. That's absolutely unbelievable. Now, I've got to ask you, some of these players right now, they're in their last chance to stay in the competition. And having been an athlete for so long and competed at such a high level for such a long time, what piece of advice would you give them, to keep them calm and collected?
Confidence. Just play it like you're playing every day, like you're practicing. Don't make any sudden rash moves, because they're not going to do you well. That's not going to serve you in this moment.
I love that. Some words of advice for our Apex Legends players here from Tony Hawk himself. Tony, thank you so much for joining me over here at the Gidea stage. Back to you guys.
You know what my takeaway is from that? Tony Hawk's kind of tall. I mean, if he's as tall as Barney, I mean, he's really tall. My other takeaway that's a little bit more related to our gameplay is the fact that he said continuing on with confidence. As a skater, I mean, you got to be willing to fall down and get back up again and again and again, Lauren. He certainly is an example of that for our pros who maybe need a little bit of a push to get going in this very tense lobby.
100%. If you're a professional in anything, resilience is the #1 most important part about knowing how to stay in it long term. Tony Hawk competed for a long time.
Yeah, he did.
So, I mean, our players need that. It's not easy. You're going to lose a game and you got to do 10 today.
Well,
come back even stronger.
To me, I love the phrase, he who lasts. I think it is, I don't know, I mixed it up, but it's basically the person who stays in the longest has the best chance to be successful, and I think that ultimately is it. Jayhawk, I want to talk about success as well from a team who has stayed in the mix. We had a chance to look at game 1, and I want you to walk through that with us a little bit as well, because Sentinels were definitely a team that had a rough start yesterday, got into this position, and obviously now are looking like a very good contender to make it through.
Yeah, so we had a zone pull over towards production yard, and these zones can always be interesting because there's sort of 3 key areas that we have to look at. First off is going to be the team on the ultimate height. That's Team Liquid. At some point, though, it's going to pull away from the building, and they're going to have no cover. And so they eventually make the decision to try and ape Gen G down on the low ground, and that allows for Sentinels who are right down below them to take that height ever so temporarily to continue to put pressure onto Liquid so they can't get a reset. They knock one of Team Liquid's members, and then after that, they realize the exact same thing Liquid did, which is, oh my gosh, wait, we don't have cover either. So they go and they push onto Team Liquid. They do get second place, but that opens up in that final third area, the team on the inside on the low ground round, E36 to come out and get the late game win. The only problem with the inside is there's not a lot of room for you to get a lot of KP outside of the few teams that are actually in there. And so Sentinels, a team that was fighting on the outside, in the inside, using the altar portals to go in and out, they're getting tons of kill points because they're fighting on the outer edge of production yard, while E36 were maybe playing it a little bit more safe. Sniped, I know you were talking a lot about Sentinels. Did you have anything to say about this game on performance?
Yeah, I mean, this is I think altar on this one, especially in a production yard, is so interesting because you can get so many kidnaps. You can honestly just get through walls, and Sentinels was doing such a good job of controlling that center room when they were down low, going in and out. I saw them when they were in the main room by the crafter at production yard, and they were just going through triple walls, getting pick after pick after pick, making sure that their teammates baiting and switching, which is something that you see in a lot of arena shooters, and just very impressive out of them to come out of this in the first place.
Excited for that one. A big showcase from a lot of teams there, and if you did not catch all of those POVs, we don't blame you, but there are a few ways that you can make sure that you're in on the action. That's why we want to always tell you about Face It Watch. If you've got to check it out and see the ALGS, where your POVs matter more when you're watching your favorite team versus just the team that's in the most action, well, this is a great way for you. You can bring up multi-view, bring up the map screen, hear the comms from your teams, check out their rotations, how they take their team fights, maybe how they make their mistakes, and knowing what they need to improve on. I love the narratives that we build in this game, but let's be honest, 20 teams, sometimes that's too much to cover. So you can use Face It Watch to watch the ALGS your way. Make sure to go to faceit.com/watch. All right, now, I thought we might play a little bit of a game, a little different game. We're talking all the time in the green room. I want you guys to get involved in the chat as well. What would you say? We're going to do a little word association, kind of inspired by words of the day from the dictionary. One of them will be one of the last words of the day. Some I've made up because they might fit with some of the themes here in this tournament. So I'm going to start. My first word I'm going to give, then you have to associate a team and some reason why that team belongs with that word. The first word is surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take this one. We did just talk about them a little bit, but it's going to be Sentinels, and they had a very good open event. They made it to the finals, and they were able to acquire Sentinels. Sentinels noticed that, picked them up, so that alone mean that they had a shock. They come into this, and I want to point out that they were a 17th place, least points, had the very last pick in the entire draft. We talk about the POI draft and how important that really is. Yeah. Well, 80th pick overall, they pick Underpass, and they walk out with a first place. So as important as it is, it really just comes down to what you can put together in these lobbies. They got back-to-back very good games. Their confidence has to be at an all-time high. All
right, that was a win. Did you pick Sentinels for surprise? Let us know in the chat what you picked or which team belongs with that. My next word here is stupefy, which means to astound, to astonish, and there's another version of it.
It's a good thing you gave us the definition.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to take this one.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I'm taking this one because I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Okay.
All right. And I feel like it's very fitting for this situation. And for me specifically, it's going to be Shopify. Okay? Not in a great spot.
Are you picking them because Stupefy, Shopify kind of sound the
same?
Is
this the Harry Potter version of Stupefy?
It's a little bit of both, okay?
Where they're stunned? Okay, all right.
A little bit of both because they should not be down at the bottom of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have we talked about what Koiful can bring to the table as a slayer? I mean,
a lot of joy.
A lot of joy on top of all the slaying power, right? I want to see this team picking it up here in the series. We know how good they can be. MT can really bring them to where the place that they need to be in the series, and there's no time for slacking off at this point. We've talked about it many times. It's the last chance.
Yeah.
They can't afford to be down in 18th, 17th place right now, 19th place. They need to be as close to where that bubble's going to be as possible because these games are going to go a lot faster than they realize.
All right, I like that one for sure. Definitely a good thing. I'm surprised Shopify is in that position. All right, my last one here. It is a word of the day in the last 3 days, and it's kind of relative to where we've been this last year for our championships. Yen. That one's going to you, Jayhawk, obviously.
Yen.
Like the currency,
the Japanese
currency. That's right. Yes. I have some in my bag.
Not a great descriptive word here. I feel like I have to talk about a Japanese team if we're going to go yen. So I guess we talk about Noah's Fox. I mean, they're a team that coming in, they won APAC North Pro League. They got a lot of yen from winning that. Now they're trying to get some more by performing here. I would have expected them, honestly, not even to be here in Last Chance, and yet here they are. And so I'm a little bit surprised by them. I'm a little bit stupefied that they're down here. And honestly, if they don't perform, then that yen is going to be quite low that they're going to be receiving at the end of this. I think they need to step it up. Maybe it's just Broken Moon. And when we get a new map, maybe they can, start to perform a little bit better so they can hopefully earn some more yen in the finals tomorrow.
I love it. Great job. Thanks for being good sports and playing along with the guys. Did you pick the teams they picked? Did you have a better offering for the words that I chose? Let us know in the chat. And by the way, if you're hyped, get even hyper because one map is down, but we got a few more to go and more games coming at you here as Game 4 is about to get underway. So let's send it to our casters to kick off the action.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Stupefy, Yen. I mean, you know what? I'm seeing maybe some change up. I don't know. Difference? The difference? The diffing? I guess the way that we have
the delta. We're just moving on from one word to the next. But yeah, speaking of change, by the way, Vicky, we are changing the map. We are moving on to E District. It was 3 maps of Broken Moon in a row. Now, we've only got the 2 here on E District, and that did affect the drafting overall when it came to this series in the last chance. Only 5 teams either first or second picked E District. Primarily, you have to imagine it is because of that 2 map rotation for this specific one.
Yeah, right. We're going on to E District where a lot of these teams that may find their strength here may want to bank it all on these 2 games alone. Rather risky, of course, since we have that 10-game series in general. And while we get set up and move on to E District 2, we also have to say goodbye to Crypto. Crypto being the most utilized legend in game number 3 means we won't be seeing him moving forward. And I don't expect a reset there either, unless we see just a lot of these characters really make their rotations into the legend bands in general. But guys, let's get this started. Game number 4 here on E District, our first game and a last chance fight for these teams to make their way into greatness.
Yeah, without that Crypto, like you had mentioned, it does kind of slow down the aggression that could be left in this lobby. We still have that Watson available. She's extremely popular here, but we also saw the pickup of the Ballistic. So it's kind of interesting noting how, you know, you've got a hugely aggressive legend pick and then also a very extremely safe pick in the Watson, but these teams are still kind of merging that together. Others, though, are opting for possibly even a Newcastle. Right now we have about 5, maybe 6 Newcastles in the lobby, so extremely bunker down compositions for some of these squads.
Yeah, and then you have the Wraith too. 9 picks on the Wraith here to help with some of these rotates. Of course, you know here on E District really comes in clutch, and since we had to say goodbye to Alter already early on, or after game number 1 alone, could get a little tricky here in finding yourselves through these chokes. Talk about the Ballistic, you talk about the Watson. Both Watson and Ballistic tied 12 pick rates here for both of those legends. Really highlighting finding yourself bunkered down in these final zones, but the fact that we have an energy bank final zone pool is going to be interesting. Very similar to what we actually saw yesterday in Pool B.
Yeah, this one is indicating going over towards more of that southeast side of Energy Bank. So for a team like Nemesis, they're already in position 4. They might be getting into a fight early on. ALGS have turned around on this one. Shopify Rebellion coming out from that eastern edge on Stadium will also have priority here as Nemesis were able to secure a thirst onto one member of ALGS. So they'll be forced to try and back away. Difficulty for ALGS is going to be maneuvering around the rotations coming in. Luckily for them, it looks like they might be able to skirt past Furia unless they get spotted out.
Oh, Furia are actually zooming right now. Right behind ALGS. We're going to have to see how that plays out while we take a look at Team Nemesis to settle up on this high ground. I like this position here. They're calling it very early on the final zone pool here. We saw something similar from 100 Thieves specifically yesterday when they found themselves here in that corner. As we take a look, Team Nemesis now moving all the way forward, just playing off to control majority of that space, looking at that legend composition, looking at the Watson as you see the evac tower called in.
Really living up to its name, trying to get away from Furia, but it's Gen G again fighting another early fight up against Go Next. I don't know what's in the water right now, but something is brewing between these two teams.
Actually literally mirroring each other constantly. If it isn't on Broken Moon, you could throw down some hands here on E District between Gen G and Go Next. Nice jump right over. Whistler now going to be able to go over to the left side, seeing if they're going to put in that portal to just close in that distance. They see Kinda right up ahead, who's trying to run for their life in that Ballistic Tempest.
No damage taken quite yet from Kinda. And only that one tick of damage there. They're continuing to give chase, but they've covered a lot of ground, and they're going to go ahead and back off now. Again, you don't really want to chase after this, especially when you have priority on to that zone. And so they do turn around just in time to make their way into Energy Bank before it becomes way too crowded over there.
Yeah, why would they even try to chase after that? We know that E36 is in Viaduct too, right? Where there is that ring console as well. Just someone's going to be able to get that knock onto Kinda. Go Next, split up. Other half of Go Next being over by Street Market and RG. Now looking over to the side here, full blue Evo shield as we take another pause. No his faults, you saw them up on the high ground looking down at NRG. And while we situate ourselves in finding our teams here on our first game of E-District, a lot of squads have already made their way into that next zone. We know that Energy Bank from the northern side rotate does have that survey beacon, and obviously since Crypto's not available, you can see the Sparrows coming into play to get that remote scan.
Yeah, and you're talking about that northern side pileup, but like you had mentioned, we had a very similar ring here just the other day, and a lot of teams are keeping that fresh in their memory right now. Team Nemesis were able to force out ALGS, who were looking to try and get in there, but during the meantime, EVOS, Shopify Rebellion, JD Gaming, and even Twisted Minds are lingering around on that southeast side of Energy Bank. Now, of course, it is not 100% secured that we're going to be going there. There's still a lot of different permutations on this ring pool, but it seems like a lot of our teams are putting a lot of money in the bank there in E-Bank.
Yeah, because once we see that pileup kind of dwindle down and you find whether it be one team or two teams that end up backing away and rotating from a different choke, if you clear that side, if you make sure that that choke is least contested, it could be a really good position to hold in that final zone. With Team Nemesis holding that lot up on the high ground of that zipline building that we saw earlier, they took that early position because they don't want to get pinched in a choke rotation themselves. They had that priority. They're looking down at Furia, as you could see, as Mouse were right directly smack in the middle of Energy Bank. And then it works out here as Team Orchid, who do land in Energy Bank, have moved over to the north side to gatekeep teams like NRG, Noah's Fox too, that we saw before, RRX. Short pause as we dive right back into the game. Everyone, thank you so much for your patience. And that's that fight that we were seeing earlier on before. This Energy still off that slight low ground.
Sykes tossing in both knuckle clusters here. The connection on that G7 Scout. They've got about half the duration of the Tempest remaining. They haven't been able to find much off of it for Noah's Fox for the time being. NRG, Timmy taking his time with this, and it looks like another team has shown up. And so they're gonna call it on this fight and just wait it out just a bit here.
In the distance, Team Orchid are also right on the other side. Noah's. They don't want to get fully aggressive, because if they do, they're giving up that space from their back, where Sentinels have also made their way right alongside Team Orchid. So just maybe trying to see if they could take some shots after hearing this fight that we currently have been seeing. NRG don't like their position though. They're getting peppered, they're using up some of their meds here, seeing if they could wrap around if they can. Looking at the weapon compositions too, having that 30-30, Sasuke being able to have that high ground and put in some pressure.
Yeah, this is a completely fizzled out fight. Both teams have used their Tempest, and the duration of it is gone. On the other side, Enter Force 36. We're trying to find a kill on to go next.
Oh, they're able to get that initial knock here, make it onto 2. Gen G in trouble, only down to a solo. That's JD Gaming picking that up with the Rampage with some help off the Tempest. And reflecting back on that previous fight that we saw from Energy and Noah, as we saw them scan that ring console, that's actually what they were denying away from NRG. That put a dent on Energy's rotation, which has now forced them to go all the way to the north side, outside of that zone, to then scan the ring console over there to that north side. So as they're going to start moving in, Noah's had given up that space because they called in the evac tower. They got the info that they wanted as they play objective. And now over by Lotus, NRG will have to start making their late rotate over to that north side.
Furia and Team Liquid facing off here on the southwest side of Energy Bank. Relatively free in this fight with not too much of a threat of a third party. Nemesis don't want to give up their position there just off to the east. No one really coming in from either checkpoint. But again, it seems both teams decide to play much more conservatively here. Yanya does have that zip line ready, so if they do end up getting a knock, they can follow up on it. Not too many teams actually have that gap closing option if they end up getting a knock from long range here. But having that Pathfinder leaves that opportunity open for them. Enter Force 36 looking for their way into the zone. For now, they were on the hunt on the western side of the map. We're not able to find, I believe, that last player of, I want to say it might have been Go Next, but for the time being, Enter Force 36 are starting to make their way through draft point here, as on the kill feed, we see GG finding a knock onto Timmy.
Big here too, because that's with NRG, who had flown over from Lotus side to jump exactly on top of that same building they were getting gate kept from with the ring console from Noetz, who'd given that up earlier, and Gaming Gladiators were trying to do something similar, except even with NRG flying in and claiming that spot first, Gaming Gladiators were able to get that first knock, putting NRG in a disadvantage, forcing them to split up. We start looking at E36, who are constantly pressuring out that team right ahead of them. With this nice side-by-side, you know what's at stake here. You know these teams don't want to deal with having their team, their name in the Crusher. Sentinels playing up that low ground. You could see the artwork of the Watson fences here, while Twisted Minds have been on fire. Shopify, though, in some trouble. It's MT who gets knocked. I like the body blocking, though, off the knockdown shield. It's a trade-off from both sides. After now Twisted Minds, it's only up to Crook.
They do have the Tempest pop right now, playing off the knockdown shield, but he's got no HE. The Mortar Flare just there tags him down. Twisted Minds knocked out, and it's the third party coming in. Shopify Rebellion. They're going to try their best to survive, but Evos are right on top of them. Zainu, the only one left, and that's going to be an easy kill for Nate to finish him off. That's Shopify Rebellion gone, leaving us with 18 squads.
I know Evos have only been able to get 11 points over the course of our last 3 games, but so far, even in pools, their timing on these 3Ps have been great. You know, knowing when to come in, paying attention here before they're able to time that properly, get the KP that they need, and they needed it here too, because after they clear up that fight, they can then rotate to the south side where there is an Evo Harvester, a ring console too, and trying to get ahead to see if they can now rotate from the southern side of where that next zone pool is.
Yeah, 7 games remaining, plenty of time for them to pick up the pace and catch up to the rest of the lobby. E36 still rotating here on the southwest side of the zone. They don't really have to commit to anything quite yet. Zone is closing in on them right now. Something forced out that Tempest from them. Might have been some pressure coming out from Team Liquid there, or just to boot it a little bit easier, or excuse me, quicker into this next zone. And wait. Yeah, we didn't even mention we have our first Mirage of the series.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, seeing how that brings things out together when you have a Mirage and a Newcastle is quite interesting. Well, you know, when you still have the amount of Watsons that you have in this lobby, the Ballistic, the Sparrows to add here too, gets a little tricky though. As you can see where that next zone is going to be pulling right over to that side where you see Furia, Team Liquid sharing that building space over to the north side of Draft Point. Enter Force 36 are holding that tunnel, trying to prevent any team from walking up on them. Good call from them, since there is a ring console and survey beacon in Draft Point, so some teams may want to play objective, get that information for a late rotate, but not going to be the case for now, unless JD Gaming do commit to it. But it's going to be this pile up. Noeth Fox, Gen G, and now on the other side, it's going to be AG. Katsia go next, who are stuck outside of zone.
Yeah, but it's ALGS not eating any of the damage from that ring. It's not one that's fatal, right? You can definitely heal through this one, but their options to rotate around are definitely going to eat into their economy. So ALGS really hold on to this one, go next, back off from it, and it's going to leave All Gamers Global as a port play comes out. They might have actually be able to high five on the way in.
See if they can get the rotate up ahead of time right here, because they need to get out of this choke. It's going to be hard with ALGS trying to gatekeep them, and they successfully rotate here. That's why you get to see the Wraith here on E-District. You get to see why it's so important and why it's prioritized here too.
Now for All Gamers Global, moving their way up to the northwest side of Energy Bank. They've got Team Orchid ahead of them. Already set them in position, but they got the drop. Cersei now down to 10 HP, and they are on the hunt.
Cersei was by himself up there too. Yes, the two members of Orchid were close by here, but it's not really shoulder to shoulder. By the way, the damage output is crazy.
Oh boy, Zap is forced back into a building for the time being. Let's go next. Looking for a third party here. You can see Adamant kind of positioned in. Henchman looking for a flank on the left-hand side, and it's Skittle Cakes to get a knock onto Luxford. And it looks like Team Orchid were not ready for this siege.
On a silver platter, though, they're going to be able to get that 2 KP, but was it worth it? They didn't look right behind them because Henchman slid in, was able to be the other side of the sandwich to get that KO, as now Team Orchid in trouble. Left as a solo for now. Skittle Cakes picking that up after all.
There is a respawn beacon just off to the north with the ring closing in. If he has enough heals, maybe he can go ahead and plug them in. Noah's Fox will be the next team to fall as Evos ends up finding those kills. MG Clutch trying his best to reset for this fight. Sentinels were looking for a third party. Crazy Raccoons show up, and Sentinels will go down.
Oh man, Evo's dropping all the way down here though. We saw Sentinels was in this position so early on with the Watson fences, and now not only have Evos taking up this space, they have that Watson gen right there too, but they lost out on Hoodie. It's NRG together with Timmy and the Akibo P20s. Sights gets traded out. Timmy gets 2 knocks though, and on the other side, Nate, can he do it? Skilled on the other side on this 1v1.
He is healthier. He's got the HP advantage overall until the heal comes down. Gil tries to slide in from the other side. Nate catches him, but he does dish out decent damage, breaking him there. Whistler connects, and he'll go for the peak. Evos are out.
You know you win the matchup when the Whistler lands in a situation like that. You have the health advantage, now you're trying to get the res. Crazy Raccoon were trying to see if they could go in for the 3P right there, but we're too late. A little hesitant now has allowed NRG to fully reset, even if they're on that low ground. They will be playing right alongside them, while Go Next make their rotate from outside of zone into the north side of Energy Bank alongside Crazy Raccoon and NRG.
Yeah, that's a lot of teams in the way though, and they have fully reset on that side. Go Next will be pressured in just about 40 seconds. They have an option to get in. They do have the Tempest. They've got the Wraith portal as well to work their way in. They just don't have the information. It's the fog of war. They spot one out far off in the distance as Henchman now will go ahead and set that rotate in for them, eat a little ring, but they'll avoid NRG.
The Wraith is formed when you don't have easy rotate legends because of the legend ban. No altar, no Ash. You gotta make do with what you got on E-District, and it's the Wraith coming in clutch for Go Next instead. It's really helped them get into position, but then they have to not only worry about energy from right behind them if they wanted to commit to that portal, also Gen G, who are holding the southeastern side of that next zone. They found themselves here after they were able to rotate on the outskirts of Team Nemesis from the eastern choke.
For NRG, they're trying to figure out how they want to approach this one. Luckily for them, they have a lot of cover running through this plaza. Not too many teams keeping an eye on them for the time being. It's Furia and Team Liquid. Team Liquid be able to finish them off. Get Nyanya back onto his feet. Zone's closing in, but there's no pressure onto them right now. It's Enterforce 36 ahead of them, pushing their way onto Alcatsia with JD Gaming. It's a 4-team pileup here in the southwest.
He's throwing down that Evo shield when you know with the ring closing in right behind him. Cover yourself up, he says. But Yanya hasn't even been able to put down that med kit here just to reset. E36 waiting for them. They get the knock onto Light. Holding the behind this Newcastle wall, by the way. That's the team that you saw with the Mirage. Team Liquid get eliminated. JTG get that wall. Plethora of nades are hurtled in their direction. 11 squads left. They're playing off the low ground. I hate being at that positional disadvantage in a zone like this, while other teams, uncontested, Team Nemesis looking behind them. They're trying to make sure no team rotates from their side, while JDG in the line of sight of so many other teams, but they want to take some shots at the teams right below them.
Get the reset there. The res onto one, and they'll be able to pick up their third. No eyes from them as Team Nemesis aren't able to overextend here. They have to worry about Gen G underneath them this entire time. Gen G finds a knock onto an Alcatsia member, but they do end up getting the res. They'll be able to reset. This is what I'm talking about. The hunkered down composition with that Watson, with that Newcastle, providing them so much defensive utility. Mouse working on Alcatsia right now, but it's Enterforce 30 fixing their own little corner here, trying their best to survive.
Where do you go? You can't climb this. Alcatsia are waiting for you. They're literally looking down at you. Thankfully, they have a Newcastle in their team here. Yes, they have the ballistic, but even if they try to wrap around the other side of the hedge, there's that team that's still looking at them right to their south, while RRX still on full blue Evos. Crazy Raccoon too here, looks like, as they look at go next. Henchman trying to block them off. GG still being able to get these knocks onto E36 while they got that trade too with Light going down.
Yeah, 8 of our 11 remaining squads have a Watson on them. So the utility you bring here into the late game basically gets extremely nullified, right? So even though you've got these nades, even if you've got the Stinger bolts, really can't throw it out for free. As I say that though, we get a knock with an Arc Star. Now Crazy Raccoon holding that high ground for themselves as they look on with Mouse underneath them.
Mouse is popping off. We saw the nade knock right there too, as well as that far distance 30-30 knock here. And now Aku getting aggressive, has been popping off, takes care of Gaming Gladiators after they were able to get those 2 initial knocks. And now the slam down over to their left side. They need to reset, but they can't get pinched as the zone closes in right behind them.
Not going to pressure them too much. Mouse Esports huddling in the corner for the time being. Extremely low on HP, and that's the flank. 2 down. It's all up to Aku here. Nade is able to sneak their way on in, tagging him in from behind as RRX come in for the third party, but ALGS back up to a full 3, looking to finish off RRX. Coming in from either side, that's Mouse and RRX. Done and dusted.
This pile-up is a bloodbath. 6 squads left, and NRG is looking to get involved in the party. Their invite a little late to the mails. ALGS trying to stay alive, but after losing out on their shields, it's not a chance to reset. ALGS get eliminated. NRG have taken up this space right underneath the building here, underneath the bridge rather, with 2 Watson gens to play off of, as well as a plethora of death boxes at their feet.
We might as well call this the Moat Rotel, because as soon as you go in, you are done. NRG will survive though, but they've got Gen G with all the positional advantage ahead of them. Evac Tower is going to make it extremely easy if they take it for that Kraber to connect, but Gen G just need to keep their wits about them. They've got that height, they've got that one-shot potential with the Kraber, but NRG aren't forced to move quite yet.
Say Roach Hotel, well hopefully NRG right now end up being the exterminators, because playing right underneath Gen D here, huge opportunity for Gen D, but it's going to be NRG making their play. They get right here on top of high ground, play split position. They saw that right now Gen G were playing split up just slightly, and they lose out on Asia. NRG having the advantage right now. Timmy with the Sparrow, he gets a knock, they get the trade, and they get the dub. NRG comes out on top for our first map here on E District for game number 4.
Much needed victory for NRG. They really were not able to find their footing in the first 3 games on a Broken Moon. But here on E-District, they come up with a big dub for themselves. Again, we were talking about it at the top of our cast, Vicky, that you want to average that 6-7 points, which is the typical average you'd want on a regular split day. But that's just to survive here, to hit the top 6 by the end of 10 games.
It's Winnie in the back, one of the best coaches in the competitive Apex Legends scene. Nice here for NRG to come out on top. 10 KP to their name. And that was off of their rotate too that we were highlighting. The way that they play that methodically, being able to control a lot of that space from underneath the bridge where we saw so many teams collapse on one another. Saw NRG there earlier. Team Nemesis too, who have been able to hold that low ground, rather southern side of that zone for so long, prevented a lot of teams to rotate in their direction, and they were rewarded for it. They got 12 KP for it.
Yeah, it's a rather difficult rotation out there for them, as, again, for NRG, they come from the northern side over at Lotus, but for Nemesis, coming out from Settlement, they had that very early, like you had mentioned, rotation in, gatekeeping ALGS, gatekeeping so many other squads. NRG, though, definitely had the tougher road to get in, but they were able to come out on top. Extremely close between these 2 teams, but I think just that commitment to the call, you saw how they moved as a full 3, NRG, to take that high ground away, and really did catch them off guard.
It would be such a good video just to highlight NRG's pathing, because that was also them losing out on one of their teammates earlier on from Gaming Gladiators. That was them getting gate kept at one point, preventing them from getting that ring console in that building. It forced them to go back towards their POI over by Lotus, get that ring scan instead, take an evac tower, then reset all over again, and still were able to find the timing on their positioning in that final zone away from the chaos that we saw go down there too. As we take a look at the series results thus far. Sentinels still leading the way with 43 points, but not by much, with Akatia still behind them with 40 points.
Yeah, and as it stands, Gen G with that performance will be able to propel themselves into 6th place. If it ended here, these would be the 6 teams to move on. But importantly, we're not quite there at the halfway mark. We're only at the end of game number 4, but these 6 teams are more than halfway towards that 66-point mark that we're believing this 10-game set to end at. So, really great start for these 6 teams. For NRG, Enterforce, Team Liquid, Go Next. They're still well within reaching distance. All it takes is one good win for them to propel themselves into the top 6.
All right, it's only 6 teams that will be able to move on into the final. 7th through 20th are eliminated, and with our first game on E-District, we have one more to go. Ballistic was the most picked legend of our previous game, so we will not be seeing Ballistic moving forward in our advanced legend ban system here as we move on to game number 5, guys. Don't go anywhere. We got some more ALGS action coming to you on the other side of this break.
Time's supposed to heal. Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat.
Just double check they're on.
2-2.
I'll go here. 3, 2, stand by.
Well, they've let Onset and I out of our commentary booth, and we get to do something a little bit different. We've got Zach Mazer alongside us. Of course, you're already qualified for the match point finals, but you've got to watch the competition here today. Is there anyone so far in this series that's surprising you, disappointing you, amazing you?
Yeah, I mean, definitely expected Shopify to be at the top of the leaderboard. Definitely expected Gen G to take that last game. NRG winning it from low ground was super impressive. AG's starting strong. Sentinels, I am definitely rooting for them, but didn't expect them to be so high up this early in the tournament. So definitely Sentinels and Shopify.
All right, Zach, I'm going to ask you to turn this way now. Let's talk a bit about preparation, because a lot of people who are sat at home only really see you guys as pro players and yourself individually when that stream goes live. Talk to me about the bigger picture, though, because you're here today, you're not playing, you're watching all of these players. Back at home, I know that when the streams stop, you're still working away very hard. Talk to me about that process and what it means and what has to go into making a performance like you have and making match point finals.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of hard work, right? You got to put hours off stream. You got to be bot reviewing the whole 9 yards. For me, prepping at EWC, you work so hard coming to EWC that once you get here, it's a lot of just staying in your head and focusing, right? So I spend a lot of time just like with my headphones on, not talking to anyone, listening to music, trying to stay in the zone and work on everything I've practiced, right? That's what I do to prep while I'm here. But outside of that, when I'm home, again, bot review, playing like ring guesser, trying to know the zones, working on like my leadership skills for my teammates and just trying to do the best I can for my club and my teammates.
Well, Zach, it's been a pleasure to catch up with you. Last time I saw you, you had a wig on. I will say, I think you rocked this look a little bit better. Thanks for having a chat with us. And of course, we've got 20 keys potentially getting crushed as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Whoa, bro, you're way too close. And you got my bad side. Do it again.
What bad side? Our legends here on the floor here don't have a bad side unless they're falling behind here in the overall standings. As we take a look at the crowd here, giving these legends their energy, showing their support, as we just saw NRG win game number 4 off of the low ground. Great example, by the way, not only on highlighting their pathing on how they even got there on the low ground and were able to get the reset earlier on in the game, but also the way that they were able to approach playing out of a disadvantaged position in terms of them going right back to the bridge and still being able to have the upper hand in the fight.
It could be disadvantageous, but that also meant, of course, for Gen G, they had to cover different points of egress, right? And so they were split up in that regard. NRG knew that. They moved together as a unit, 3v1, get that initial knock, and it's easy sailing from there. Now, Vicky, as we move on to game number 5, the stakes are really starting to settle in. We're almost at that halfway mark. We've seen about 6 teams already cresting that halfway point already before we even head into game number 5. And that's so important. Again, day number 1, 66 points. That's what our 6th place team was at, and 65 points from day number 2. So we were seeing about 34 was that 6th place marker that we have our as it stands teams currently. So a lot of our squads in the bottom 14 right now who are at risk of having their keys crushed need to start picking up the pace. But like we had seen over the last 2 days, there's plenty of time. 6 games left to go. One good game can easily put you into that top 6 spot. So while the margin of error isn't as is much smaller here, you still have the opportunity.
Yeah, and if you're able to get some momentum early on, you want to ride it, right? Wondering what was going on with Twisted Minds as they were the first team to go out in that previous game, while currently Albert Lely leading the way with 11 KP thus far in this entire lobby. We saw the action earlier on. We saw the triple take shots here too on Broken Moon, but after transitioning into E-District, that's why I was highlighting our expanded map pool, because it showcases how difficult it could be for some of these teams to make that adjustment. Albert Lely on the Pathfinder, honestly, true to the brand here. If you know Albert Lely from all the OG days here, it's so enjoyable to watch, but not finding their footing on E-District. At least though, leading the way with 11 KP, 3.6k damage in first place. Tied that together though with Asia over in Gen G, who also has 11 KP, but this time gapped up in the damage difference with 6 KP. Albert Lely understanding what they need to do differently, as Hotzik right behind the rest of the team. The coach of Twisted Minds trying to give him advice.
This is a much better return to form for Twisted Minds, because we saw yesterday they were struggling and almost limped across the finish line, I believe in 17th place. They were tied with Unlimit in the last few games heading into that cutoff. And so you've already narrowly dodged execution here. Having a good game there on Broken Moon at least alleviates some of the pressure. Twisted Minds, one of those squads that I was talking about, with that 34, nearly halfway marker there for themselves to secure a spot in the top 6.
It's a very hot and cold team, right? I believe what we saw earlier in that last game, what went wrong was them rotating from their POI over by Old Town down south, neighboring that of Furia, who landed in Shipyard Arcade. In the middle of that rotate, when they were chasing right behind JD Gaming, Furia were also fast on their rotate right behind both of those teams. Having to be careful with the teams that land around you in this POI. Moving back over now to game number 5, we just saw Ballistic, the most used legend in game number 4. We won't be seeing him anymore as we move into our last game on E-District.
That's right, the Altar, the Ash, the Crypto, the Ballistic, gone. Now the big question is, where is Catalyst going to slot in throughout all of this? He was only picked once, or maybe twice, in that last game. Teams putting a lot more emphasis on trying to maintain that Catalyst when we move on to Storm Point, and we'll see probably a tick up in usage for that, but we still have the Wraith, we still have the Pathfinder. Plenty of options to really cover your rotates in when the zone starts closing in, and already it looks like a lot of teams are indicating they want to go for that Wraith above all else.
Yeah, when you talk about rotate legends, The number one character that's left, at least for a lot of these teams here, is the Wraith. If it isn't the Wraith, teams that may find more strength on the Pathfinder could help them out, especially depending on where the zone's going to be pulling. If we have a multi-building zone, if you want to try to take over high ground here too, that could come in clutch. You can try to follow up with a Newcastle if you want to run that as a composition together with your team to jump teams here that may have had that high ground, who may be finding themselves in a fight situation that you could 3P just to close in that gap. But once again, last game on E District before we swap over to Storm Point now. I'm wondering where the zone's going to be taking us here.
Yeah, wondering where we're going to go and also who's going to get banned. It's been extremely close these last few games between a couple legends. This time around, we're tied, I believe, with the Watson and the Wraith, and the Newcastle just behind them at 11. So we'll see at the end of this game who will walk away getting banned and who will be moving on to Storm Point. For NRG, though, they are a team that are not rocking the Watson for themselves or the Wraith. They've got that Pathfinder along with the Sparrow and Newcastle.
I think it's so interesting to highlight, too, with Crypto getting banned early on, being in game number 4. It means that it enables the Watson picks, right? You could get away with setting up your fences without having to worry about the EMP on top of it all, which also means you could technically get away with Caustic. But you know how I feel about that one, Jamerson. But NRG, now the winners of our previous game, gonna be able to loot over on their POI. Really big POI, by the way, here in Lotus here. So you have to split loot. Takes a little bit of time. I say a little bit loosely, but after they are gonna be able to get that ring con, so they're gonna know where they want to find themselves, because we are going right dab in the middle again to Energy Bank.
Round number 2 over here at Energy Bank. And for, well, I guess that's fitting, right? NRG get the win at Energy Bank, and they do it again. Hey, that's not a joke that I'm making. It's just simple, you know, me speaking words.
I mean,
which I'm struggling to do right now.
Listen. Speaking words here. Maybe some teams here struggling on speaking their way into victory. I guess Furia literally at 18th. You got to, because with Furia sitting in 18th, 7 KP here, 7 points rather. Sorry. Are going to be able to make their rotate away from Shipyard Arcade. Time is of the essence. You want to be able to cut off a lot of those teams from the south side where it's going to get really congested in the middle of this rotate. You can see a lot of teams already making their way from Draft Point, E36, Gen G, and Fury will eventually collapse there on that rotate. While we take a look at AG, slowing things down just a little bit here, sitting in 4th place overall. There is that Evil Harvester right there too, as well as that weapon bin there too to get what they need.
Yeah, a quick pit stop for all gamers, as they will have another survey beacon to hit up at Neon Square. Again, they just don't have the priority to try and rotate in faster than so many of these squads. Adjustments that did come out. We saw Team Nemesis do a successful job of gatekeeping Alcazia in our last game. In turn, Alcazia completely avoid that choke point that they were caught out in earlier on to take a very similar position to what they held once they recovered in game number 4. More of that northwest side of Energy Bank.
I got a Team Nemesis too, with that POI advantage over by Settlement. See another back-to-back Energy Bank circle pool. They were quick with it, like you noted, Jamerson. Furia, who have called in the evac tower, now making their way over to that north side. We see this flat pile-up start happening here, though. Team Orchid, who are on the high ground. Looks like there's a team right below them. You can see the Watson fences just lined up. A lot of space here to coexist. I love fighting here off the rip once you drop into the middle of Energy Bank when you want to duke it out. Call it the don't pull up zone for real. Mouse are right underneath them. Evos, though, chasing right behind. Looks like Crazy Raccoon. Sparrow called in, doing enough of that damage. Crazy Raccoon. Krompo down, just trying to survive.
Oh boy, he gets tagged once again. That mobile shield was not enough coverage for them, but looks like Obley and Sungjun will be able to at least look down for him, be able to heal up. So Crazy Raccoon survive this movement in, and Evos will no longer give chase. They have another team to their back. I believe it's going to be Shopify Rebellion right ahead of them. Might be ready for this.
On before the storm. Nobody going out yet. 20 spots still here. Evo's right on top of Shopify Rebellion, chasing right after them. Trying to close in that gap here too. Shopify Rebellion really quiet. You heard it from Zach Mazer, expecting Shopify to do a lot better already after these 4 games have been done. Only sitting with 7 total points in 19th place. struggling to find their footing. Still rocking full blue Evos here while they make their way into that next zone, setting Zainu up with purple Evo being on that control legend. And while they try to gatekeep here up on the high ground here, they knew that they were getting chased originally, just making sure their backs are cleared.
Yeah, this is going to be nice for them as they finally do end up picking up that ring scan for themselves. They know that this is going to be the pull for the ring, so they can try and play the slow side of the zone. There's not that much pressure there. As soon as they get themselves a survey beacon scan, that'll work out extremely well for them in understanding the battlefield. Porphyria taking position, and where we ended essentially in game number 4. Will we see this pull on over once again?
And not waste any time. I wanted to make sure that they learned from that previous game here. They had rotated just as quick through draft point. They got that scan there on the beacon, moved right past Gen G, who have found themselves on the outskirts of the tunnel that leads outside from the north side of draft point. And playing up this low ground is a good call. They had gotten that ring console, that's why they're playing here on the outskirts. But with this composition, it also works out for them. They got the Newcastle and they have the Watson.
Yeah, this is actually the 9 o'clock tunnel. So the 6 o'clock tunnel is being held by JD Gaming. So everyone's expecting this one to be a complete repeat from game number 4. But you can never really try and completely guess the ring. Noah's Fox will be the first team eliminated. Orchid, with the help of, I think, possibly Mouse, will finish them off. 4 Sentinels, they're playing here on the northeast side of Energy Bank currently. Again, there's still so many different permutations for this ring. It can go anywhere here inside of Energy Bank, but for those teams that have taken place inside one of those tunnels in the center of Energy Bank, that is an easily defensible position, especially with the amount of Newcastles and the Watsons that we have.
Playing to their strengths, as well as the amount of race that we have to help out with some of these rotates. See the portal that's been called in by Pricey. Akatsia going to be able to now make their move as Team Liquid are looking at him from afar. Nice pressure though, forcing Yuzula back away. While they find themselves here, it doesn't look like they have the ring console information in the mini-map for Team Liquid specifically. And it is Akatsia. They're going to have to play inside this tiny little building on the low ground for now, because they're neighboring Furia, who are holding that low ground tunnel like you mentioned.
Yeah, for the teams that ended up securing the 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock positions, well, they're in luck because the ring will be pulling that way. Don't expect too much action for the time being, as so much of the map is still alive. We're slowly getting a pileup though on the northern edge. Talcatsia getting a better lay of the land. They've got Furia on the other end here. And again, look at this defensive position. How do you push into this one? You've got the Newcastle mobile shield down, and at any point you know that wall will fall, and that'll completely cut off one of these lanes. So Akatsia will go ahead and back away, as it seems Gen G might have JDG in their sights.
And off the legend composition alone, riddled in this lobby, you could expect it to be a lot slower. Yes, 19 squads left, as we see Noah's Fox who get eliminated. Gen here though, Gen G popping off in the feed. Dexter gonna be able to get that knock originally. Go next too. Shopify Rebellion still not able to fully recover. Zainu getting knocked.
NRG looking to get opportunistic here up against Shopify Rebellion, who rotated their way to the northern side. Go next, backing away off of this fight too. But for Game & Gladiators, it's all about finding a way in. They've got 2 teams ahead of them. NRG still controlling this choke. Go next, not going to commit to this fight. They'll just go ahead and back off.
This allows Shopify Rebellion to reset here too after we saw that knock originally. They know that that third party was inevitable from Game & Gladiator, so everybody on that north side, pileup has now just dispersed, while Go next wrapped around on the other side of the choke, seeing if they have another chance from a different direction to lead their way into that next zone, which is why Henchman on the right is going to set up this portal, but you have to avoid getting hit from behind. These 30-30 shots drilling in as Team Liquid are right alongside Go next here too. After that portal was placed, NRG aren't going to be moving in from that northern building. They're just going to be looking at Go next to see if they can keep up the pressure.
Shopify Rebellion shadowing right behind them, applying the pressure onto Go next, but they don't have the opportunity to try and close that gap. they have turned around on to Shopify Rebellion. So Go Next reestablish their position there on the northwest side, forcing them away.
They have to take this fight here. They have to clear their backs, because if they do, they can at least go recontest over the northern choke that they originally wanted to move into that next zone with. If they do commit to that spot that they were moving in with the portal, they're going to get pinched between NRG and Team Liquid, and there's little to no cover once they see where that next zone's going. So either take this fight against Shopify Rebellion or try to match that on that rotate. Go over to that south side or commit over to the north choke that over by the building that they were originally trying to take that fight against Shopify in.
Crazy Raccoon rotating to the southern side. That Team Nemesis side of Energy Bank. They've got Evos in the way. Well, Global Shield checking their angles, checking their doors and corners on their way on in. You see that Watson is set up on the other end. They'll just go ahead and swerve around. Unfortunately for them, though, as they make it to the next checkpoint, choke points, it's going to be Team Nemesis who have taken that early position to try and gatekeep them.
By such a good spot to hold. Even if it continues to shift over to that west side, as it does, it's the same underground bridge, just more so over to the west side, controlling more of the space that's going to benefit the likes of Twisted Minds, Gen G. We know that holding that high ground position over to the south side of a zone like this by Energy Bank helps you out, not only in terms of positioning, but allowing you to continuously pressure the teams that are engaging in fights. Nice side by side, the Mythic Bin that has been called in at the end of that ring 2, available right alongside Furia and JG.
It looks like it will be JD Gaming to secure that one for now. We get a better look at this zone. So yeah, that same end zone is still in this next ring, but it shouldn't be pulling over that way. It's Alcazia in the middle with JD Gaming holding the tunnel. Gen G and Twisted Minds on the heights just above them. Rest of the lobby, though, piled up on that northern side of Energy Bank with about 4 teams to the edge there. Orchid, one of those squads that have to rotate now down to the south, and this is a good timing for them. They had Mouse underneath them, and like I said, had Mouse underneath them. NRG taking an energized zip across as well to try and cut off Mouse. For GG, though, this is the end of their fights. Mouse, NRG, Orchid, all making their way in from that north end.
That's a difference when you have the Pathfinder versus the Wraith, right? You want to get a little aggressive, try to zip your way into that next zone, looking behind them at Team Liquid, wanting to clear their backs, but if they engage in that fight, Furia are also looking at them. They're in their line of sight. They could pepper them. Mouse, though, understanding the situation, wanting to navigate away without getting pinched here too, directly in the middle, because Sentinels will be right behind them. So will Team Orchid, who held that northern position for a while over at their POI of Energy Bank, and waiting for them in front of them is going to be E36.
They've got to be careful here of that natural pinch that could happen. Team Orchid coming in from their north, Sentinels as well from the northeast. Like you had mentioned, Enter Force 36 just on the other side of this wall. Go Next will be the next team finally eliminated. Team Liquid's Yanya are able to pick that one up off that building that's secure here on the northern west side of Energy Bank. Team Liquid have a lot of pressure alleviated now to try and turn the screws onto NRG, who haven't moved out of this position quite yet. Ring pulls away, and now Team Liquid understand that they have to take this fight now.
Man, that next zone pull, by the way, you know, Gen G and Twisted Minds are feasting. And it was crazy because we highlighted Algorilli and Asia individually, both still with 11 KP because they're playing for the late game, which is why they have space in those two buildings once that next zone starts closing in. And a lot of these teams are forced to collapse on one another on this entire north side. Team Orchid looking to pinch Team Liquid with AG on the other side.
Team Liquid are inside their building, and I believe Jaguar has spotted him. No, he didn't. At this point, if they commit to this fight, it will be Orchid to jump right on top of them. In the kill feed, 2 members of Game and Gladiators go down. It's Team Nemesis, who were still controlling that choke point on the southeast side. Blast, the only one alive for them, about to run into JD Gaming. See how much longer he can survive for, as it looks like Light will end up getting thirsted. And that third of Game and Gladiators surviving.
As a solo for now, though. Playing off this high ground, back against the fence, hoping nobody sees this lone Watson setting up these fences here. Seymour knocks in the feed. Team Liquid still pressuring out Energy, who are forced to now rotate. Team Orchid now fully send it onto Team Liquid here. Hawades taking a lot of damage. Both members, Nizo and Hawades, as they try to pop the shield back. Cersei tries to make the moves here as the fragger tries to get and move up, tries to block them by the doorway, get taken out as Rambo is doing just enough to take out Team Liquid, who are bludgeoned.
Perfect third-party timing here, but it's not over quite yet. AG in a fight with Gen G, as NRG are left down to just Sykes here. Nizel ends up getting a knock onto Cersei, but Orchid should be able to survive as a duo, running in with the zone to their back. For AG, though, it's all about trying to finish off NRG.
We saw that earlier when Cersei had gotten down initially in that fight here too, so now forced to play this out as a duo as they make their way from the ring. Mouse, Aku going down though, having to play up this low ground, having to navigate away from the high ground here too, but the nades are too much. Where do you go when you're getting gate kept like this and you know that there's action happening right above you?
They literally just got snapped like that. It was at that point. Team Orchid though, as that duo, that high ground peak down onto Furia. The drop down from Luxford here to try to commit to kills, but Furion will, excuse me.
Wait, that's actually
came up
perfect.
with like a new EV evolution in the middle of that, by the way.
Wait, that was
Orchid are
great.
out. Orchid are out. Let's recover. 12 teams remaining. Gaming Gladiators, that are lone player in Blast, will get taken out, and Furia will go ahead and readjust their position here with a knock onto AG.
Man, Nox getting that with the 30-30. You say Furion, I say Furnace, maybe?
Carry on.
Carry on.
Carry on. There's another knock
to
on
his
the
back
drop.
here. I guess get the carry on available for you on your flight because they are soaring outside the zone. They're looking to recover, and now they see the team right in front of you as NRG do get eliminated. The action happening to their left as AG are holding the low ground alongside Furia, but they're in the line of sight of another team who has the charge rifle in their hand.
But now they got to hurry on because they've got Gen G gatekeeping there. AGAL on the low ground as well. A lot of fighting here on the north end as Enter Force 36 ends up getting knocked out. AG set up that wall along with the Newcastle wall and the pylon. For Shopify Rebellion, they've got to cross this bridge. Team Nemesis keeping an eye on them for now, but it looks like they're a little bit more concerned with JDG instead. So Shopify Rebellion are looking for the third party.
Yeah, JD Gaming, you saw Johnny was casually getting two knocks right there, make it 3 in the feed, 2, getting 1 onto Nemesis. Over to the other side as MT tries to stay alive. Gold Havoc in hand, gets that next crack here, but they have to start moving with the zone closing in. Round 5, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna make your eyes water, but they don't know what's behind them. Albert Lely sneaks up, but he gets taken down. Great awareness as they get the trade initially onto Team Nemesis.
Aishia can't take any more damage here from that ring. That death ball of teams from the northern side getting whittled down. RRX will be the next team to fall. Somehow Kaishia is still alive, but he has to barrel through that fence, and ultimately Team Nemesis go down.
That was work for Alberlady to overextend because they're one of the teams with the raid, so they can go right back to their building as it was only him that overextended to get that KP. Team Nemesis going out, 8 squads left. Sentinels get the res here too. Tight lobby as JD Gaming go out. Sentinels trying to keep alive as Carter with the G7 cannot clutch it out. Furia move up, and it's a buffet for them to feast.
5 teams remaining, 5 full teams here as Furia will... I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. They set themselves up that Pathfinder zipline just to have that option for movement here, but it seems like might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew. All gamers pushing in, that mobile shield providing a moment of pause for this fight. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as Keon gets a knock onto Drop. Zap comes in from behind, gets that re-knock onto Madness, and now going for that 1v1, but the Newcastle res might just be enough to even things out, and it is. Furia stay alive with another res on to Madness.
That's a Newcastle diff, by the way, right there. That you know. Everyone be seething when it happens to them, when you try to get overzealous, especially when it's a purple knockdown that you got to deal with from the Rezzing Newcastle. Furia, though, on fire, riding momentum, 11 total KP for Furia. They're trying to make it Dia Furia here as Twisted Minds now on the high ground, looking at the team right alongside them.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion stuck on the low ground. Furia not having the opportunity really to peek on over, but it looks like Twisted Minds are a little bit preoccupied with Gen G. Shopify Rebellion trying to get that Airburst nade on Zephyria, but Watson's are in play, and so those nades go nowhere.
And again, no Crypto to worry about. You just get all your fence lines ready to go while Keon has that Newcastle all slams it down here. Single bolt right behind them here, but their focus is on Shopify, who get beamed, by the way. Then in the feed, you have Everly popping up with these nades, but Fury get the double knock. Shopify only down to a solo, as Shopify is just trying to stay alive. It's just Koiful who goes into the line of sight. Other teams right above him, but he's still alive for now.
Twisted Minds haven't finished off their kill. Never mind. There it is. The final 3v3. Keon trying to hit up that bat. Twisted Minds have so much utility, but Crunk ends up getting down to Abraleli is popping off.
They get the trade, though. That's great. Abraleli playing off the heads, though. Getting out of the line of sight. It's the Newcastle dip once again. The big difference. And they were able to pop that shield bat. It looks like they're getting the next res. It's only up to Abraleli. You're outnumbered. Gets punched as Furia take the dub, coming out of the low ground, taking that fight against Twisted Minds.
Unfortunately for Abraleli, at some point, you're popping off too much. 4 shots left in that devotion, and he only had the G7 scout in the back. Furia throwing a lifeline with this game win. That's going to propel them into the top 7. Not quite enough to break that top 6, but it leaves them with a fighting chance to try and hit that 60 some odd point marker.
Dude, they just dropped 17 KP in that one game alone. If I was Madness, that just added like 20 more years to my life right there. That was crazy. Took away, rather, 20 years of my life. Not added it here, because you know when you're in a situation like that, your heart is coming out of your chest. But can we talk about the Newcastle plays right there? The pressure that you have alone in terms of resets when you have that mobile shield out there too. You get the res with your purple knock. I mean, that's allowed them to also come out of that low ground position.
I mean, we get to see what happens sometimes when the pressures get to our Newcastle players, right? Thinking back to that World's Edge game, I believe it was Alliance versus BK Gaming, the 2v3 that BK had. Could have gone for that Newcastle res, instead tried to opt for, you know, going mano-a-mano instead. But you can see the value of getting that res with the Newcastle, evening things out, having that extra firepower. It ultimately pays off. But Furia had a mad dash coming in from the northern side of that zone and just running in with everyone. And that helped them pick up so many of these kills. With that, like we had mentioned, Vicky, it propels them up to top 7. But for Twisted Minds, who were there in about that 5th or 6th place spot, they are now in 2nd place.
Huge. They were in 15th once again overall before that. Kiana got in like, what, 5 reses over the course of that one game alone. That's what made a big difference. That's the difference in terms of legend compositions in a situation like that, where it shows you could have the high ground advantage. You could be up there holding that final zone positioning for as long as you want, but it comes down to that final 3v3 fight where Furia just had the better legend comp. That Newcastle from Keon really put in the work here to set Furia up.
Yeah, fantastic finish there for Furia. And with that, that keeps them alive for now. We still have 5 matches left to go, though, as we hit the halfway mark. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with more mid-season finals after this.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. 2 worlds inspired by each other. 2 worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
He's sweeping out. He's on crack.
Get the stairs, Eddie!
On the left, right. There's a solo right to left.
Jump!
I got a solo. I cracked
Okay, go! Take right side staircase with me!
Yeah, I'm getting held. They swung my left.
Turn that!
I died. Just you two.
Q! You have Q!
Fuse one, yeah! You may go right to me. Yes. Res.
Res him!
You're queuing into us!
You said, left and right!
Right, kill me!
No!
Oh my god!
Good shit, dude! Let's go!
I think we just got a fucking nuke.
Oh!
The Newcastle, bro.
You could feel the enormity of that performance from Furia in the previous game as they become champions. A huge moment for them, and Keon popping off on the Newcastle.
Crazy how close they were from being eliminated in that match, but you heard it. How important the Newcastle was, the res when they were on just a slither of health, but Legends can get you through games. And of course, if Newcastle were to be banned, then suddenly we would have a very different game on our hands as we saw prior. But now we move over from E-District and we see a new map on our hands, and you get a little bit of Storm Point on our screen.
We are 5 matches in now to the last chance, and we have 5 more to go. So the halfway point is officially being crossed as soon as we get out of that dropship. Watson being banned now as well. Very interesting to me that Watson made it all the way to almost match 6, because we've seen her being a legend that's been banned very early on.
Very early on. I mean, usually it's Watson or it's Alter, but with Alter going, everyone wanted Ashe in the early stages, and then in the end, Ballistic got banned after, and it's like everyone just seemed to want that extra little bit of firepower, but finally we see Watson disappear.
Well, let's take a look at the POI draft as well as we change maps, of course, from E-District over to Storm Point. And as you can see on your screens, where everyone's going to be dropping, the winners of our previous game, Furia, they're going to be over at Launchpad.
Yeah, Launchpad is going to be a good chance for them to get some points as well, but they are going to be very close to Shopify Rebellion, who are also trying to hunt down those points that they desperately need.
And speaking of desperate need, and speaking of Shopify Rebellion, how important could that previous game have been for them finally getting to an end game? It feels like they haven't even been involved in those final moments of a game so far today, but like I previously mentioned, only the 5 games gone. Still half of this last chance to get through before we find out who will be going through to Match Point Finals tomorrow.
Another team to keep an eye on during Storm Point is going to be Team Liquid. It was their #1 pick here on Storm Point. They picked 11th in the overall POI draft, and they've gone for Lightning Rod. Now, Team Liquid, we saw them way back when Match 1, of course, have a fantastic game at Production Yard, but big points on the board, but since then have dropped off a little bit, and they have fallen out of those top 6 positions that, of course, you are searching for if you want to make it into Match Point Finals.
Speaking of Team Liquid, we'll take a look at them as they get prepared for this next game, just making sure everything is right before they get into this match number 6, and we'll start to give you an indication and make sure you're aware of the standings as they are changing game by game, placement by placement, and kill by kill as we enter what could be the last 5 games and will be the last 5 games for some of these teams.
Well, we've got our top 6 teams at the moment, and one team that is just shy, well, quite far off, is NRG. Now, when we were commentating the first couple of matches, not very many points to talk about at all, and then suddenly they find their first victory, they start to soar up those leaderboards, and they find themselves in 8th position right now, and you can see they are getting closer to those qualification spots for Match Point Finals. Very up and down day, but you're not even halfway, or you've just reached halfway, should I say, You've really got to find another game like they found in match number 3.
Something just to highlight, just before we had the quick interview with Zach Mazer on the stage, Guild walked off the stage seen in really good spirits. Very, very positive, smile on his face. So I think NRG, the energy, so to speak, is very positive still in the camp. And I think you've got to be in that kind of mindset. You can't let the bad games get to you, because if you do, it can affect the next one. And then that horrible waterfall effect of mentality starts to take over, and before you know it, unfortunately, that's the end of the tournament.
Enterforce 36, another team who had a fantastic match 1, a good start to this series, but have fallen off a little bit as well, just like Team Liquid. But they've already shown they are capable of having those impressive and big games. If you can get a win, if you're able to take down the entire lobby once, you know you have what it takes to do it again. So I'm expecting Enterforce 36 to at least have one more match where they get to that final circle and really give themselves an opportunity of soaring up those leaderboards.
And as we talk through the big teams, it's only right that we mention Sentinels as it stands #1 in the lobby. 27 kills to their name collectively, and they feel like they've been in almost every single end game that we've had so far in this last chance day. They have been phenomenal up until this point.
The way they've been fighting as a unit, as a team, as a squad, it has been a pleasure to watch. But we're only halfway there. There is still a real chance that even Sentinels could fall out of this top 6. It is currently only a 13-point difference between 7th and 1st. All of this could change once we get all the way to match 10.
Abuelele currently kill leader in the lobby. 14 kills to his name, and how they have needed those kills as well. It was a slow start for Twisted Minds as well, but then again, the games have started to come together. We saw them with a 2nd place in that previous game, and good performances in others as well in the build-up to it. It's been a bit hot and cold, but at least there's been some hot in there for this lineup.
Yeah, I think that Twisted Minds are going to be delighted with how they've performed so far, and looking back at some of the games, they might say, all right, we might have got 1st in that one, but it doesn't really matter with the amount of kills they've been able to put down. I think that was something that Sentinels were celebrating in the early stages of this series. Yes, we didn't win, but we had a big game, we got kills on the board, and we are staying at the top of the pack here.
As you can see, good vibes still. Winnie and Sykes having a little joke. Important for the coach sometimes, just to take you out of the pressure of the moment. Keep you feeling jovial. Keep you feeling like this is still a video game and you're still having fun, even with the pressure that is on your shoulders. Looks like we're almost ready to go here, everyone. Stormpoint is ready for its first action of today.
Of course, that is going to offer a slightly different chance of maybe other legends coming into the equation, but it is going to be a big chance for Sparrow to be on our screens. He's going to be the next banned legend. 14 compositions featuring Sparrow in this game. So we're going to be seeing a lot of those survey beacons ripped with his dart, and then people maybe getting a little bit aggressive off the back of it.
Elsewhere, there's a Caustic in the lobby, just the one. That's going to be RRX, who are choosing Controller Legend to give them access to those ring consoles. Newcastle, no surprise, going to be a mainstay here for Furia as well after Keon's pop-off performance in that previous game at #5. Elsewhere, a little bit of Wraith, a little bit of Fuse, Pathfinder, and some Catalyst, and also a Bangalore here for JDG.
7 Bangalores actually featuring in the lobby. Which is quite a surprise. I think that Bangalore does start to come into the equation around maybe matches 7, 8, but a little bit earlier here in match 6 of our last chance lobby. As we're now into said lobby, the real question is, are we going to see any teams that have been struggling so far finally find some points?
Oh my.
You mentioned Furia. You mentioned Launchpad, and they don't know it yet. But we are going to be heading down towards this area.
We certainly are indeed. And how big could this zone be for Shopify Rebellion? Devastated Coast is their landing spot. They are right next to where this zone is going to be going. As you can see on your screens at home and in the arena, they had some very rough zones on Broken Moon. I need to highlight that. Had to traverse all the way across the map in maps 1 and 2 on a map which is so difficult sometimes to access zones in comparison to others. So this opportunity for Shopify Rebellion, and their fans will be willing and hoping they can make the most of it, is one that doesn't come along very often.
Worth noting, both Shopify Rebellion and Furia need to get up to blues before they can hit a ring console, so they're going to probably be scrambling to try and find any Evo harvesters at the moment. They both do have survey beacons to work with as well for their extra Evo, but they probably will start to see the traffic begin to arrive. Orchid, Nemesis, and Gen G are all moving into that area of the map.
Or just a fight potentially breaking out here to highlight on the northern side of Storm Point here, and it's going to be between GG and Nose Fox, and you can see here that Funk is hitting some pretty nasty looking shots with that G7 Scout.
Nose Fox are struggling today. They have not really found anything, if at all. 6 points only, down in last position. Is this going to be the game where maybe they find something to give them a little bit of hope in this series?
One thing they have here is an armor advantage. You can see blues here for Noise Fox, and on the other side, you've got GG, who are only on the whites at the moment. And should they have the opportunity to push, they should, and I say should, have the HP required to get the job done here. But Blast are taking control of this big rock. And with a 30-30 in his hands, he can turn this fight very quickly in the favor of GG.
Yeah, there was a couple of cracks from GG, and you've got to be careful. You don't want to give too much damage to them, otherwise they might be on blue shortly as well, as Funk already has found himself onto blue, but now Noah's Fox have got a crack. Will that lead to a push here? These nades could be big.
Oh, they're going to push off the back of it. They see they try and smoke Blast off. The smoke isn't very good, though, from Leica, and it has to just back up here and pop a shield battery. Bangalore is going to go down as well. Well, that was an opening. That was an opportunity. If that smoke hits the top, completely takes out the player on height, then this fight's a bit easier. But now they have the chance to cut a couple of players down on the cross here. Tatsuki's got to be so careful.
Does have his ult as well if he wants to try and use it. If they do find themselves in a kind of squished area, GG, they might find a Stinger Bolt arriving at their feet. But this is a lot of utility used by Noah's Fox. But there's an isolated fight. No one else is in the area.
Taking control of this height is going to be so important. There is that Stinger Bolt, but it's going to be a defensive one here on the side of Gaming Gladiators, but there's also an offensive one here from Noah's Fox. Light trying to find angles. It feels like nobody's really comfortable in this fight whatsoever. Can't find angles. Has to use his ultimate. Jumps into the void and puts that portal down to just get out of the fight. Now Suzuki can swing on Blast, jumps into the portal at the last second, but this should be the signal to go here for NF.
Well, but look at that. Funk's found an angle, Funk's found a position and taken down Rufa.
Rufa goes down and Funk has just turned single-handedly this fight back in the favor of GG. The damage was done, and now the escape looks like it's the only option. Funk gets cracked. That's going to let Leica just hit this, but is he going to be able to land here, or is he going to get taken down midair? Oh, they're landing. JD is still in wall here. This could be horrible for Noah's Fox.
Yeah, JD Gaming are still going to be looting at wall, so Noah's Fox may just run into another squad here, but importantly for GG and their chances of getting to match point finals is they did survive that fight. Despite being at an armor disparity, they were able to do work thanks to Funk, really, with the angle he was able to get.
One thing I would love to know is if Shopify Rebellion had a ring console down at Devastated Coast, because they are still down at Devastated Coast, whether they're relying on the zone pulling their way, or if they've just been cut short and not being able to hit a ring console. We can't quite see on our map overhead at the moment. As we check in with Team Orchid, this is happening in the red tunnel underneath where this zone is going to be going over at Launchpad. AG on the other side.
AG taking a lot of damage, and Team Orchid are going to try and push up onto this one because Dropped is already down, and AG may be sitting ducks, but they do have defensive abilities here.
Skill Case gets one. And in the back, Nemesis also from a distance getting involved with this as Zap is taken down. Skill Cakes is going to try and stick this res. Should have just about enough cover as Orchid will also retreat. Looks like both teams have decided, you know what? Call it a draw for now.
Some nervy fights happening already here in match 6. We are starting to feel the weight on the shoulders of these players as we get towards the end of this series. Malsworth just having a little look. Maybe we can pop in and find remnants of what was left over in that fight.
Just a little extension there from Mouse to see if the opportunity, like you say, was there to pick up some KP. AG managed to reset, though, in that red tunnel. AG now relocate underneath the main structure here. As you can see on your screen, respawn building here in Launchpad. They'll be safe for now. Another wall goes down.
20 squads still left, only one player been taken out of this lobby so far, and remember that was Noah's Fox, but they might be getting him back on his feet very shortly as they're still in the zone, as are Gaming Gladiators, the team that we're fighting against. Everyone else pretty much found their way here to the southeast.
In contact with enemy.
But it doesn't look like it's going to pull as much to Devastated Coast, instead closer to Launchpad.
Does look like it's getting up a bit north, and I mentioned how Shopify Rebellion have prior to zone. Well, still waiting to see on our map overhead they had a ring console, or if a little bit of RNG not going their way has hurt them, or if this is just how they wanted and where they wanted to play from, to hold out all these teams rotating on the southern side, pick up those KP, and then use that hill to work in a little bit later on. Shopify, of course, will have to go into the comms a little bit later on after the game to see what the game plan was, but interested to see how their game actually develops from this point.
Because of the amount of Sparrow in the lobby, it's so difficult to see ring consoles and survey beacons on our map overhead, because there's just so many darts scattered across the map. I definitely know they had a survey beacon, but I can't confirm whether they had a ring console or not. Either way, they still find themselves in Dev Coast, and they're going to have to push a little bit further north. But Furia, for example, in a better position, and those teams that have actually found themselves on Launchpad, maybe even in an even better spot.
Team Liquid right at the back of Launchpad. Will have to move, you would imagine, as this zone starts to crawl away from them. It doesn't go deep enough towards the Prowler nest behind them to really think that this is going to be an end zone building. So this is a temporary residence here for Team Liquid. 27 points on the board at the moment, 11th place overall, outside of the qualification spots for Matchpoint Finals.
Just to reiterate how disappointing it would be for all of these teams, for any of these players, if they do not make Matchpoint Finals. We already had to say goodbye to 6 teams already over the last couple of days, but we have to say goodbye to another 14. And it is going to truly be heartbreaking for these teams that prepare for these moments. They want to get into those Matchpoint Finals and consider themselves the best of the best.
Well, you mentioned Noah's Fox. Well, Arufus not back in the game. And Alcazir are looking for these players. I'm pretty sure they know they're somewhere about. But with the zone closing, maybe their hand's going to be a little bit forced here as to rotate instead of looking for those KP.
Over there.
Or he just scans a little package on his way through, get a few more Evo points. And the zip line will take them towards the safety where that zone's going to be going.
They have spotted one member of Noah's Fox.
Yeah,
they have split up.
That arrow gave him away a little bit.
Both players decided they would take separate routes just to try and play the survival game here, and then whoever does survive maybe can craft both teammates back in. Such a difficult game when you have to try and play the rat race of avoiding all of gunfire and then hoping to find a crafter as well. It's still not over for Noah's Fox. 20th place though, they need something big if they're going to find themselves back into the series.
Alcazir in 5th place overall at the moment. Probably looking over their shoulders a little bit instead of looking forward. Don't want to be falling out of that position. Elsewhere, Evos at the moment taking a fight, and this is going to be one that's heavily going their way. RRX eliminated. Completely isolated outside of Pylon, but this is a tough rotate they're going to have to make now over that hillside with so many teams already over at Launchpad and even in the buildings just to the right-hand side that they'll look at as they go over this hill. Trying to look at the utility. Is there an option of an evac tower for them to hit a little bit later? But at least they got some KP on the board, and that means points.
ALGS will find themselves in zone. They're still just double-checking to see if those stragglers from Noah's Fox are going to be arriving behind them, but again, they are taking various different directions to try and get into zone. Gaming Gladiators are ahead of ALGS, and they have now spotted them as they take a couple of pop shots.
Elsewhere, by the way, Shopify Rebellion are making a rotate towards zone. Portal has gone down for them. Furia are going to grab a mythic bin right in the center of zone. So that's going to be great for them. As we take a look at some of the situations, and the situation report, should I say, momentum in this lobby. Kill leaders on the left-hand side of your screen. They're the hot players right now.
Top weapons as well, as expected. The R99, Devotion, Havoc, all up there. It has been a lot more of the close-range weapons, rather so than the 30-30 appearing with the kills, and I think that's because we've seen a lot more close-range fights, a lot of teams just committing to zone, and not as many long-distance fights.
GG now make their way towards zone. I think they're looking to take this fight against Alcazir, who are currently getting a little bit of a pinch. Devo's good enough for Light to get some damage down and pick up 2 of those kills. Now it's about finding the final one. Alcazir will be eliminated. Aku from Mouse, he'll find one himself. Light now needs to be careful. Jumps into the void and should be able to get back to relative safety here. Oh, maybe not. Careful, Light.
looking back over at the Launchpad hot zone where all these teams committed early, they're all going to have to move away from this spot because we are actually moving back down a little further south, which is great news for the likes of Shopify Rebellion, who are still on the Dev Coast side of things. You can see Leica's just gone down in the kill feed, but Noah's Fox did find a crafter, but I think they're going to be too late to actually craft all three of them back up again.
This bridge position is going to be so valuable. Furia control the high ground here. You can see there's teams falling in and around them. Crazy Raccoon being one of those teams. Sentinels down on that low ground as well as E36 look to move in. And look at how easy these shots are going to be for a player of the caliber of Nox. Even with the Devo in his hand, he's got a 1-2, and you know he's going to be able to pepper them.
As a red armor as well to work with, as Noah's Fox finally do get taken down. Sadly, their journey of trying to survive is big failure, to be honest, as GG also taking a fight as well. It's going to be AG involved in that one. There's a lot of teams involved in that fight over towards Launchpad.
Enemy here. Come on. We have a really good opportunity here. The zone pulling where it is and the control they have of this high ground space to think about potentially going back to back here. For the replay of the fight we saw between GG and ALGS, which ended up in ALGS being eliminated from this lobby as we go back into the live game and check in with all gamers who we saw having a reset a little bit earlier on in Skill Cakes. He smells blood here, or maybe does he smell a situation that it doesn't smell as good as he thought it did.
Yeah, gets an armor check and sees a red. They did do a lot of damage to Blast prior. That's why they were trying to see if they could maybe finish off the damage they had done. Sentinels have also just lost a player as well. A few of these teams are getting players knocked, but no one's really in the area to maybe convert these kills because everyone's so close together. If you try and commit to converting to any of them, you are offering up either A, your space, and someone might take it off you, or potentially getting third party.
All gamers looking for a pick onto GG here. The GG are going to have to move, as are AG in a few moments' time. Zone closes in around 30 seconds here, and everybody on your screen will not survive if they stay where they are. That zone is going to force them in.
The final circle, by the way, no one is within it at the moment. As Skill Cakes just having to take out the Stinger Bolt as Team Liquid get eliminated in 16th position.
Scary times for them.
Zap will just pull the rest of the team out, but there was a push from the portal. He needs to help his team.
Needs to get behind that shield. Needs to have an opportunity to hit that battery. Light though! Don't worry about batteries, he's hitting triple take shots and he is dropping bodies.
Was there a chance that the rest of the AG squad could have followed Zap? Did he need to come back? Did he port too early? There's also Shopify Rebellion in the kill feed against NRG on the eastern side. Now all these teams that are on the south, they did find themselves on the right side of the zone pool, also trying to scrap for any spare room really in this area.
Twisted Mind's in a little bit of trouble on that low ground. Lots of shots coming in, but the kill feed stays silent for now. As I say that, Twisted Mind do lose one. Albrelli tries to jump up to pressure Furia away. But it's not with that Devo who manages to convert one of those opportunities to strike into some shots. Elsewhere, Sentinels just got absolutely bombarded by grenades as Evos will take them out, and surely Twisted Minds will be next. Shopify Rebellion eliminate. Mal's gone. Orchid gone as well. Everybody is falling.
Yeah, there was a huge fight on the eastern side between NRG and Shopify Rebellion. NRG winning it and taking one of the best positions on the map now and maybe setting themselves up for a potential top 3 minimum. Twisted Minds down to just Enemy as another player falls, and it looks like Enemy's going to be the next to go. 9 squads now left.
Fury is still controlling this high ground. You can now see why we were trying to highlight to you how valuable this high ground position can be. Not just for positioning, not just for placement, but the kills that fall your way with everybody rotating from the launchpad side. Aisha goes down as well. Remix Power's last alive. It's a 1v1 in this situation. YC gets caught in the cat spikes. Has to retreat here. Drops the bang ult. No smokes available. Will not be able to survive. Nemesis will move in and pick up some KP.
Evos do find themselves again just below the framework here, but there is going to be Nemesis above them. I don't think they know that Evos are there just yet, but certainly Gen G do. It's Gen G peppering Evos at the moment from a distance. The Nemesis have done well just to stay healthy here, but they have to move. Round 5's closing.
Gen G Clutch has got a portal down. You can see he's just going to be playing this corner, trying to find an area where they can just deny LOS from some teams around them for long enough. to get healthy and then turn their attention back towards Nemesis. Nemesis get the catwalk down, but not without losing one. Now they lose two, and it's Gen G who are doing the damage, and Go Next will wrap behind Evos.
There's so many teams in bad positions right now. Everyone instead is looking towards this fight. Potential KP, points that can maybe get you closer to the top 6.
And NRG still alive and controlling so much space in where this end zone is going to be. Go Next. How they need points. Nemesis will be eliminated. As now we find ourselves with 7 squads. Knuckle Cluster goes in, knocked down, destroyed. And maybe the hopes of Evos as well.
Good damage again from Force 36. 9th position in the moment. Should be able to get the res. Will get the res. Helped by another squad as well. But Force 36 needs to keep moving forward.
The problem is they have to go forward, and there's just people waiting for them. Go Next, say you're next to end of Force 36.
And Go Next did so well to find that corner. 5 squads now remain. They are avoiding the damage of this Stinger Bolt. They are just healing through the Stinger Bolt at this point. But we still have NRG who are controlling so much of this room, so much of this space as Gen G get taken down. Now we're down to 4.
Down to 4. GG down to 1, by the way. NRG full 3. Go Next full 3. Furia full 3. But GG, the solo has gone as we find ourselves in a shootout. A 3v3 between Furia and NRG. Furia have the opportunity to go back-to-back. NRG have the chance to put their second win on the board.
Yeah, 2 giants in this lobby. And of course, 2 giants of the Americas. This one arguably means more to NRG though, because they're a little bit lower down. Currently they find themselves in 6th.
I was going to say NRG, they have zone.
One key difference here, Furia running Newcastle. That could play a part.
Raps now coming in from Furia. They get the damage down. They're trying to take some space away. Gil's going to pop, or try and pop. Himself a medkit. Sykes goes down. Gil wins his 1v1. Flying in is Gil, but the mobile shield goes down. It's Madness last alive. Last chance for Furia to succeed, but it's NRG who get their second win here in the last chance. How much could that mean? Well, you can see it on the faces of NRG.
Well, the farewell tour is starting to get a little bit better for Timmy and NRG. They find themselves now in 1st position in this lobby after that victory, and maybe get one step closer to those match point finals.
You can see the relief, the pop-off from Timmy, and we're calling it the farewell tour, but when does it end? That's the question here. NRG want to keep it going towards match point finals tomorrow. Furia with another fantastic performance in that game. It's 2nd place. Yes, a little bit disappointing when you get a 3v3, but they didn't have the zone. NRG controlled it, but the KP that Furia had, I think it will be something that will make it feel a little bit better.
And whilst we didn't see it on our screens, it was a fight that NRG won against Shopify Rebellion around the kind of 15 teams mark. And when they won that fight, they controlled the entirety of the eastern side. And from then, it was just a matter of taking as much space as possible. And they did so well to watch over said space and bully other teams from pushing up on them.
NRG, 1st place for placements, 23 points overall with the 11 KP they put alongside it. Furia, 16 for them. After a 1st place in our previous game, they take the silver medal this time around. Go Next, how important could that be? 17 points on the board, 10 KP for them. And then as we go down, you can take a look at your favorite team, see where they place, but it's NRG who are certainly taking the headlines.
Yeah, I mean, a few teams that were within the top 6, the likes of ALGS Year, who struggled in that game. It just allows teams like Go Next, for example, to start to play catch-up. Suddenly, a team that was doing very well in the early stages, maybe dropping off a little bit, and that's what happens when we're playing all 4 maps, especially depending on where you were in that POI draft. Even Twisted Minds, who we've seen get big points on the board, are only 4 points ahead of all gamers.
I mean, take a look at this leaderboard right now. Usually, the previous 2 days when we've had pool play, looked at pool A, pool B, there's been a couple of teams at the top, you're like, they're good. No one is good. No one in this lobby is good right now. NRG lead on 53 points. All gamers who have, this day was to finish right now, are on 45 points, would not qualify. The difference is minute, it is paper thin as we head towards our next game.
No one is safe, and everyone still has everything to play for here. I mean, even Noah's Fox down at 6 points. There is no reason that they couldn't find 2 victories out of these next 4 matches and still find themselves somehow in the top 6. Everyone with everything and all of the chances to get there.
So we're over halfway now Match number 6 is done. Match number 7 is coming up very, very soon, though, and NRG are going to feel very, very good about their chances of making it through to match point tomorrow.
Yeah, it really was just such a good match as well from NRG. They had the perfect zone, they had the perfect fight earlier. We are going to head back to the studio shortly, but before we do, let's just jump into a listening with NRG during that winning moment and see what it meant to them.
I killed him! I had to solo here! No, I can't go for that.
I'm breaking Newcastle key.
No, I got my kill.
Nice. Good shit.
Anything?
We have God spot.
Yeah, we have God spot.
Okay, I need more bats.
Last team.
Here's 2 bats.
I'm playing right side.
3v3.
They're playing right here. Do you have nades?
I'm looking.
Do you have fuse ult?
No, I
don't. Here's shot me. I'm batting.
Newcastle 40.
Trying to walk up. Pathfinder on the low ground. Pathfinder in the crate.
Where? I can kill.
Pathfinder in the crate.
I got cracked. I'm batting. I'm one.
Trying to walk up.
Yep. Pathfinder cracked.
Pathfinder 1. He's on my queue.
I'm betting. I'm betting.
Left.
Oh, no, another. Come back.
I'm med kidding. Okay. I'm right. One.
One Newcastle. I'm killing Newcastle.
Kill him.
Nice, let's go.
You're both on.
One. Oh my God, baby, come on!
Let's fucking go!
And if I had to put a word into that sequence, it'd be cathartic. NRG with the burst of emotion and finally able to relax a little bit. Now in first place in our last chance. These players, my goodness, have had a lot to go through, but they've bounced back, and it's been a tremendous bounce back from 1 point after a couple of games now to a near 50 and a first place. Incredible stuff. As we welcome you back into the studio, I'm your host, Rain Day, and I'm joined by Jayhawk, Jumba, who's joining us here, and Glitter Explosion. So I'll go back to you, Jumba, to start off. Welcome to the show, man. You've been hanging out in the green room. Finally got a chance to have you on desk. This is great.
I say it every time. This is my favorite place to be on this desk with you guys, and I got to be with you this time, Rain. They let me be here with you.
That's right. I told them no Jumba on my desk at the Open, and I want to just watch them afar. Listen.
Did you tell them no jump on the desk this time?
I forgot to mention it. They actually asked if I wanted a smoking or non-smoking room, and I filled that out instead of the Jumba questionnaire. So I messed up this year. Dude, it's great to have you on, though. You've been watching the stands. How's the energy in there?
Oh, it's actually been amazing. You know, all the fans out there have chants for their teams this time, and it's just like to see that as they stand up and they're getting everyone riled up, and they're also looking at other crowds, fans, and trying to create a rivalry. It's really good. I love that. That's what I want from every LAN.
I mean, you're a narrative guy. You and Jayhawk as well, sitting next to each other. Look at these. In many events in the past, have had to build narratives for us going into these next days, whether it's a Na'Vi highlight, kind of trying to tell the story coming into it now at the Open. Now we're here. You're not doing that. But if you were going to make a narrative, what is it going to be about going into maybe the last 5 games here that you've picked up on in these first 5?
Well, if we're talking about this set especially, you know, we got Timmy. He announces that he's going to be retiring after, like as you mentioned right here, he started off with 1 point after 2 games, but now they win 2 games in games 4, game 6, and they're first overall. So, you know, if he has that comeback here, falls to losers, but then sees what we could do in match point finals tomorrow, that's a story. That's a story for the books.
I'm talking, I mean, this is the Apex Last Dance documentary right here.
Exactly.
I mean, he's setting it up. We hope he continues. All right, let's take a look back at that last match as well. Lauren, yes, NRG have been on, you know, the tip of our tongues, but there's been a lot of teams making movement. Shopify, team we've tracked, haven't made a lot of movement. Still, and it's starting to get into those later days. Mark kind of said, yes, there's room to play, but also you got to start playing now with only 5 left.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is the conversation we're always having when we are down to the final elimination before match point finals. It's always about, are they going to be able to find a little bit of success under pressure and do exactly what they need? Fury being another one of those squads found little bit later on here in the series, on second place in this last match as well, finding themselves in a really comfortable spot now. I mean, if you're not turning it on right now, it will get to a point where even in the last match, if you have an opportunity to get a win, it might not be enough. It's only top 6 this time.
Team seizing that moment. You talked about Furia. They're showing up. You also see like Team Nemesis coming in, Go Next having a few moments. Evos as well, playing decently well, 30 points. I mean, this is a lobby, Jayhawk, that has a lot of teams giving themselves a chance.
Absolutely. Gen G, another team as well.
Gen G.
A little bit maybe quieter performances in terms of they haven't had this big one singular pop-off win, but these teams are consistently picking up points, which we have to keep saying it. In this kind of a lobby, all you have to do, consistently get 6 or 7 points every single game, and that'll get you 60 or 70 by the end of it.
And the other thing I would throw here is that we saw how much the points swung in the first 3 games to the second 3 games, and we still got 4 games left. It's a lot of games here, so I feel like these standings are not set at all.
Well, here are the series results as we take a look at it. NRG up on top. The shifting sands of the stands go to show just how easily this board can tip. Sentinels as well having an incredible day. A Loader, Riley, McKinnick, Carter doing their thing. A little bit of a surprise, but now not a surprise at all in this lobby. You got to deal with the threat. Team Nemesis, they've placed in the top 10 every single match coming into this. So consistency, that's been the name of the game for them.
Can I just point out that the gap between 1st and 6th right now is only 4 points.
It's unbelievable.
So this is incredibly tight. The last 2 lobbies that we saw, Falcons picking up a ton of points, Alliance picking up a ton of points, NIP, TSM near the end. These teams were soaking up so many points that cutoff. It was a little bit different to where today things are very narrow. A lot of these teams understand that it's win or go home.
Well, at this point in the night, it's time for us to do a segment we did earlier on in day 1, but didn't do yesterday. We're bringing back Doctor's Note, sponsored by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib, who is going to allow us to have a back and forth, a head-to-head, a conversation that might get a little spicier than usual to prescribe you your Apex Legends drama addiction right here. We're gonna seal the deal with 2 of the best talkers, yappers, chatters, storytellers, narrative builders. And Jayhawk and Jumba, head-to-head, toe-to-toe. Guys, I'll let you decide who starts, but go ahead.
I'm just going to say I did the take last time, and Reddit was not very happy with me, so I'm going to leave the take to you.
And they gave me a formidable opponent in Jayhawk here.
That's right.
I will say Crypto, I think, is the lowest skill character. I'd go even so far as saying possibly ruining the game. I think he takes bad IGLs, gives them perfect information, throws them over the top, and tries to lower that ceiling and put them on the level as of some of the best IGLs, and allows those players to not have to use their intuition to try and win the game, because they can just sit there, just fly their little drone around and cast games as, Onset and Gaskin would.
Wow.
Okay, so here's my counterpoint. The only IGL to have ever won a LAN on Crypto is Phony, and you just said that bad IGLs do better with Crypto. Are you implying that Phony is a bad IGL?
Not implying Phony's a bad IGL. I think it does help those good IGLs as well, and Phony, he's one of the best, so no matter what meta it is, I think he's going to go ahead and he's going to take it to its best ability. But you tell me this, an Apex game goes about 20-25 minutes, right?
Sure.
Oftentimes, we're seeing these Crypto players, and I've timed it myself, I have sit in drone for about 12-13 minutes. Are we saying that is a strong player? Are they just sitting there playing on their iPad all game?
Oh,
Counterpoint.
Playing Candy Crush?
If all these opposing teams have a problem with the Crypto drone, how about you just shoot it out of the air?
Okay, well,
then Crypto can't do anything. If he has no drone, he literally cannot do anything.
So when you're sitting inside a building in Skyhook and all these drones are flying around, are you going to be poking out to try and shoot out drones and waste your ammo and
These
waste
players
your meds?
waste their ammo all the time. I watched Aberlily with 1 mag dump it into a Newcastle shield. He had 5 bullets left, so he had to dive in there with a scout point blank. They waste ammo.
I can't disagree with that. He did shoot that wall for quite a while, which I thought he was going to win it until
get
that
some drones
happened.
out of there. Get some drones out of there.
There's a lot of things I can say about Crypto, like revives. Your team goes down and you just run away and go invisible and fly back to try and revive your team. I think that you should always be putting your all into a fight, not trying to do what you can to just live and be afraid.
Wow.
Listen, ultimately, all I'm going to say is that everybody says that Crypto's bad for the game. Crypto lowers the skill ceiling. There's a legend ban system now, so pros, if you really feel that way, how about y'all just play it for 1 game, and then he's gone for the rest of the series?
Yeah, gentleman's ban.
A lot of people are complaining about Crypto, a lot of pros, and guess what? They don't play him. You're part of the problem. You are part of the problem.
Wow. Well, it's a bit of a mix there, guys. You have put us in to some heavy drama in the Apex community. I hope to see a thread on that on Reddit. I hope to to see a lot of X posts as well. And of course, I hope to see some Instagram and TikTok comments. You know why? Because Apex Legends is now on TikTok and Instagram. So make sure to follow us there at Play Apex Esports on both sites to stay up to date with everything Apex Legends, some cool behind the scenes footage, and also updates with what's going on here at our ALGS Midseason Playoff at EWC 2025. Fellas, great job. That was a lot of fun. Lauren as well, thanks for being on the desk here. We're going to send it back to the casters because we've got 5 more games to go. Who's going on to match point finals and who's going home?
One thing I can guarantee, the moment I get home, jump back into ranked with Jayhawk and Jumba, I am pre-selecting Crypto and watching the world burn. Dan, how do you feel about that one?
I mean, there is no world you're playing Crypto. How can you push me first in if you're playing Crypto?
I'm going to redefine what Crypto players do.
You need me to play Crypto so I can hit an EMP for you so you have an advantage when you go into the fight. That's what you need.
I don't need
Cryptos unite! I like going invisible, all right?
Okay, that's fair enough. Well, enough of our ranked experience. Let's turn back to some serious and a little bit better quality Apex Legends. Let's focus on what we've got in front of us. We've got 4 more games to go here on our Gideon stage. And I want to talk about this, Dan, because now we're getting to the point where every point matters, and you can see by how tight it is on the leaderboard. We mentioned even if you're down in 20th, even though it's going to take a potential heroic effort from you, there is still a chance with how tight these standings are to qualify whatever position you find yourself in.
Well, Team Nemesis currently find themselves in 4th place. They have not finished outside of the top 10 in any game so far today. So they have been very consistent, deserve their position in 4th. However, as you mentioned, it is so tight. All it takes is a couple of good games from the teams that are below them, and Nemesis could drop right out of that top 6 and not be rewarded for all of their consistency. Because it's all well and good finishing, within the top 10 every time, but suddenly if everyone else around you starts winning, top 3ing, you might find yourself dropping out, and it could be a very annoying experience. I would be willing to bet one of the teams right now who are in the top 6 will not be finishing in the top 6. I know it's not that big a deal, but I think it could happen.
Well, one thing we should highlight here is the impact that Timmy has had since he's jumped onto Sparrow. Statistically, he has been the best player when it comes to total points from a game when he has been on Sparrow. So a fantastic highlight there of maybe how the fortunes have started to change a little bit here. Timmy on the Sparrow, hitting those survey beacons, finding out who's going to die next.
Bad now, though, isn't it? So Sparrow's gone, so he's going to have to go somewhere a little bit different. And typically when we start to see Sparrow go, people usually move over to more Pathfinder because then you've got the ability to hit Ring Console or Survey Beacon depending on what you want to go with and depending on what your composition is as well.
Well, pop quiz for you, Dan Gaskin. Now that we know who the best Sparrow is in the lobby, who do you think is the best Newcastle in the lobby?
I think the best Newcastle in the lobby is someone on Furia.
You would be right. It's Keon. It's Keon, and I think their average points per game, if I'm not mistaken, when he is on the Newcastle is 17, which is ridiculous. That is, to be honest, that is extremely high. Extremely high, and you can see one of the games he had earlier, I think he had 7 or 8 kills to his name individually, 11 overall you can see so far in the set. So he has been masterful on that Newcastle. Very, very impressive from him, and you heard it from the horse's mouth, so to speak, at the end of that game, saying, man, that Newcastle, he was feeling it.
Yeah, Newcastle just makes the difference, as we alluded to when we first came in for match 6. Had they not had the Newcastle, they probably would have been killed by the other team. Just having that res, having that shield is always going to be such a huge difference going into the remainder of the fight. And Newcastle has still avoided the bans thus far.
Well, one thing we should highlight as well, we were having a discussion at the start of that previous game about Shopify Rebellion. Did they have a ring console? Did they not have a ring console? Well, Jayhawk has informed us, because he's a great guy, by the way.
Great guy.
Great guy.
Not sure about that Jumper kid.
Love his dad, Tony, as well. They did not have a ring console. So that is why they were so slow to move from where they were over at Dev Coast towards where that zone eventually started to pull. Now, it almost worked in their favor with the double pullback that we did see a little bit closer to that bridge, but you look back on it, you look at the macro, would they have played that position had they had ring console, had they had that information available? It's all Captain Hindsight, of course, but you get the feeling that could have impacted that game massively. And again, it was a zone that came towards them, which they've really been scarce for Shopify Rebellion so far in this set.
I would also urge everyone to look back on the replay on Face It Watch and see just what happened in the fight between Shopify Rebellion and NRG and how close Shopify were to winning said fight. And if so, I mean, they could have been the ones in that winning position. These fine margins, these small differences can be the reason why you only get 3 points or why you end up with 20+ points, which could have saved Shopify Rebellion in this instance. But Shopify are on 18 points. It is not the end of the world because we haven't seen anyone really take off and take points away. So I do think that there is still a chance for Shopify Rebellion. There is still 3 matches. In theory, if you have 3 good games, you could find your way up there.
And the thing is as well, the maps they're very familiar with as well. You got Storm Point. I think now we go straight to World's Edge now. We go to World's Edge now. We got one more Storm Point. We'll confirm that. One more Storm Point before we move over to World's Edge. And there's, like I say, Shopify Rebellion know those maps like the back of their hand. So they're going to be in a very good position to potentially pick up some points. They're going to have some better POIs potentially to play from as well. We'll have a little look at that at the moment when we get, of course, over to World's Edge. But I just think if things don't go the way of Shopify Rebellion, they might look back at that last game as the bit of RNG that didn't go their way that really hurt them.
Yeah, and I said 3 more matches. Of course, it's 4 more matches. We're going into match 7. So there's even more time. And it means we get 1 more Storm Point before we go over to World's Edge. But this is all of the leaderboards from this event. We have kills first. And you can see Imperial How on 24, but Gent is the one leading it on 25. But then there's a lot of familiar names and faces there on that kills leaderboard. I mean, even Panic popping up, but this is also the carry value. We've seen this before as well. Teams that and players that are considered on a statistic value to have been carrying their team throughout this event.
Yeah, the best number in the world, 69. Johnny R is going to be at the top of those leaderboards. Asia just behind him. Abralele doing a lot of heavy lifting. And the way that these teams work, sometimes it's around the playing styles of those players. I will say a lot of the support work is done for the likes of Johnny R, Asia, Abralele to shine when it comes to those knocks, those kills, and obviously the legends they're playing as well. Sometimes very difficult if you're on Crypto, for example, to be at the top of those leaderboards.
Well, the damage has come mainly out of No Name. 12.7k damage from Wolves Esports. Panic following up, then Zero and Imperial Howl, the usual suspects.
Surprise.
But plenty of familiar names again here in the top damage leaderboard.
Yeah, I like the stats there from Kurev as well. I think he's been very, very impressive on that Ninjas in Pajamas squad that we've seen so far today. And of course, they qualified for Match Point Finals, so you get to see some more Kurev tomorrow. Just keep you all up to date, by the way. We just got a little lobby restart going on, so we're doing our best to get the game back underway. In the meantime, we're just letting you know who's playing well. Waldsee's playing pretty well. 37 assists. The MPs are hitting. I love you, Walsey. I had to do it because I don't wind him up.
Jumper's going to be absolutely in a mess backstage in the green room. I'm surprised that we don't see Hackis on that leaderboard, I will say, because he was also getting a lot of assists.
You can't help Effect when he's one-clipping people.
That's very true as well. We saw Effect actually 1v3 a lot of teams in terms of actually getting the knocks and getting the kills as well.
Vayne up there as well. That's interesting, right? You look at 2 Ninjas in Pajamas players in the top 3, all of them in the top 5. That is a ridiculous stat line, actually, when you think about it. How well they are shooting together. A lot of that comes from not just positioning, but communication as well.
Yeah, it does show that all 3 of them kind of play together, push together at the same time. And that just means that you can be one of those squads that is not scared to get aggressive when you need to.
That's cute.
Is that... Oh, actually, I'm not going to say what it is. I don't know if I'm allowed, but... That looked cute, yeah.
That's all that.
You don't even know what it is.
That's cute.
You always have to be at that. Well,
that's terrifying.
Wow.
I would say that the Nem side-eye, by the way, is something you don't want to look at. If you get like eliminated from the lobby a little bit earlier and you look up, Nem's giving you a side-eye, it's like, oh, don't want to mess about there.
Seem to be a lot of supporting mascots that we're witnessing, and of course, all of the fans that are in the Gideon Arena at the moment. Dropped is cute as well. Vamos Liquid, who are currently in 14th position.
Well dry, Team Liquid till I die.
And they've got a lot of work to do.
It's a weather reference.
It was all looking good after match 1 for Team Liquid. However, for the Sentinels fans, they have plenty to scream and shout about in 3rd position at the moment. Now, we did just see Sparrow banned as our 6th ban. And I said we're probably going to see plenty of Pathfinder come into the equation, but you talk about legends that have really made a key difference. Newcastle has been one of them. Has not been banned thus far, but we might see more Newcastle in this next game.
Yeah, there's a lot of Newcastle from what I can see in the lobby right now on the right-hand side of what we're looking at. So we'll have to see who is going to be banned next when it comes to legends. This is how it stands, though. Keep your eyes on this. If you're just joining us, top 6 will qualify for Match Point Finals. Now, top 6, as you can see there, only 3 points behind is AG. After that, there is a couple of points between every single placement that goes down. You have 2 teams inside of that top 6 who are tied on points, 50 and 49 respectively. That is how close it is. It is wafer thin.
Wafer thin, indeed. And I think that a lot of teams are going to be a little bit scared when they're in those kind of 6th to 3rd positions about just dropping out. And it's going to be so tough to call, especially with one more Storm Point and then going into World's Edge. It is going to be a very difficult position for these squads to be in. Can I just take a moment as well to shout out all our watch parties?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone at home, of course, Nicewig and Greek. Big fans of them both.
Shout out Nasky as well.
Nasky got a watch party, and of course, all the various people who were approved to watch party this event. We love you, we missed you, and we appreciate you.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, of course, to watch back. I always watch back the watch parties. Is that like some sort of Inception thing?
No, I think that's good to do because you
watch the watch party that's watching the event.
And that's watching you, in a way.
Does that make me really weird?
A little bit.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Didn't want to say it.
I had to. I'm glad you're honest with me. That's what good friends do, everyone, by the way. Be honest with the people.
Just let your friends know when they're weird. Not him, though. He's definitely not weird. Thumbs up from Rambo. Can Team Orchid find their way into the top 6? Because it wouldn't be a match point finals without a Rambo, let me say it.
Well, here we go then, everyone. The delay, the wait, the anticipation is over. We are in the character selection screen. The legends are loading, and that means that our teams are ready for match number 7. We are going back to Storm Point.
And we were correct in our assumption. Newcastle, very prominent indeed. And we are going to see a Newcastle ban going into the next match. Pathfinder, also very prominent. Lots of Bangalore, Catalyst, Fuse, Wraith, but we also have a Rampart and a Caustic in the lobby as well. But most people in agreement that Newcastle and Pathfinder are the 2 most used legends here.
We saw the impact that Pathfinder had for Gildan and NRG in that previous endgame fight as well, grappling in to finish off the one-shot and to contribute to that final kill as well. Pathfinder, my boy, my favorite, still having an impact here in the LGS.
I mean, a huge impact, not just for his movement and for the zip lines that he offers as well, but of course
how cool he is.
The ability to hit ring consoles or survey beacons, depending on how your composition is going to line up. And when he is paired alongside a Fuse, like NRG have, he's most likely going to be a survey beacon character, whilst Fuse is going to hit your ring consoles.
Well, I would say normally that NRG should feel pretty comfortable. You know, they've won a couple of games, the top of the leaderboards, but knowing how close it is and the fact that we have 2 teams inside the top 6 on 50 points and 49 respectively, and they're on 53. So bad game for NRG. They could be out of the top 6, even though they've won 2. This is how insane this last chance is going to be today.
You have to stay locked in. You cannot afford to have a dud game here, because otherwise it just opens that door for all of the other teams chasing that top 6. Now let's have a look at where we're going to be heading. And it looks like Jurassic Park and Pylon is going to be the surrounding areas, and Team Nemesis have a ring console down at Pylon as well. Remember, they have not finished outside of the top 10 so far this series, and they've got a good chance to finich high up in this one as well.
A good chance to Shopify Rebellion as well. Decent prio for them, but it's a pretty tough rotate. Sometimes you have to go, if they go Echo HQ side, for example, they're going to have to take themselves potentially through Gen G, Twisted Minds. If they get Launchpad side and it pulls towards Jurassic, then they have to travel across Pylon. So some decisions to be made for Shopify Rebellion, and I'm sure you'll forgive me for continually highlighting them. A lot of people may have had them as their favorites coming into this event. So to see them struggling a little bit here, somewhat of a surprise. Kadzia, 8th place, looking into the qualification spots at the moment. Outside of them, and Orchid making it awkward for them.
Yeah, Alcazia were looking to try and make their move into Jurassic Park, and Team Orchid were trying to move out of Jurassic Park because they didn't know where this zone's going to be going. Orchid did not have a ring console, but they have done a lot of damage onto Alcazia, and they are now forcing them back, but there is going to be Sentinels on the other side of this.
Sentinels are moving up on this as well. They sense something is developing as an opportunity for them to pick up some KP. Rambo can't quite connect with that final bullet, that final shot. It takes a spider down just for some style points. Rambo.
Get that. Quick, go here.
It's just wildlife, man. Strafing Flame's a more dangerous animal. And now he's going to find him. Lux was there to help him out, to get that finish. No mag this time, made it a little bit awkward on the R9, but enough bullets were hit. And enough damage was done for Rambo, not just to stay alive, but also move in to help finish another player as well.
Dark Veil comes up just to give a little bit of cover because they recognize there is more enemies in the area right now. It's going to be Sentinels who are looking over onto it. ALGS Year still up at the moment. Player K has fallen, but there is still one remaining straggler who looks to have got away, perhaps saved by Sentinels who pushed up onto this and take the position of the Jurassic Park gate. Now this is all because Team Orchid did not have information. They didn't have the chance to know where this zone was going, so they were looking to try and go back out to Zito for their info.
They're certainly going to know where teams are trying to head now, and I've got to give a shout out as well to Cersei. That portal was so well timed and executed well to get his teammates from Orchid out of that situation where they're in a little bit of a pinch, away from the action, away from the attention, and to where they find themselves now. Now, Nemesis dropped over at Pylon. This is where they have chosen to play. The pyramid buildings just to the west side of the main structure. They believe this is where we'll be having our endgame.
Yeah, they would have hit that ring console straight away as well with Catalyst, so this is going to be their prediction of best position to play. By the way, ALGS Year are still alive, have found a crafter down towards Barometer, and will be getting back up to a 3 by the looks of it. As you can see at the top of your screen, they are respawning both, and ALGS Year get a second chance in this lobby.
60 players back in the lobby. A deep breath for everyone, I think, after what was a little bit of a traffic jam on that fence line entering Jurassic Park.
Have you seen the new one yet?
No.
No.
I've only ever seen the original. What's the point of seeing the rest?
I mean, valid, I will say.
No?
They did drop off a little bit.
That is a base take from me, by the way.
The new one's very good, I'll say. Anyway. Sorry. Twisted Minds are going to hold at the top of Pylon, of course, given up by Nemesis just that little bit earlier. You don't see many zones finishing on Pylon, though, but it is a position that can potentially pick up a good amount of KP from some of the teams that are rotating in a little bit later.
References that are going through my head right now will confuse you so much.
Confuse me?
Yeah, you wouldn't know what I was on about, but don't worry about it. Maybe we'll get to that another time.
Jurassic Park, mate.
It relates to dinosaurs. Furious, second place overall at the moment. I'll tell you about the time I saw a dinosaur. Got no idea what I'm talking about. AG in the corner of the tree spot here. I might have broken Dan Gaskin.
I'll tell you who you sounded like, but now RRX under gunfire and down to just one as well. It's the stinky boy himself, Caustic. And it's a 1 versus 2. It's not unwinnable here. But it wasn't one.
RRX eliminated next from the lobby. First out of the lobby. As Orchid move up. Crazy Raccoon might be a little bit disappointed as to how things are going. The wall does go down. Orchid are committing to this. Remember, Orchid were the team who were rotating away from Jurassic where they dropped initially. Oh my spray from Luxford. Who's up next? It's Obley. He takes him on and he finds out exactly how it feels to go up against this man's R99.
Luxford did so much damage and then Rambo was just there to push him over. And sadly for Crazy Raccoon, they will be eliminated. So we just lost a team in 16th and a team in 17th. And they will now start to drop a little bit further away from that chasing pack. And it's going to be even more difficult for them to find themselves in the top 6 now.
Team Liquid playing the hell side with a broken fence here overlooking Jurassic. Pretty good spot for them actually to be in, especially for potential KP. Both checking their hands at Yanya as well. 20 Evo away from getting up to purple, which shows the position the Liquid have found themselves in. JDG fans as well want to see their boys have a big game here. Go next now rotating into Jurassic themselves. Even though they're in a building, the broken buildings in Jurassic, so hard to hold down for the long game, but having Newcastle in the composition does make it a little bit more comfortable.
Will of course be the last time we see Newcastle, as he is going to be banned for this next one. Well, there's the lay of the land. You can see the amount of congestion there is down towards Pylon, and also the teams holding the perimeter of Jurassic to make sure no dinosaurs get in or out. And they keep Mark in check. Now, NRG, you can see up towards Stormcatcher. They're going to be one of the late arrivals. First place at the moment in the overalls. But again, if they were to fall early here, it does open everything up for these other squads. Gaming Gladiators also going to be moving in from the west. Really, like only 4 teams outside of this zone. And everyone else has found themselves within it.
There's a little bit of calm now as everyone, like you say, has pretty much found their way inside a zone. GG outside of it. JD moving their way from the northern side of things. Evo's over at Cito Station now. Kazia, who we mentioned previously, had to go and get a little bit of a reset. NRG also just moving from Stormcatcher towards Launchpad side. They're going to hit a survey beacon on their way forward, which will help them. But the zone has pulled away.
Enemy here.
from where the likes of Shopify Rebellion are finding themselves right now, and that might be a little bit of a shock to them.
Is it? I'd be surprised if people thought it was going to pull down to Pylon. I think it was almost like their hand was forced because they were late, and in terms of priority positions, they were late, so they kind of had to take what was available to them. They might have to now fight their way through Pylon, and it's pulling up, as we saw, towards Jurassic. But Nemesis, who took that building on the southern side of the gate, they'll still be fine where they currently reside.
Enderforce 36 is a pretty good spot as well. Might be difficult towards the endgame, but controlling that waterfall as more and more teams fall actually could be a really good spot for them to play. Elsewhere, GG, we mentioned how they've got a long way to go. Well, ALGS Year are going to be the team that's in front of them. And these are the two teams you would say are furthest away from the zone as it stands.
35 points at the moment for GG. Funk, of course, making the long old trip across the ocean to be a part of this team, playing throughout regional finals, now finding themselves here at the mid-season playoffs. It would be a huge disappointment for them to exit the tournament at this stage. They are one of the squads that would have expected to be in the match point finals. They are currently being pressured by ALGS Year here.
Yeah, this is tough for them. ALGS Year are holding them out. And if they decide to go the other way, the waterfall way, Team Orchid are going to be there on that fence line, ready to hold them out as well. And we've seen what damage that they can do in those engagements. Elsewhere, Yanya gone down from Team Liquid. Funk's going to make the play to get him a little bit closer to the zone, but they're still not going to be safe. I'm calling that Stonehenge, by the way, officially from now on, that little rock formation.
No, I used to live 15 minutes away from Stonehenge.
Dan?
Fun fact.
Didn't ask.
Well, now you know, as does the rest of the world. Now, GG have been able to just get a past ALGS Year, but they still have to go a little bit further. ALGS Year have not committed to the fight just yet. They are keeping their distance for now, maybe recognizing they're trying to cross the water, just as Funk did. Won't be particularly successful right now.
Sorry about that. That was uncalled for.
It was a little bit mean, but it's okay.
That was completely uncalled for.
I'll just cry about it later.
Yeah, that's fine. Funk, though, still continuing to be the forefront of this rotation here for GG. Will be safe in the edge of this sausage building, but it's a tough place to play from, especially the fact that you've got those windows and you've got some fuses in the lobby as well. One of those, of course, is being played here by Blast. It looks like they should be able to continue this rotate forward, but they've got E36 to deal with next. Oh my goodness, that Arc Star could be so good. ALGS Year, firstly, Pricey just collects some batteries. Still peppering them, but they will make it under the bridge. So you have to say, they've done a pretty good job, actually, GG, to navigate this.
Yeah, they have. Just like skirting around the edges, but it's about where they go afterwards, and that doesn't help anything. It has to be a quick res here.
E36. In and around the islands, just overextending to see if they can pick off one of these players. One knock and one finish here onto GG would be so big for them. Elsewhere, Furia, Twisted Minds, Mouse, Nemesis, all fighting in and around Pylon as they've made their way over towards those pyramid buildings that were being held by Nemesis right at the start of the game.
And that zone has shifted away from said pyramid buildings as well, right into Jurassic, the heart of Jurassic. The likes of Team Orchid have now found themselves in that position.
Yeah, the irony of that, right? Initially, no ring console. They leave. They realize they have to come back. Now they're in God spot. So Team Orchid, sometimes a little bit of luck shines on you, and they will find themselves now in a fantastic position for this endgame.
Another team who does have a good spot, Noah's Fox, are kind of holding the choke on the northern side of Jurassic, and they'll be able to hold that building just about where they exit. But we'll see that a little bit later, as currently the pyramid buildings you were speaking of that were housing Nemesis are now going to be fine at the moment, but they will have to move a little bit later.
Mobile shields take a turn.
Contact. Forget that.
Mouse down in 19th at the moment. Might seem like a long way away, and when you look at the overall standings, you might say it is, but when it comes to the point differential, still very doable with a couple of good games. Over to GG. We've been following their rotation and how they're trying to force their way into zone. They will be safe on this rock line. Bango goes down, which is going to just deny them pushing forward anymore. And I think it might have been to push E36 away, excuse me. Enterforce 36. I could kind of combine the short.
E-Force.
E-Force. You know what I'm saying, everyone. Enterforce 36.
GG have the invitation to the open gate of Jurassic, but Enterforce 36 will be somewhat holding them out. But elsewhere, down in the southeast, you've got the likes of Gen G, Rebellion, Twisted Minds, NRG, Mouse, and Nemesis, all in the same area. And all trying to survive, pushing their way in.
Sinap's going to get himself a Kraber, and they're in a great spot here at 36, but this is where things are about to get extremely, extremely busy. Twisted Minds have just been eliminated as well, and on this broken fence line, JD, Evos, Team Liquid, Go Next, all of them are trying to progress through the same choke with 1 minute and 19 seconds left.
Yeah, so many teams just forced, squished together at this point, and this is where, do you use your ultimates now or later? As Shopify Rebellion win an engagement, NRG are eliminated. They get a little bit of revenge from the previous game.
Certainly do, and this is another area of the map that is so busy. This is the pylon side. Nemesis, Genji, Shopify, Furia, all of them within a few feet of each other. Shopify out again as a banger goes in now from Dexter.
Yeah, now Furia look to try and survive. Mouse get eliminated in the same instance as AG and Nemesis are on top of each other as well. Genji are watching over this one. You're only probably going to see one team survive out of all this.
And the brilliant bit from Furia there is they just hit the zip. They go past all of this. You can see that zip. And Madness disappearing in the background as all of these teams take care of each other. They are cannibalizing each other.
Genji try and back off with this zip though. Pathfinder used it as an escape route here rather than an aggressive one. Nemesis have been able to hold off their building, but All Gamers look like the team that has got sandwiched between all of this.
All Gamers with one alive, but you don't feel like for very long. Furia having a look at this as well. Genji should be safe behind this tree line to reset, but the Sky Nades are coming in and the shrapnel is chipping away at them.
Genji using the castle wall just to stay alive for now, but eventually it goes down. They'll be eliminated. Madness gets a lot of damage with the Havoc, and now they look to Nemesis, who have got an uphill battle, quite literally.
JD Gaming eliminated. Those Sky Nades were enough for Madness to signal to his team that we push here onto Genji and deal with them, but they might get a taste of their own medicine. More Sky Nades, this time coming in from Team Nemesis.
Nemesis know they have to take this fight. They can't afford not to.
Oh
Good
my.
shots, does give them a chance.
Keon, though, holds his ground on the Newcastle, gets the mobile shield down as well, and turns the favor of this fight over towards Furia. AG's still alive, by the way. Zap is doing what he can. But Madness, he's feeling good at this point. He's jumping on everyone with this Havoc and he's doing max damage.
Drop trying to stay alive, trying to get a couple more placement points before he falls.
Oh!
So he's going to force them in. And now suddenly, all these teams that were sitting center of Jurassic get to reap their rewards.
It was Nemesis who were eliminated. Knock goes down, but it was Madness who went down to Synap from E36. We saw him pick up that Kraber a little bit earlier on. And Madness will be finished, but here comes Keon. Statistically, the most influential Newcastle in the lobby so far is trying to keep up that.
Yeah, he's proving his weight in gold at the moment. As he does get yet another res. AG will be eliminated though. 10 squads now left. Furia will fall despite that res coming through, but now suddenly Go Next are right on top of Sentinels here.
Furia have gone. Even though Keon was trying to stick those reses, wasn't enough. Sentinels that Go Next, just shuffling around this building, one on the inside, one on the outside. They have to be so careful because E36 are looking at this and they have a Kraber in their hands. One false peek here from anyone, and you get the feeling that Synap is looking for a shot. You can see him in the background there just jiggling around that rock.
This zone is going even more center of Jurassic. Very little cover available, and that's why really no one at the moment is in that next zone. You can see it in the top left-hand side of your screen. I mean, GG have just somewhat moved in, but the likes of Orchid, Nose Fox, ALGS, Go Next, they are all still out of this zone.
Another Kraber shot goes down for Synap. More KP going over to E36, but now they are being pressured. Oh, big shot coming in from Synap again. The man is going a little bit crazy with the big stick.
I mean, these Kraber shots are doing everything for E36 chances, but destroying the hopes of other teams on their way. But they have to be careful. They need to play with whatever is available. As I said, not much cover here in this zone.
Like what they're doing, though. They're trying to take the space and push away the team in front of them. Now they've got a wall down. That's going to be inside of the zone, but I don't know if they know. There's two teams still below them. Yes, it does. The no-scope, but not to finish this time.
But now all the other teams pushing in as well. Enforce 36 will go down. 8 squads remain. Orchid have just lost one. Nose Fox are now pushing in. And Orchid, right from the very start, they had Jurassic, but it's just Rambo left.
Rambo just playing the edge of this catwall. If he can survive a little bit longer, he might get some placement points out of this. Gaming Gladiators have gone down next. As Kadzia, who were the first team to have to reset in this game, now are involved in an end game themselves. Player K, though, he's on his back.
Pricey does have red armor to work with as well. Strafing Flames just got a knock onto Leica of Noah's Fox. And you can see Orchid, somehow, someway, they're starting to get back up on their feet.
They've got all three back up. Noah's Fox have been eliminated. And Rambo's survival mission now might turn into, let's try and win this game. Atom last alive here on the Wraith, trying to escape the attention of everyone around him. Player K still down. Pricey's still holding the line though with his Havoc.
Yeah, you can see ALGS trying to push up, take advantage of some of these weak players. Orchid have lost more again, but Rambo's still alive. Go next eliminated.
Pricey feeling like he's going to win this fight on his own at the moment, but maybe overcommitted, maybe a miscommunication as to how many were alive in that building. As Player K gets back to his feet and Strafing Flame is alongside him.
All the meanwhile, Team Liquid are sitting very quietly on the northern side with a rat from Evos, by the way, but they are waiting for all of this to happen. There is a rat below them that they don't know about.
Catwall goes down. Everyone's going to have to move into potentially the clutches of Team Liquid. Strafing Flame and Kadzia finally have their game ended, but it was a top 5 performance from them. But it's Sentinels again involved in an endgame and again involved in killing people in their way.
It is Sentinels on the south. Rambo still alive, trying to rat out, but it has been a great journey for him. Eventually he will fall.
3 squads remaining. 3 players from Sentinels, 3 from Liquid, and a solo from Evos, who I'm not sure that Liquid know about, but now they do. They take care of Nate, and they will be able to get healthy enough to fight.
Liquid do have the zone, but Sentinels have the height at the moment. Can they use it to their advantage? There is a portal available for Sentinels to use from that Wraith. Risky repositioning.
The slam! The big slam, though! Comes in from Sentinels, a right hook! He's going to push one player away. It's a 2v2 right now. Cat spikes go down. Jaguaris challenges and learns that you don't do that against this man. Sentinels champions. The R9 sprays we will not forget about.
Sentinels up to 71 points and maybe finally putting one foot in that match point finals door as they create a little bit of a gap between themselves and that chasing pack, but also big points for the likes of Team Liquid, Team Orchid, all these teams that needed points, otherwise they would have fallen too far behind.
A fantastic endgame performance from Sentinels once again. Confidence just seems to be growing game by game every time we are seeing them here on this stage. And Sentinels starting to look like a team who's going to get maybe a little bit of sleep tonight, get up nice and early tomorrow, have a big breakfast, and join us for Match Point Finals.
But at 71 points, it's looking pretty likely now that we would be seeing Sentinels on Sunday for Match Point Finals, but still a little bit of work to do. If they were to lose, for example, go 20th in every single game from here, they still could potentially be at risk, but they are in such a good spot. And this is going to change how that top 6 looks completely, by the way. The same teams you saw, there'll be a few of them, but there has been a little bit of movement here and there.
Well, this is match 7 results. Sentinels 21 points on the board. Liquid, the 12. The slam, by the way, from Sentinels onto the Newcastle Wall of Liquid completely changed the dynamic of that fight. Evos managed to rat up, by the way, as the solo to a 3rd place finish with 3 KP, getting out of that situation with 10 points. Very impressive. Orchid, Rambo on the mission, Rambo on the hunt, somehow kept them alive and gets them into 4th place.
Sentinels, right from match 1 today, have been such an impressive team. I mean, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, they went a little bit quiet on E-District, did bring it back in the 2nd, but now a 1st place on Stormpoint. I think they've been deserving of a 1st. In fact, they hadn't won a game so far today. Quite surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, a few of those games, they seemed very happy with 2nd and 3rd. Like with the amount of KP that they had, it was almost, feels like it was a win. And that has totaled up now to a total points tally for Sentinels of 71 points. NRG, 53 points. The gap is starting to emerge at the very top. But Genji hold on to 6th place. 51 points, knowing there's 2 teams behind them. Just 2 points away.
I mean, NRG were 1st going into this game, and now dropped down to 4th, and are only 4 points ahead of the team that's in 7th place. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Yeah.
You have to earn your points here in these matches. Otherwise, you start to slip down that leaderboard.
Incredible stuff that is continuing here in Riyadh, and we are going to continue after this break. Don't go anywhere. The games are getting faster, and they are getting more and more important. We'll see you in a few.
Always expect the unexpected.
We need to play space in front of us.
Height's going soon. Height's going soon. They can't play height soon.
Wait, play me. Wait, one guy's in the khaki right here.
Okay.
130 on it.
Okay, nice.
I'm on the left. I need light.
Wall in 5. Our team left. Where's the other team? On the right. We have space.
Shoot left.
I need ammo. I'm looting ammo.
Last team. We need space.
Okay. We need
team's right here on the walls.
Do you have wall? I do. We probably slam play.
Yeah, we probably need to slam them. Slam them.
Okay.
I'm walking up. Slam them.
I'm doing it. Slam them. I knocked them out.
Crack them.
Dead. 2v2.
2. You can baby drag.
Flank you.
Sweet.
What? Dead. Nice.
Fucking
Let's go.
Them Sentinel boys are popping off, and why wouldn't you? A phenomenal performance and end game coming in from Carter in specific. Great R99 sprays to close that game out, and maybe, just maybe, close out a spot into tomorrow's match point finals.
They've been excellent today. Their consistency, unbelievable. And of course, the fact they finally get a win on the board now, not only is important in this series for the last chance, but also when you think about match point finals coming into tomorrow, you need to be a team that is able to win games, and they've at least been able to do it there as Nessie goes on a journey throughout the Year arena.
Yeah, some great shots captured by Nessie throughout this tournament. You can see really is one of the best camera ops in the world. It's very competitive industry, but I mean Nessie really is making their own when it comes to capturing those shots.
Charges quite the rate though. You really have to pay a lot out of your pockets to make sure.
A lot of R9 ammo to keep her happy.
Oh yes, indeed. But it has been an excellent last chance day thus far, but there's still 3 more matches and still a lot of points and still a lot of places to be decided here. Maybe, just maybe, Sentinels have a position in the match point finals, but still nothing guaranteed here.
Still games to go, still a few games to go, still enough games to go for Sentinels' joy to turn to absolute devastation should things not go well for them. Even though they have a gap, you think if they go out early in the next couple of games, all of a sudden it's around 50 points at the moment, the cutoff for that top 6 position. The work is not done for anyone. As it stands, Twisted Minds know that. You can see them, slight concerned look on their face, certainly knowing what is on the line, knowing how the games are starting to slip away as we head towards match number 7.
Match number 7, and that means we are also changing maps. And it's going to be match number 8 here as well, rather than 7. Just so you do the maths. That's what I did earlier when I said there was 3 matches remaining. It's because I did the same thing. Yeah. It's confusing when it's a 7, because you think 3 left.
What we're trying to say is there's 3 left.
There is 3 left, and we will be going to match 8, but it means we are changing maps. We're going to go over to the well-tried and tested World's Edge.
Always feels right, like the right place to be for these big moments. No excuses for any teams. It's a map they all know. It's a map that some still love. It's a map that some maybe want to see the back of. But it's a map that always has given us historical moments, and with these games to go, 3 of them, maybe there's a chance for some more history to be written. This is the legend bands at the moment. You can see those on your screen. Sparrow has gone. Newcastle now gone as well. Let's take a look at the POI draft and where our teams are going to be dropping.
Now, Skyhook West has statistically been the best POI on World's Edge, averaging around 20 points with a couple of wins as well. And that is where JD Gaming have picked their #1 pick. Can they capitalize on this pick and maybe get points on the board? Overlook has also been a fantastic POI. Climatizer as well. And Shopify Rebellion up in Climatizer. And boy, do they need points.
They need points, Stan Gaskin. They certainly do need points indeed. But it would be very Shopify Rebellion-like to out of nowhere here on World's Edge put a couple of bomb games together where all of a sudden we're talking about match point finals and not the disappointment of what went down today. Well, you can see an EWC trophy in the middle of the stage here in the Giddy Arena. Every single team will want to put their key in there and call themselves champions of the mid-season playoffs. Those ALGS points will stack up, of course, with Sapporo looming in the distance as well for the ALGS Championship. World's Edge, we know it, we love it. As the last chance continues, it's time to head into match number 8.
In terms of legends, we're going to see a Bangalore ban coming through after this match, as the majority of teams have taken her. 13 picks on the Bangalore, 11 Fuse, 10 Wraiths, only 7 Pathfinders now, because losing the Newcastle and also changing maps changes the dynamic completely here. I'm also seeing a Lifeline on my screen, Gibraltar.
How about this as a
Mirage,
composition?
Caustic.
How about this as a composition? You mentioned Overlook. Well, AG, all gamers, Gibby, Rampart, Valk. What season is it? Speaking of Valkyrie, Sentinels, the winners of our previous game, all smiles, as you can see, and understandably so, will probably feel the most relaxed in the lobby at the moment after that big win. They do have a Valkyrie in their arsenal this time around to use to try and get around the map, and for them, I imagine, it's weird zone, fly zone, hide building.
Well, Zone's going to be heading to Geyser or Big Maud, somewhere around there. I'm not going to put you on the spot with the 50-50, but you can call it if you want. But you talk about AG at Overlook, they have a lot of priority to this zone. Furia, though, of course, and NRG will have first look.
Yeah, a couple of teams are in the qualification spots. Furia, NRG, Gen.G, Ring Console as well here for NRG. And a chance for them to go to where they believe this zone is going to be going. They're going very, very quickly. Now, one thing that isn't at Geyser is a Ring Console, and nothing. Furia have gone towards the vault.
Nothing for Furia, which means they're moving out a little bit further north. And similarly to what we saw in the previous game with Team Orchid, they might be met by a little bit of aggression from other squads trying to make a rotation through. Actually, I can see on my map, Orchid and AG are both moving down towards that vault area.
I mean, this is actually a really good spot for NRG to find, and they're actually, I think, a little bit worried here. Sykes is
seeing ghosts.
He's got the heebie-jeebies. He's seeing things that don't exist. They're probably second-guessing themselves a little bit here as well, NRG, because they're probably thinking, where's Furia? Why are they not here? That's where we believe Zone is going. Mouse! Giving E36 a horrible, horrible surprise. Aku gets the knock. Listen, answers back, though. The Maggie Ball has made this very, very awkward for everyone. Hydro goes out. Illy getting a little bit silly out here, and all of a sudden the fight is turned on its head completely.
I mean, everything gets a bit silly when Mirage is involved, but it's working out for Enter Force 36, who are back up to 3 now. And Maus are going to have to retreat, and Maus, who are down in 19th position, they needed that fight. They needed to win that one, but now 0-0 going to have to retreat and try and get them back up.
They got the first knock in that fight. I'm not really sure what went wrong for them. A lot. At the end of things, over to the southern side and launch site, you got Crazy Raccoon and Evo's having a little poke at each other, and Obli is down.
Patience now, though. So they're looking to see whether they can maybe get a free kill on some players looking to push forward, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Crazy Raccoon are going to just try and get out of there. All the meanwhile, what was happening over towards Geyser, Furia went through the tunnel, they met All Gamers, and then Furia went back on themselves, realizing that, well, if All Gamers are going to be pushing from Overlook, that probably gives us an indication of where this zone is going to be heading. Let's go back to our POI.
The Crazy Raccoon on a recovery mission. Garompu trying to get Obli back in the game, or certainly find somewhere to get his ban up. St. June has gone elsewhere. Haven't finished off, by the way, Obli. Still on his back. Falling away somewhere on the Wraith.
So E36, after their victorious fight just now, can continue to move down towards Thermal. Long old journey for them, as they're going to have to move all the way east to try and get over towards Geyser. But Twisted Minds are on the horizon here. There is potential for a little 3v3, because both of these teams are looking to try and play for the next Ring Console, which is in Thermal Station.
Twisted Minds going to use Fuse, or potentially Catalyst. You would imagine maybe Catalyst to hit that. To turn our attentions to Geyser. This is where things are starting to get busy. We called it a Geyser zone. I actually called it a Geyser zone. Looks like it's going to Geyser. Make it up for my terrible call a little bit earlier.
And you is we. I will claim your success as well.
As well as my failures, of which there are many. This is the composition I want to talk about that actually could work really nicely, just based upon this zone. Gibraltar, the bubble, towards that end game. a lot of Bangalores in the lobby. Gives them that momentary cover in the open should they need it.
We'll say 2 Mad Maggies though. One of them being on Nemesis, and maybe that will be the Nemesis to Gibraltar. One legend you don't really want to be seeing when you are playing Gibby.
He dropped me an absolute chad, by the way, with a Spitfire with barely any attachments on it. No sight.
They didn't really get time to do anything, did they? They moved so fast from Overlook straight through the Vault Tunnel. They were held up by Furia, so they couldn't even loot the Vault Tunnel. And then they went up and over to find themselves now in the place they currently call home.
Gen G just picked up a kill. That could be important because they were the team who were holding on, I think, to one of those qualification spots. Shopify Rebellion. This has got to be a story that we follow now. Crazy. In this game in particular. Climatizer their drop spot.
Evil Harvester here.
21 points on the board. By their own standards, not good enough.
2 world champions.
2 world champions, like you say. And an IGL who many people have said is the best IGL to not have a championship to his name. Well, now they're going to be tested, and they are being tested, and they're going to have to show what they're made of.
They might have a fight against JD Gaming as well. Shopify Rebellion on their approach. As Nose Fox. Sadly, their bad day just got even worse. Here's the fight I was talking about. Shopify Rebellion versus JDG. Zainu took a lot of damage, but Koiful now trying to take an angle.
Yeah, Koiful's trying to take a big angle here. Grapples through. But I don't know if he was a bit over-aggressive in that situation. Trades come in. Players very low. And this should be a pretty comfortable win here for Shopify Rebellion. Last player was down to very, very low health. You can see the way he's trying to escape here. Hits the grapple. May actually be able to get out of there, as I think that Shopify Rebellion probably prioritizing getting the teammates back onto their feet and collecting the 2 KP. That's exactly what is going to happen. So points on the board for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you have to be worried about potential third party rather than chasing things as Miles get eliminated. GG have also just lost one. Go Next, taking the fight against them here.
Crazy Raccoon also eliminated in the meantime. Everybody's starting to fall. Everybody's starting to get a little bit frisky here. Funk is on his back, and Blasts and Light in a position where they've got to think about healing or maybe just not giving those audio cues away. Atenum searching for them at the moment and just can't find the location of those remaining members.
Twisted Minds are in the area with Go Next and Game Gladiators. Need to be careful. Also, Enter First 36 are currently moving towards this because ALGS Year have come out of the zone and suddenly walked straight into Shopify Rebellion. And actually, Shopify Rebellion, alongside the ring, have knocked down one member of ALGS Year.
They get the finish, or they don't quite get the finish as yet. Back over to the zone, though. Sentinels, 1v1. It's going to be Asia who goes into that situation. Took the 1v1. Takes down Sentinels. That's big for them. They're up to 4th now.
And Sentinels from 1st place to now having to watch the rest of the lobby finishing in 17th. And it will allow people to catch up as GG lose yet another member as they're trying to escape and find a way to get back up to 3. And this has been a very fast-paced World's Edge game. A lot of early fights. And usually it's just because maybe in scrims people are being particularly aggressive. I think this is just people being caught on their rotations as ALGS Year get eliminated. Remember, ALGS Year were in 6th place, and they've just gone down in 16th.
And what does that mean for Twisted Minds, who just get the rest? They're in 7th. As it stands, they can happily overtake ALGS Year as they move in towards where this zone is pushing them towards. Balloon is available as the res comes in, but I think they're just going to have to take their time here. Wait for that final teammate to join them. Enemy's going to rejoin the 4 here. And Twisted Minds, this is an opportunity for them that they cannot let slip through their fingers.
Elsewhere, Shopify Rebellion have now seen that Enter Force 36 are taking a fight on the western side, and both of those teams are going to struggle now to make their rotation. Whereas Twisted Minds have to force their way in from the southern side. There's potential that if they land in the wrong spot here, they might get hit by Go Next.
I think they're going to be okay on the bridge. Even though Go Next are above them, they can play below them. Atenum is on that high ground, but he's separated from the rest of his team, so I don't think he wants to be too aggressive on it. Over to Shopify Rebellion, then deep in zone this is, by the way. Force 36 are going through the train tunnel towards Thermal Station. That's on our screen right now. They're in 10th position. And for some reason or other, JD Gaming have a solo who's deep in zone behind both of them.
Yeah, they're both fighting for their lives at the moment. Not just in this lobby, but of course, in this whole series as well. Just in case you were trying to wonder which teams are currently going through to match point finals, you can see in the top ticker, any team highlighted in red are in one of those spots. As now, Twisted Minds against Evos as they land. JD Gaming have also got the respawn there as well.
Go next to behind them. This is the team they just ported in front of. It's a really good portal, actually, from Albrelelli. I think he would have loved to get up onto that high ground, but Evos just made sure they were holding that space and put some pressure on. See, the Evos are trying to surround them at the moment, trying to get some angles, but Go Next are actually helping Twisted Minds, and Nate now has to escape.
All these teams down by the bridge might be okay right now, but again, it's so difficult when you look at their rotation. There's 2 different choke points you can go through, and they are being held by squads. As we go deeper into Geyser for the zone pull. But it could just be about KP.
Albs just played for the next portal. You saw him pop the ultimate accelerant. This time it's going to be Hoodie who's popping it on the lifeline to get his halo back, but Alb is trying to buy time, and the rest of Twisted Minds are trying to buy time for Alb to get the timing on that portal, and yes, indeed, they've managed to stay healthy enough to do so. Look at the kill feed, by the way. Koifel goes down to zone, should be able to get res here, but JD Gaming are back in this game and pressurizing Shopify, who are moving now towards zone.
But JD have also lost 1 player to the ring as well. The ring is taking victims at the moment, but also Twisted Minds might be doing the same thing as Albrelelli has to go into the void to avoid the gunfire.
Cover comes in from his teammates as well. Crook says, I've got your back, brother, as he jumps back into this building. 10 seconds on zone. As the bang ult will go down. Go Next are weak. While Shopify and JD have this weird fight inside the zone still. Enemy will get 2 though, Go Next. Might be saying that to each other in just a few moments' time. They will go out of the lobby. 14 squads remain.
Yeah, now the zone's going to begin to close again. So for the likes of Shopify and JD, who have just only got into the zone, and E36 bleed out. In fact, they can't even make it to the next zone. Now Shopify Rebellion have to fight their way through against the likes of GG.
Yeah, GG not letting this happen without taking bodies though. MT flies in, he'll be down as well. Zainu, do you have a cape you could throw on? Because you're gonna have to be Superman here for Shopify Rebellion. He can't get it done. GG hold the choke.
Shopify Rebellion now left with so much to do in the final 2 matches here of this series. Are we starting to see the beginning of the end for a team that features 2 LAN champions and one of the best IGLs in the world? It would be a huge shock to see them eliminated. As Twisted Minds do survive, and as you mentioned, jump up into 6th place now, and they hold that final spot. If it all ended here, they would be in match point finals, but there's still a little way to go right now.
Speaking of final spots, by the way, Gen G have the final spot. The building that's deepest into Geyser, right on that eastern side. But Albrelelli is firing some 30-30 shots onto is where Gen G find themselves, and they were on the cusp. They were one of the teams going into this game who were right at the edge of qualification. Well, as it stands, you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Gen G in 4th place, but only by a few points. They have to make this work. Evos will go, Jenny will go as well. We're down to just 10.
Down to 10, but there's a lot of teams on this western side of Geyser that are going to either have to funnel their way through the buildings or try and go up and over. But you're going to be pressured by teams like Furia and Gen G, who have those priority positions. All the meanwhile, Liquid are in the northern vault, but so are Nemesis, and I think Nemesis are hiding at the moment.
Well, one thing that Liquid have done, by the way, they extended in there because a Mythic Bin actually spawned, so they've picked that Mythic Bin equipment up and should be able to win the majority of fights on their way towards this endgame. All gamers, though, speaking of endgame, it might be the end of their game a little bit earlier than they wanted it to be.
A lot of nades coming their way.
Oh, no.
Maybe the bubble was used a little bit earlier because it hasn't gone down yet. Maybe they can just survive this one. The bubble's going to be up soon, but they probably want to save it for their rotation into zone.
40 seconds left until we do see if that decision is going to be to save the bubble or if it's just not available. It looks like it's going to have to be used now. Dropped buying time on the Gibraltar. They're going to send this while the fights go on around them, but can they get into the skies? Dropped. Barely any HP, but inside of the zone. They will survive for now, but will the landing be soft?
Yeah, without a bubble to land, it's going to be difficult. Elsewhere, Twisted Minds against NRG right now. RRX have just lost one as well. Furia doing the damage on that other end. Twisted Minds are on the outside, whilst NRG are inside here.
Well, AG, by the way, did manage to land, did get a bubble down. Team Nemesis didn't get through the vault, and RRX will be next to be eliminated. Twisted Minds holding out NRG. Those cat spikes could be so important. How does NRG escape this one?
Oh, wow, and they've just dark veiled them off as well, saying if you want to leave, well, Timmy says that we've got one of our own, but remember, only Timmy can really walk through this comfortably.
Abrele trying to get the information on where everyone is by using that Q. Now he knows what side of the wall they're going to try and play. Blind fire here from Timmy. He's hoping that somebody gets involved with Twisted Minds, and maybe buying this time has been enough. Timmy unloads a clip into the back of his teammate. Enemy, though, eliminates Furia, but surely NRG need to seize this opportunity, need to take this opportunity to leave the building.
Reluctant to push out, and now finally someone else gets involved as Rambo takes a peek, and Twisted Minds are just going to be able to survive for now. NRG will shut down Orchid alongside Team Liquid here, but NRG just holding onto this building, holding onto this position, and Twisted Minds are going to get back up. No, denied again.
All gamers have been eliminated. Timmy now gets that portal back on the right. They were trying to wait by the time for the port. Now that it's down, they have a chance to escape. Enemy gets the finish though onto Timmy, and even though he goes down, what a problem Twisted Minds have caused. Oh, and now we're going to see another player go down, this time in the zone, claims another victim.
Just going to be a solo from NRG then to try and maybe make top 3. GG, Gen.G, and Team Liquid, the other teams that are going to be fighting against each other, and they are all healthy and well. And you can see Liquid looking over towards Sykes here, trying to deny his cross, because where do you even go here if you're Sykes? The zone to your back, it doesn't matter. For Guild on the floor, he gets shut down by the Kraber.
Well, Sykes might make a little bit more of a difficult shot here. From pillar to post, NRG will be eliminated. Yanya keeps it simple with the 30-30, and now you're going to see the impact that Mythic Bin can have. It's 3 teams remaining. GG, Gen.G, don't get it confused, on top of each other like you can see, and waiting elsewhere, Team Liquid fresh with a Kraber.
All teams in contention as well to get those top 6 spots. GG right now in 10th, Team Liquid in 7th, and Gen.G up to 2nd with the points they've already found in this game.
Boy, do Liquid need this.
In terms of compositions, Liquid have the Rampart to work with and have a Wraith to reposition. GG have the Pathfinder in case that becomes something they need to use a little bit later, and Gen.G, they've got Valkyrie as well. I mean, certainly the Valkyrie jetpack could be very impactful a little bit later.
Bang ult's going down though from Gen.G. I was about to mention the bang ults could be important. They're trying to maybe play for second, and yes indeed, Gen.G make the call, and they win the fight so quickly and so cleanly that Liquid have got to be careful they don't misstep this.
Liquid do send it, they take the height, and now it's a straight 3v3.
Yanya almost goes down himself, but his teammates are there. Asia taking on Jaguarez. Breaks the shields, but it has its heart broken in the meantime. And Dexter, no HP, no hope, as Team Liquid will win the game here on World's Edge. And boy, does that feel good for them.
Team Liquid send themselves up to 4th position into those top 6 spots, in with a chance of getting to match point finals. A quiet few games for them, but they show yet again why they are one of the best squads in their region. And they really give themselves that opportunity for top 6 now.
Wow. What a set of games this has been so far in the last chance day. It has been back and forth, action-packed, elation and heartbreak, and we are still not done. 2 more games remain here for us to decide who is going to be going through to match point finals tomorrow. The top 6, remember, are the teams who go through as we look at the match 8 results.
Job of Rebellion do put 8 points on the board. I mean, it's something. It's a step in the right direction, but have they left it too late? 2 matches, they're going to need maybe 2 wins, or at least a win in a top 3 if they're going to find themselves in the top 6, if I'm honest. A long way to go. Team Liquid, though, with 25, Gen.G 21. I believe that actually puts Gen.G in 1st position, if my math is correct. Gaming Gladiators with 12, Twisted Minds getting 13, NRG getting another 9 as well. A lot of the teams who were up there in the top 6 putting more points on the board, but it is going to be so tight now from like 5th to 8.
Yeah.
It's going to be so difficult for these squads to try and navigate.
Yeah, this is going down to the last game. Like, it's 100% going down to the last game. It's too thin a margin between these teams in their total points at the moment. I've got to say, I kind of feel for the teams right now because you've got 2 more, and it must have taken so much out of all of the teams so far in these 8 games to get to this point. But now, on top of the pressure of the situation, you start to factor in the exhaustion, the effort that has been put in, and how that makes your decision-making a little bit more foggier. You've got to find a way at this point just to get the points required. It doesn't matter how, if it's KP, if it's placements, you just have to find a way.
Well, look at how it looks at the moment. As it stands, Nemesis, ALGS Year, AG, GG would all be eliminated. Shopify Rebellion, eliminated. E36 going, I mean, we are seeing some huge teams that would have expected to be in these match point finals would be eliminated if it stayed like this, but it won't stay like this.
And then you look at those teams as well. Most of them were in the top qualification spots before we started that last game. It is changing on a dime at the moment. And you don't want to go anywhere because we still have 2 games to go here before we decide who's going to match point finals. This thing's heating up, and I tell you what, this is going to be special.
Like many of you already know, there is so much to do here at Boulevard City, as well as seeing the incredible titles happening at the Esports World Cup. We have this incredible, vibrant building next to me. This is the Royal Institute of Traditional Arts, where there are multiple rooms that have challenges that can test your knowledge of all of Saudi's history and culture. It truly is a magical place inside. It's really fun for multiple people of any age. And what we're going to do is we're going to hop in because there's a photo booth at the end that seems to be really fun. And I want to check it out. Come with me. This is such a cool place. As you can see, everything's lit up in neon lights. It's so much fun and vibrant. And if we come in here, follow me. At the very end, after you've challenged yourself with all these rooms, it's like a museum of games. You get to this booth. You hop on top, you check your background, and you decide on which one you want to do. I'm going to choose Riyadh, because that's where we are at right now. And I'm going to hit capture. We have a countdown, and all you got to do is a little pose. And once you've hit your pose, you go and collect your amazing picture that you've got. Where is it? I think it's over here, isn't it? Is it over here? Where's my amazing picture? Do you have my picture? You've already got it! It's been printed. And this is what comes out at the very end. I'm not sure I'm in love with it, if I'm being honest. See you soon. Sorry.
so nice, right? It's like every night is just so chill. Like, I'm so grateful for you to see this.
Oh my God!
Ya tengo portal de 10.
Aquí lo puedes hacer.
Mira, no lo hagas todavía, no lo hagas todavía. Ok,
Pero
mira,
después...
nosotros lo que tenemos que hacer es cuidar esta posición y cuando te diga vas a hacer un portal a esa posición de aquí, Nisol, ¿ok? Está bien, no importa, no importa.
Hay que baitear la ulti de Fuse y después nos movemos con portal.
Sí. Pues tú puedes ir jugando acá arriba, Nisol. Tú puedes ir jugando ahí arriba. Dale, pues. Nuestro ulti, venga, nuestro ulti, venga.
Hay que tanquearla. Van a pelear,
va a avanzar. Voy con el techo. Ya se tradearon. Agarra el techo. No, subí arriba.
La mata.
Me echo,
guau, la vaquilla, Me echo, a ver si puedes aguantar. Uno bajo esto. Sí. Fío roto. Conmigo, literal.
Vamos Liquid with the dub here, putting themselves from 8th before that dub all the way here in 4th place in the overall standings where it's looking tight. Only 6 teams could make it into finals tomorrow in this entire lobby, and I cannot believe the single point digits that separates a lot of these teams.
Vicky, you have to remember, just before that, they take a 2nd place finish on our last game of Stormpoint. So they propel themselves, rocket themselves really more than anything else, to the top of the leaderboard in the top 4. 64 points though is not safe for them quite yet. They cannot let go of the trigger whatsoever. But with their pick here on World's Edge, going for that landslide. So they're prioritizing the rotations more than anything else. That allowed them to get that position there for Geyser and capitalize off of it. That's the same thing they're going to go for in the next 2 games.
A beautiful look here while we take a nice flyby of our teams that are on the cusp. It's so crazy to see a lot of this lobby come alive, but specifically crazier to see the other half of the overall standings, how they could come alive in these next 2 games and completely flip the script on how the overall standings stay right now.
Right now, even going down towards Twisted Minds, who are that team on the bubble. They're currently tied, Twisted Minds and NRG at 62 points. So both of them trailing Team Liquid only by 2, and just behind them, we saw Team Nemesis with 59 points. So like you had said, Vicky, single point could mean all the difference here. Will you be going home? Will your key be destroyed in the Crusher? Will you be able to fight on once again for glory in our match point finals tomorrow? We have 2 games left to go, and right now our teams, they look quite calm if you saw Twisted Minds there. All things considered, especially with their position there on the bubble.
Smell that? That's that $2 million prize pool that is dangling in front of a lot of these teams right here if they want the chance to claim that prize, to be your winners here at our mid-season playoffs at EWC.
Sorry, I thought you were making a reference to possibly possibly Caustic coming out here. We did have a few Caustics in the lobby. We saw a lot more towards the end of the series yesterday. But for right now, as it stands, you can see right there, Twisted Minds, NRG, both tied for 5th place. Nemesis currently in 7th with 59, but not too far behind, even all the way down to 10th. Gaming Gladiators had that same opportunity that Team Liquid did to try and take that win. They were in very similar positions throughout all of that, but they can even catch up. 2 decent games in a row for them. They don't even need the wins. It could be a 3rd place finish with a decent amount of kill points, could do it. But for some of our squads, especially on the bottom end of the leaderboard, it's going to take generational runs. It's going to take miracle 20-bomb wins back to back just to have a hope. With these points not getting completely sponged up, right? We had 3 teams on match day number 1, TSM and Falcons. And then, of course, Alliance in day number 2, 130 some odd points for them. They brought that cutoff extremely low in terms of point position number 6.
As we take a look at NRG, I mean, it's crazy to see how often a lot of these players have been getting knocked by the ring. I think it was like 8 players alone in that last game had gotten knocked by the ring. NRG understanding what they have to do differently here too. It's tough out here. I mean, when you take a look at the overall standings, aside from the teams that have been at least able to get their points off of KP, Alonia, talked about Team Nemesis, Kashiha, Zuni, tied with 14 KP, but who leads the pack from Gen G is Asia, who has been up there for a while, tied originally with Albert Lely, who's in second place with 15 KP over the course of these last 8 games. And it's just crazy to see how some of these teams, aside from placement, have been able to stay consistent thanks to that KP.
Yeah, we know that a lot of teams do try to prioritize that center zone style. And we did have a lot of rings where you could pick up kills there. Particularly, we saw there in Geyser, even a lot of the teams that got in early on just because of the sheer amount of teams in there. And with the prevalence of guns like the 30-30, they're able to find mid-game kills. Now, we'll see if we're gifted with another zone like Geyser, or if we maybe pull over to some old favorites like Skyhook and, Skyhook along with Lava Siphon. Now, in our last game, it was going to be the Bangalore ban, and that's one thing I wanted to note. It seemed like that Rolling Thunder that came out from Gen G to try and stop the third party from T-Law was just a little bit too far. You saw T-Law initially, as soon as they spotted it out, they bum rushed that fight to make sure they didn't get caught up in it. Gen G had a clean fight to clean up the inside of their building, but unfortunately, they did not slow down the onslaught that was Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, I really like the comms from Team Liquid. The whole time, they were trying to make sure that they were going to time that third party right. They were keeping their eyes on the kill feed to see when the knocks were coming out, and they were communicating, trying to take over to the roof, having to split some of that side, taking that space here too. Setting them up, it's not over yet. We keep highlighting the stakes, everyone. It's only 6 teams in this last chance, this last fight that they have. 2 more games to go here on World's Edge. It's where it started here earlier on within the Pro League, and this is where it ends before we transition into our match point finals lobby. Team Nemesis putting the KP on the board. Well, we are going to be taking a quick pause here, but it's even more important to know what legend compositions we're going to see roll out, because we had the second most picked legend in our previous game was the Fuse. So that's important going into this next game here. You have to also imagine the Wraith coming more so into fruition after we saw the action with the portal plays on E-District still available here to be played to help with these rotates, or the teams that may want to lean towards the Valkyrie here, getting that purple perk, allowing you to scan through the buildings. We don't see that as often. And then side by side with the Pathfinder too, that we see usually out alongside the Wraith to help with those rotates.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy considering, at one point Wraith was tied with Watson for most legends, and then all of a sudden she kind of fell off, and she somehow survived into match number 9, but it does seem like she may be going to the wayside here. But we have a lot of differing compositions in game number 9. We're seeing a smattering of conduits getting picked up, and that's by a lot of the teams on the lower end of the leaderboard that do need to throw up a couple of Hail Marys in a row successfully at this point. Shopify Rebellion being one of them, currently in 16th place with 29 points. RRX as well will be picking up that conduit, so they want to get the early team fights in, and they want to keep that momentum going without having to worry about their economy.
Different game plans here to lean into what you're comfortable with. You have that conduit to reset. Seeing even Lifeline in the lobby between Evos and Furia. Sentinels feeling pretty comfy with that 71 points. But a huge game here, completely flipped what this top 6 looks like at the moment with 2 more games to go. No more Bangalore too, of course, to note, as Team Liquid off of their dub alone have some nice loot. Got that gold stock on the G7. Already making their move, and as you highlighted, Jamerson, landing here in landside, the game plan is to always rotate as quickly as possible. And once they find out where that zone's going to be pulling, they'll be very happy.
Kind of manifested myself here, a Skyhook zone. There's a chance that this does pull over towards that landslide area, towards the trucks, but you have to imagine as soon as teams see this Vicky, they're going to go off straightforward building inside of Skyhook.
Skyhook zone, no alter as she was the first one out, but you do have Catalyst being utilized. Ballistic still out here, the Fuse still being utilized here too. The Catalyst, which is going to be even more important in securing and bunkering down inside that Skyhook zone. As we've seen time and time again, these type of zones mean that we're going to have a lot of teams in that final zone collapsing on each other.
Unfortunately for a team like JD Gaming, who ended up drafting here at Skyhook West, they fall into that same trap that Alliance felt when they had that Skyhook full. Because of the amount of time they have to take at trials, they can't really take a priority position in the center of this zone, and so they are going to be forced to stick on the western side. For Team Nemesis, they moved and booted it on over here from that lava fissure side. They noted, of course, they have to move extremely fast. They can slowly leapfrog their way building from building, as there is still a lot of space to be had here. Alcatia, Twisted Minds have already taken position in for NRG. They are rotating right now behind Go Next, who might actually run into Sentinels over here at Harvester. So this is an opportunity for NRG to get some early KP on the board, and then they only need a few placement points, really, to keep themselves safe here in the top 6.
Tied with Twisted Minds, 62 points, right behind Team Liquid at 64 points, and then right behind them, they're right behind Furia by a 1 point difference, 65. I just cannot believe how close it is in this lobby, but this is what happens. Last chance opportunity here as NRG already on their rotate are going to be able to go through this northern choke. Uncontested, of course. They will be trailing right behind Furia as they exit out of Frag East. There is a survey beacon there. There's an Evil Harvester on the other side of Monument, but already starting the fight off here in Skyhook, over by the action on Skyhook East.
Yep, and we've got a big fight taking place down south in the Dome currently. Crazy Raccoon versus Gen G. Evos able to find a knock there. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon going down first in 18th place. Gen G looking for the remnants of Evos. They get the knock onto Hoodie and they're chasing for more.
Pretty confident to say that Crazy Raccoon's not making this comeback. Literally a miracle situation here. While Gen G keeps soaking up some of these points, they get the knock. Now they take to the skies on the Valkyrie, one of the few teams rocking the Valkyrie aside from Sentinels. AG there too. Zainu able to get that knock onto drop, by the way. That's onto the Fusey. So they only have that duo of the Valkyrie and the Mad Maggie here to try to reset.
Oh boy, AG are going to try and retreat out of this one. Back over here at Skyhook though, Nemesis were able to make it deeper within the zone. They want to try to get to that east side of Skyhook. Basically playing near that choke as close as you can between that no-name beacon that NRG currently moving up to. But for Team Liquid are winners of the last game, bringing in that Rampart once again. We'll be able to set up safely. Again, we don't have the Newcastle, we don't have the Watson, but we do have the walls of Rampart available.
Also have the Sheila there once it's coming out to play. Gonna have that amplified damage right behind the barrier. You got the Sentinel ready to go here too. Hopefully you got the shield cells. As Gen G, Ziki coming out on top versus McClutch here from Evos. Literally was one shot here. He's gonna be able to get that quick shield swap. Had the rest of his team right here behind him as Asia's gonna try to cover him up. Now sliding down, that's 2 knocks in favor for Gen G. Evos get eliminated. Gen G on fire. Evos could not afford to have lost that. They're sitting in 13th place with 44 total points.
We're already down to 17 squads, and that's what we were talking about. The shift in tempo in our final 2 games. But surprisingly enough, it's from our #1 team in the lobby right now. Gen G eliminating 2 squads that are currently fighting for their lives just to stay alive. Go Next, another team. Not too far off on the bubble. They're at 48 points. That puts them 14 points behind that bubble position.
I don't know what Asia has eaten today, by the way, because he's been popping off. Literally 21 kills, the highest in this entire lobby over the course of these last few games. Above that of Aberlily, once again, with only 15 KP. But he's also put down like 11.6k damage, too, throughout the course of the series.
Gen G always find themselves in a decent position in the late game. We got to see them, even on E-District, do a decent job there. Stormpoint, can't quite remember what happened there. It's been a long night. It's been a long night, Vicky. But it's gonna come to an end soon. 2 more games left. Sentinels, our 2nd place squad, 71 points. they feel more than safe here in the late game.
Gamerson, you're going to reflect on that tomorrow when we got match point finals. We're going to go the distance. I'm calling it right now with the way that these teams have been playing thus far. Sentinels holding onto this side. We're able to get that ring console scan right in front of them here. You can see that information on the beacon here, but they're going to be able to get the scan once again at their feet with Riley dropping down. They are taking notice, though, of a team that could be over to their south. They're safe for now. It's Go Next that are rotating around them, and Gaming Gladiators on the other side by Lava Fisher. The side-by-side action, though, that we saw over by No Name, it looked like, over to the outskirts, rather, of Skyhook, closer to that tunnel side. Furia down as a solo, and again, you could see that they're in third place, but don't let that fool you. It's a 1-point difference between themselves and Liquid with 64 points. NRG right on their tail here, too, with 62. So Furia really need to survive right here if they can't get the full reset.
And everyone's worried about making the mistake. Sentinels flying in.
They're one of the teams with the Valkyrie, by the way. They know where he is.
Madness knows that there's a Valkyrie there, and instantly he's on the move. He doesn't have the same kind of mobility.
Oh, no.
But it seems like he gets covered.
He jumped trying to get into cover.
Timmy.
They saw him.
Furia down now, bringing us down to 16 squads already here in round number 2. NRG still holding position. They will go with that Wraith Portal and pick up some additional loot. That's going to be nice for him. A backpack upgrade and all the meds they need for the late game.
This is huge here, too, for Timmy. Not only was he aware of the team that landed right next to him, heard the shots, stole that KP away from Sentinels. Not like they need it, right? But even better for NRG, who needed it more. Sentinels neighboring that of NRG inside that second floor. While the action here up on the train track, it's Shopify Rebellion, who are able to finish off 0-0.
Yeah, they need to take their destiny into their own hands. They know it. We were talking about some of the squads that needed to have back-to-back banger games in a row. Shopify Rebellion, definitely one of them, but they've already picked up 5 kill points for themselves. They are playing with that urgency, and they are looking for more. They know that one member of Mouse did get away. Looks like he's over at Survey Camp right now, nearby Epicenter, and honestly, if I'm Shopify Rebellion, with how I'm winning these fights, you kind of want to let him res.
Yeah, for real, like farm that if anything, right? It ain't like it's ranked, you know, once you get the res after you get the KP and they come right back in, it doesn't really count here. In this case, though, for Shopify Rebellion, everything matters for them. Chasing down the solo that is Mouse, looking like Tom here from Tom and Jerry. The Exterminators are in the house. They need as many points as they can. With 5 KP alone here this game, they want to ride that momentum, try to chase down that Mouse, but is it worth it? With the zone closing in here, it is round 2, but they don't want to give up their backs to a team that could rotate, a team that's late rotating, specifically Gen G from Monument.
Yeah, Zainu and MT call Koifel back. They say, you know what, eventually they'll come back in from the zone. That'll be easy kills. They don't have to risk this one whatsoever. They'll have control over the train tracks as well. And so that'll give them some nice flexibility in where they want to rotate to. They do have access to that the survey beacon as well, over at No Name, just off to their south. So this will be a nice little way for them to get in for the next zone.
13 teams already in that next zone here. Mouse, by the way, have been able to get to that replicator closer to Epi, and they were able to get the res. We know that Shopify are going to be waiting for them once they hear that. Gaming Gladiators patiently waiting inside these buildings with the other teams that went for a quick rotate, though. That means that they're denying themselves the opportunity to boost up those Evo shields. It's just a poke pressure fight here for everybody in Skyhook.
Yeah, light spots that one member from Shopify Rebellion that was playing on top of that drill tower. Shopify Rebellion actually have a shot to win this. There's a huge chance that this ring continues to pull towards that eastern side, and as I say that, the ring reveals itself, and no, it's going to be going smack dab on top of all of the buildings over inside of Skyhook. So Shopify Rebellion will go ahead and make their move on over towards this survey beacon, but they're met by Gen G. This is the #1 team in the lobby right now, and it's Shopify Rebellion forced off of this, even though they need to make this rotate in.
Look at this side-by-side right here. We see our top 5 squads right now with NRG taking that 5th place spot right behind Team Liquid at 63 points. But it's Shopify, like you said, uncontested over to that eastern side. They're waiting for the rotate from Mouse, and Shopify aren't the only ones that are hungry right here. Gen G want to keep soaking up these points. One of the teams with the Valkyries, they have rotated over to Grandma's house, and they have a survey beacon, so they know exactly who's coming outside by that zone.
Importantly, by the way, if they keep missing from that top 5, well, it was going to be Twisted Minds because they went down 6th place, and so they're going to be watching on as the other squads try to grow that lead against them, keep it safe, and keep them on the bubble going into our final game. For the time being, though, Gaming Gladiators, they're a team that have a big opportunity here to try and catch up. 49 points. That puts them 13 points off from that 62-point marker.
As long as they could settle down here, stay inside these buildings, make sure a team does not rotate from right behind them. I'm also concerned about the team that could come in from the high ground if Shopify want to take a roundabout rotate, but I'm expecting them to try to take these fights to get even more KP. Aerial view here, what we see RRX on the high ground, but I want to see Shopify versus Mouse, because Shopify, they're chasing after them, and Go Next at Nub, getting that Kraber shot onto Gen G, onto Asia, who's been a menace as we tune in over to Grandma's house. Gen G looking at Go Next while they're ignoring the fight happening to their 6 because they're busy with this, while Shopify Rebellion and Mouse take that fight.
Gen G were able to get the res, though. Go Next were not able to capitalize whatsoever. The Molo slowing them down for the time being as they are holed up inside of the building. Asia going for the peak now, forced off from that angle, and now Go Next are regrouping, but they're taking so much damage. Kind of forced back, no bats here as Asia pushes out.
Mouse still popping up here in the feed onto Shopify. Go Next here, finding that knock onto Dexter. Asia slides in, he pops off, they eliminate Go Next, taking even more points here. Gets a quick shield swap as well. On top of it all, have that gold helmet before moving up. It's Mouse and Shopify that are still going on, where both of these teams have had trades, both of them have backed away. They do not like the pace of that fight, and they know that Gen G have already finished their fight, so they don't want to get thirded.
Gen G are looking for the angle. Asia, player that you had mentioned before, highlighted there, looking for that kill onto Mouse. But throughout all of this, Team Orchid coming from behind. Orchid need these kills. They will go back. They are not going to overextend for this one. Cersei looking around, 0-0 as well. They will back off and allow these teams to just battle it out here.
They wanted to see if they could show up late to the party. They're one of the teams with the rate, so they can afford to hold forward just a little bit without giving up too much space on the edge of that next zone. They will eventually have to start moving over to the south side, closer to the tunnel mouth that leads into Skyhook, but they don't have that next rain console information. They've been here for quite some time. Gen G are going to be taking their time. Asia's been popping off. The IGL from Gen G, I keep saying it, but look at this. 9 total KP for this entire team, and they don't need it. They got 82 points.
Shopify Rebellion got another knock onto Mouse, and then GG from a distance were able to help out as well. Lufka going down. Koifel does fall to Orchid, who have been peeking out, but Shopify Rebellion have not overextended for this whatsoever. Gen G are biding their time, but they will go ahead and take that Valkyrie to the skies and try to find a safe spot inside of Skyhook.
And they have the purple Evo shield on the Valkyrie. They got that second perk. They're going to get the scan right through the walls once they take to the skies and figure out where they want to go. They're going to take their time here before the zone starts closing in. And Mouse also on the evac tower with a Hail Mary are going to try to find their way into that next zone. But they don't have a Valkyrie, so they literally do not know what's waiting for them at their feet.
See ALGS on top of the tower right now, looking for anyone moving. Bounce, everyone is safely inside of a building. That's including Gen G. But for Mouse, they have not found the safety of a building whatsoever. Satsuki for Noisy Fox will be able to finish off that kill onto Lufka. And things are getting harder and harder for Mouse, especially as they get deleted there in 15th place. Unfortunate for Mouse now, as they are currently in 19th, and it's almost impossible for them to try and catch up.
Look at this pile up. Twisted Minds off of a raid portal, by the way, are spinning and zooting around, finding themselves inside that building. Did not find any safety. Go right back to where they started out that portal, over to the north side, the building unoccupied on the other side by Gaming Gladiators and Shopify. Sheila in hand, looking right through the ant barrier, but off of a zip line with the Pathfinder. Shopify Rebellion take to the roof for free.
They were slowed down just a bit there in that last zone, but with 3 teams underneath them, they might look to get a little bit aggressive. JDG and ALGS Year fighting it out. as it looks like ALGS Year will be able to finish off this fight. Nice aggressive play there from them to take out JDG on that tower, whittling down the forces on top of that pile-up. Team Liquid eating the nades, leaving only Nasal alive.
But this is so good for Twisted Minds, who is at 64 points. Nemesis, they get the knock into Alliance originally with that nade. Let's see what they can do here, as they can't do anything. Team Liquid get eliminated. Twisted Minds with full blue evils have to make their next move. As you can see, Outwardly setting up the raid portal.
It's gonna be difficult, but you have to imagine with how much action that's taking place inside of these buildings. Never mind, Alberlele is right back on out. Crook, will he have an opportunity to heal? No, Twisted Minds go down. GG, and Noah's Fox be able to find those kills. Twisted Minds now down in 6th place, 65 points.
He got jump scared. Zuni coming right back, noting that player out on the outskirts has that purple Evo. He had blue, but he didn't get beamed while he was trying to loot that death box. Moving around those Sentinels, finding these knocks. The cat wall has been brought in. The fighting inside these walls while ALGS are stuck in that corner. Team Nemesis looking on the outside of that doorway. Almost on the sticks here. The R9 blue extended light mag here, but setting up those barriers. Good timing as Blast tries to swing, but it's a 1-2-3 here between Zuni and Remix Powers to get that next knock. Gaming Gladiators eliminated.
Team Nemesis now in 7th place with 64 points. One more point off from Twisted Minds as they're looking for it, but he gets tagged, and now Kaisha stuck in the corner. He gets the knock. Shopify Rebellion are out. We're now down to 7 squads remaining.
This is so crazy. Pricey now with the Havoc. No extended energy mag. Still is able to get that knock onto Remix. Sending it out. Those Arc Stars pressuring Kashiha. He can't do anything. Team Nemesis get eliminated. 6 squads left here with this pile-up being Genji and ALGS Year.
ALGS Year, they need to try and get player K back on in, but it's the full send now from Genji. And back off just a bit. Not overextend on this fight. And it's going to be ALGS Year to go down next. Again, the tides keep turning, but it's all Genji currently. They are stuck inside the building, though. Zone's closing in behind them. Luckily, they were able to clear out this building, and so not going to have as much pressure there. We have Enter Force 36, Sentinels, and NRG stacked on top of each other, and Noah's Fox playing a building of their own. But it's Sentinels that might be the latest drop in the building in this final circle.
Oh, I love the cons here from NRG. You saw the pings originally. One angle, Sykes and Guild. The other is Timmy. They know there's a team right alongside them, trying to get some extra loot if they can. I mean, look at this. Sykes with literally 67 energy ammo in the reserve. Looking down at Ziggy. All you need is that triple tacky, though. You talk about a little spicy here, Jamerson, as the action's about to get spicy with the spinal ring closing behind them.
NRG are trying to bide their time. Huge pickup from Cena up there with that knock. We'll see if we can get a little bit more. Walls coming out. Now NRG gonna try and keep them stuck at the doorway here, but Timmy gets caught with the nade out.
Sentinel's getting that knock here. Snap, by the way, popping off with the Kraber. The piercing spikes doing just enough. Sentinel's looking behind him. They lost it on Riley. Carter's still alive. It's up to Sykes, trying to keep the dream alive for the NRG. Forced to drop down. Has no ammo, by the way, in the Havoc. Just a triple take, but it's not enough. Loader is able to take him out. 3 squads left. E36, Genji, and Sentinels.
Genji, can they get another win here for Enter Force 36? They had the first win of the day. This one would cement their spot in the top 20 lobby tomorrow. Enter Force 36. Can they do it?
And they do! They take game number 9 in an intense way. They were sitting in 9th place overall before that dub. That has now put them in the top 4 with 67 points.
We've had teams plagued by that early game fatigue. All Gamers Global got the first win of the tournament and then slowed down in their group. Enter Force 36 today got the first win there on Broken Moon, and then we saw the slowdown from them. But finally, here in game number 9, they throw themselves a lifeline with 67 points. They still remain on the bubble, Vicky.
Isn't that crazy? You could win 2 games in this entire series. You could get those Kraber shots that we just saw right there. And you could still be at risk of elimination. I can't make this up. I love Apex Esports. This is so crazy. Look at this. Match 9 results. You get your 12 KP. Gen G still popping off, having that momentum, showcasing consistency across the board, find themselves in second place with 9 KP.
I mean, that's why, of course, they drew a lot of attention across the last couple of lands that we have had, formerly as, I believe, Green Stego. And so we expected a lot more of them. Seeing them down here in the last chance was not, I think, something a lot of us expected. But now they are showing that they are a dominant force, that they do belong in the top 20 lobby in the match point finals for themselves. But it's Enter Force 36. Win the first match of the day. And then you can see that petering out. They picked up a few points here or there, just enough to keep them competitive, especially with the win like that there on World's Edge in match number 9.
I mean, you could tell they're pretty comfortable on Wedge, right? We're back at home. E36 finding that KP when they were a little quiet after taking the dub in game number 1. The series results with only 6 teams moving forward into our match point finals tomorrow. Look at this cutoff right now. Furia with 60. It's a 3-way tie between Furia, Team Liquid, and Twisted Minds. And then just a few digits away is ALGS with 62 points. There's that gap finally between ALGS and Gaming Gladiators with 53 points.
So realistically, even down to 13th place, EVOS, they have an opportunity to stay alive in this tournament. 27-point game, though, something that's going to be difficult to try and secure for yourself. A 15-kill point win. We'll see if the teams have it in them, but this is a tall task. A few of the teams are basically mathematically out, but with how much our teams have done here, I feel like a lot of those top 13 teams have the opportunity. We have one last game left to go to cement our top 20. We're going to conclude our last game right after this.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Papa, my studies have been very rewarding. They have introduced a new game to practice our skills. No abilities, no healing, just you against another. Electric. And my friends are learning too.
Yeah, I'm heartbreaker.
Now we know where you fit in the food chain. But you know me, Papa. I take my education seriously. Even the extracurriculars. Miss you lots. Je t'embrasse.
Oh, dude.
I don't even want hair anymore.
Welcome back to the main stage where things are starting to heat up and the energy in the room is palpable. I've got Hodsik here with me, the coach from Twisted Minds, for a very quick chat ahead of map number 10 today. Hodsik, yesterday was a little bit touch and go for Twisted Minds, wasn't it? After map number 9, you guys were tied at 8 for 18th place. Your key was almost claimed, but today, a totally different story. You guys have reset. It looks like a different team. What happened overnight?
Yeah, it was a very long night for us. Had to go back to the drawing board. Obviously, we changed up a lot of our playstyle, a lot of our comps, a lot of everything we're doing. And I think the biggest change was we had to have some very uncomfortable conversations. It was not an angry person, but it was one of the angriest I've ever been. And it was the angriest conversation I think I've ever had in my coaching career. But certain things needed to be said and addressed. Otherwise, I don't think we would have had this flip in gameplay and mentality.
Yeah, man, sometimes you just got to switch dad mode on, I think, don't you? Now, today's been a little bit topsy-turvy, hasn't it? We've got Albrelele kind of hovering around that top killer mark, and also some of the finishes you've had. You've had a first, a second, a fourth, a fifth, but also a couple of 18ths and a 20th. Consistency seems to be the difficulty. Now, I know it is a BR, things happen, but how do you kind of maintain or manage that consistency?
Just got to remind them what we're good at doing. A lot of those games today that we've kind of fumbled were unironically zones that were too close to us. That was hard for us to play because we fell back into the same habits we had yesterday where we're just jamming into spots that our comp can't hold, it can't play, and it ends up biting us in the butt. So just got to keep reminding them every comp that we go to, every new game that we go to, what kind of spots we can play and what kind of gameplay we're looking for.
Well, as it stands right now, Twisted Minds is in a 3-way tie at 6th position, so really it's going to come down to map number 10. I've also got to give a huge shout out to Hugo from ALS for supplying us with all these amazing stats throughout the broadcast. Back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Barney. Appreciate it. A little bit of Twisted Minds. Nice mascot there on the desk and in the crowd. You got to love it. 100 Thieves, Twisted Minds, 2 orgs, 1 person. I love the spread of love there as we welcome you back into the studio. Oh boy, man, this midseason playoffs has offered everything. The highs, the lows, and now the ties. 3-way tie with Twisted Minds as well. And the teams right below them, ALGS Year. You got all gamers. You've got gaming, gladiators. This is a stacked lobby, and even way down below that, still Shopify Rebellion. Somebody's going home. Most of them are going home, but we'll have to see who turns it up in Game 10. One more game to play, guys, as we talk about this. Jayhawk, Snipe Down, Glitter Explosion. This is the most intense opportunity to show up, and this is in many ways where champions and stars are born in leagues. Moments like this where you go big or you truly do go home.
Absolutely. And a lot of pros, they like to complain about scrim quality. I just want to prepare everybody for the game that we're about to witness. Because if you watched last year, the final game of The Last Chance was incredibly chaotic. The teams like Shopify, like you mentioned, they have to drop a 20-plus kill win in order for them to have even a shot. And that doesn't actually guarantee them anything still.
That's right.
And so this lobby is going to be crazy because certain teams are just going to be running it down because they are forced to.
Well, if you do the math on that, it is about 26 points that they would need. But then, of course, they have to means Furia, it means Team Nemesis, it means Twisted Minds, ALGS Year can't score any points.
Which they're going to. Someone's going to.
Yeah, so the issue is obviously Shopify Rebellion put themselves in a place that it looks pretty impossible. But on the flip side, Snipe, you have teams that literally are from all the way down to 7th to, I would say, 12th. Maybe let's go 11, because even those 4 points make a difference from Go Next to where it's almost anybody having a good game here can take that 6th spot and qualify to finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, 69 for 3rd place, and then going down to, like you said, the Go Next and the Evos. We watched the AGAL already have an 18-point win, and they're not safe at all either. So we talked about this. That's another team that, they had that same issue before. So a team can drop a 25 kill win. Shopify is one of those teams that could do it. It'd be miraculous, but they have the firepower. Any of these teams can pull that off, and I think we're in for some fireworks in the final.
I think this is an interesting one, Lauren, but there's been so many things that you could pick up on from, all gamers having a star-studded start yesterday and now kind of falling by the wayside. If they do that again, it's going to hurt them. They're not going in. What's been your takeaway here after 9? Because we've got one more game to go, and we're looking at a 10th game that determines basically how this tournament is going to play out tomorrow.
I think this is the result of the different format. We were talking about it a little bit in the green room, but yes, it's hard on days 1 and 2, but even after that, when we get to our normal elimination, it's never only 6 teams that we're pushing through to match point. It's typically at least 10, so they have a little bit more breathing room. This is so much more difficult than what they're used to. It's so much more high stress, and because there's only a slight point sponge between Gen G and Sentinels, it's that much closer on the bubble. I mean, I feel like we're going to get a combination of what Jayhawk is saying, where those teams at the bottom are absolutely running everybody down, but the ones on the bubble need to make a decision on how they want to play, because if they play too scared, it could turn around and bite them right in the butt.
This is also something we've seen nonstop throughout the history of ALGS, is when it gets to this, the teams at the bottom are all dying, and then the teams who are at that threshold can just play safe, and they can honestly accrue the placement points. Now, it is not that safe, so they're going to be paying attention to that kill feed the entire time to kind of know what they need to do, and they just have to look at that. And overall, I mean, I think that we're going to see a lot of passiveness out of the teams at the top of the leaderboard and a lot of aggressiveness out of the teams at the bottom.
It's scary. This is when you see Gaming Gladiator, you see ALGS Year, you see EVOS go next. They're done. If they lose, if they go out, it is over. Tournament over. You're going back. No more chances at our midseason playoffs. But I have to also flip the script and say Gen G have been phenomenal. Asia's performance, clearly the most impactful, dominant performer here in our last chance. Jayhawk, talk a little bit about them and what we've seen from a team we haven't had on the tip of our tongues lately, but now we certainly will going into finals.
I felt like on the first day for Gen G, they weren't playing their style of Apex, which is very aggressive. They're one of those Apex South teams that historically have always been aggressive. The first ever time that they came onto the scene was Year 3 champs, where they landed at Dome and were taking the fight to this Team Liquid roster, who we know are one of the best fighting teams in the world. And so today, they're doing their style of Apex. They're back to it. They're getting a lot of kills. Like you said, Asia, I think, is our kill leader with 25 kills today. So Gen G are playing their Apex, and it's working.
And you know what? Team Liquid, another team that I didn't mention much, but they certainly have performed. Yanya coming back from that NRG roster that didn't work out for him in that short stint, now back with this team to, again, have a chance to prove that Team Liquid Alienware, with all their talent, all their might have a chance to actually lift a trophy in their tenure together. All of it on the line. One more game left. It's Game 10 to decide who is going to our match point finals tomorrow. So let's kick it off with our casters to close out our last chance.
As we hover over the Crusher here, fate of these teams, that is what they're looking at. That's where they'll be going if they don't make the top 6 cut. Right here for our final game on World's Edge. This 10-match series has been crazy, and the competition even crazier. A point difference can matter between these teams making it into that finals lobby or not. I'm expecting this final game, Jamerson, to be spicy. Go crazy with the way that these teams know how they have to play, whether it be super aggressive, cut another team off that they know is really close, predict where their rotate is going to look like just based off of POIs alone.
20 teams line up that Crusher, 20 keys on the line and their tournament hopes. Only 6 will remain at the end of this game. Vicky, just between you and me, between the break, we were trying our best to see, what part of the map for this final game is going to be the spiciest. I started circling all the teams that are going to look to play super aggressive in the early game. And then all of a sudden, I had a giant Venn diagram of aggression all across World's Edge. With 13 teams still in the running, all the way down to the 13th, I think mathematically have a realistic shot of still making it. But they need to have a huge, huge game. So many of them need nearly a 15-kill win just to have the hope of securing the top 6. Right now, 3 teams stand in their way. Currently tied. That is one of your squads right there. Team Furia in 6th place. One of those 3 teams tied.
It's time to kick things up here. As we take a look at our players, the pressure is on. Smiles all the way around for Gen G, by the way. If anything, that's the pressure that's not on for them. They know that they're sitting pretty. They're comfy. Some head shakes here. Sentinel's another team that has popped off throughout the course of today. Teams that know what they need to do as we get set up. Legend selection screen here on the board while we load into our final game of our 10-match series onto World's Edge.
We saw a couple of conduits picked up in match number 9. One more will join the fray here, and Mad Maggie's across the board. This is going to be a massively aggressive game.
Let's get this set up here. The players are ready to go. We're ready to go. Everyone, Let's get this started. I love Apex. I love the hype behind these lands. Our final game on World's Edge. What separates greatness for the top 6 teams who will be making it into our match point finals. Let's get this started. Get the party started here in Mirage Etoile by E36, as they're going to be able to get this split loot on the outskirts of Mirage Etoile.
Enter Force 36 with the win in match number 1, and then of course just there in match number 9. But that just keeps them alive, Vicky, currently in 4th place with 67 points. And remember, that 3-way tie just behind them in 6th is only separated by 2 points. So even Enter Force 36 with 2 wins on the day are not safe.
Isn't that crazy? Again, I just can't believe it. Like, that really shows you the amount of KP teams have been able to sponge up just to build up that gap, to keep them safe across the rest of this lobby. We've talked about Sentinels, we talked about Gen G here, but now the competition's looking pretty tight. E36 are going to be able to loot around here by Mirage Etoile, but cinema, by the way, because wait until you guys see where the zone is pulling. Team Orchid over by their POI of Monument. They have a ring console there. They have a survey beacon. Boost up into those Evo shields. Would love to see the side-by-side of the map to highlight for you guys here, as Team Nemesis already make their rotate out of Lava Fisher. They had already gotten that ring console, and here we go. It's moving over to the north side by Monument between Fragment and AG, by the way. I'm wondering if they got that ring console over on the outskirts of Overlook. It looks like they did here. The survey beacon too, and they split loot here. Fury already making their rotate.
This could be a trap, though. This is one of those rings where it's a 33, 33, 33 split amongst 3 highly contested zones. Monument, Fragment, but also those blue bins and the fence line by the chokes over at Lava Siphon. So teams have to be on top of their zone reading here. And honestly, is there such a thing as a D3, a 3-sided dice? I don't know. I have no clue. But we're going to need one of those, because that's what the ring's going to give us in zone number 3. Team Liquid look like they're ready. Moving out from Landslide, one of those 3 teams currently tied in 6th place with 65 points. They cannot make a mistake here. They can take early zone. Twisted Mind are here as well. Also tied in 6th place with 65 points. Looking to get deeper, and they're looking to get over towards the Fragment side. Furia might meet them on the way over. Albralele takes a lot of damage.
Oh, where do you go? There's 2 teams literally looking at you. You don't have any safety from these buildings. At least you had that catwall put up to provide that extra cover. You saw that zipline that was put up originally there too. Hopefully the rest of Twisted Minds can meet up together. Albralele's one! He gets taken out. It's the burn from Sasuke. As now, Twisted Minds are forced to play that out as a duel unless they can get the res.
No S Fox team currently in 19th place. Their tournament chance is almost all but gone. They need a miraculous game here. A 35-point win might put them near there. No, a 35-point win would only put them at 67, which is, well, where our 4th place team currently is. So they need to destroy 2/3 of the lobby to just stand a chance.
Maybe even tie. Team Nemesis also has 67 points at 5th place right now. One of the teams rocking the Rampart, Mad Maggie, and the Pathy. Looking ahead, Furia are not going to be moving from here. Mouse already in trouble. Synap is going to be able to pick that up for E36. We know how important it is for E36 to get as much KP as they can right now, but they're suffering on the other side. It's JDG who also were able to get that knock. We're not going to be seeing Furia move away from this. Even if they get a knock, they're not going to give up this building. So while we take a look at Furia, it's the action happening elsewhere on the north side of the map.
Yeah, right now it's RRX, Shopify Rebellion, ALGS Year at that Skyhook train tunnel, currently fighting right now. Shopify Rebellion seem to have been able to restabilize themselves. RRX, the first team eliminated. They will be going home. No shot, no chances for them in the match point finals. For Enter Force 36, though, they stay alive for now, as ILY will be able to escape on this Pathfinder. Now he needs to get his 2 teammates back into the game.
Keeping the dream alive, at the very least, with 68 points. This is the fight that we saw going down here over to the north side. Shopify versus ALGS. ALGS pretty healthy here, but it's not the only fight going on here too. There's also another fight happening on the outskirts of Lava Fisher, south of Countdown. It was E36 still surviving as that solo.
ALGS though, they have a nice exit here. With that balloon, they'll be able to slide past Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion do not want them to get away, though. They need every single kill that they can find. Mouse Esports are able to get Lufka and Aku back on in. We're now down to 54 players here in the lobby. Enter Force 36. ILY drops down into the lava. Still alive for now. Gaimin Gladiators in 10th place with 53 points, chasing down every last morsel of points left on the field.
Smell that? It's blood in the water this time around. NRG, they lose out on Guild. That's AG in the distance. Here, as AG were holding the choke by Geyser, and Sentinels is about to wrap up behind NRG. I want to see that fight over to the north side of Geyser. That's actually crazy, as NRG also at risk with top 3.
They're not safe. Tied right now with Enter Force 36 with 69 points. Again, that split on the bubble is insane. But Gaimin Gladiators are looking to try and secure this final kill. Mouse were able to get the res over at Thermal and make that exit because of the distraction coming out from Enter Force 36. For Sentinels, though, they are playing that choke over by that lava siphon side again. I say there is an opportunity for the ring to pull down basically to where Sentinels are at right now. And the ring has decided for us. We are going over towards Fragment.
And while the collapse was happening over by this choke, it was Gen G that had wrapped up behind NRG. We did see a knock originally as Sentinels tried to fight NRG, but they were able to get the res. Sentinels backing away, still holding that choke, looking at them down, but nobody could commit in that side of that fight. Because AG had made an appearance before. They're hugging the survey beacon over by No Name, and they're denying that information from other teams. If Sentinels or NRG try to take that fight with one another, the 3P is inevitable, with Genji being right around the corner and AG looking for that opportunity. Well, ALGS, player K over by the high ground, a knock right in front of him, as Team Liquid have been able to find that safety right underneath the houses over to that low ground.
They have lost out on one, though. That's going to be their Valkyrie. Yanya Nasal, though, gets picked up inside of the building. Jaguares has the safety of that barrier to keep them alive for the time being, but will they have an opportunity to get Yanya back into this? Team Liquid right now in 6th place with 66 points, and that's Team Orchid, the next team to be eliminated. Their dreams will be crushed.
Fact that we saw that player go down up on the cliffside. Team Liquid, they need to figure things out here. Play this now out as a duo. It's going to be so difficult losing out on that Valkyrie. They have that Mad Maggie. They have the Rampart at least to settle down. As we take a look at Gaimin Gladiators, the calm before the storm here. They're looking at Mouse. They're looking at Evos that have that uphill positioning. And E36 still alive, trying to keep the dream alive as they're trying to get the res over on the north side of Thermal.
Right now, we only have 10 teams inside the zone. The rest of the lobby are fighting it out. Nice nades just to slow down Mouse. Mad Maggie Ball does come out. Funks finds a nice angle up top to try and burst him down. 0-0 extremely low as Light tries to find an angle, but now it's Mouse starting to turn tables.
It can turn things around with the Conduit, giving them that shield here too. Being able to grapple in, get that knock onto Fuck. Gaimin Gladiators in trouble. Blast gets taken out. And now as Light is the only one left alive, he's trying to survive. He has to. They're sitting in 10th, 54 points, and that's Mouse picking up that KP.
And he's got to be careful. Crazy Raccoons going for the third party. Take that evac tower and get past them right now. JDG, come in for the third party. Mouse, turn it around. The knock onto YC. Mouse are going to give chase. That Conduit keeping them topped off, allowing them to continue the fight. Crazy Raccoons, Karapa gets fouled out, and that's going to be Aku winning that 1v1 duel.
Even better here for Mouse, but I mean, they're sitting in 20th place. They literally need a miracle out here. Sure, you could get this KP, but then it's inevitable. It's only up to Lefka to stay alive here, feeling that pressure on the other side. This collapse here, Crazy Raccoon are looking. JDG over on the other side of Sangjun being the only one alive here, sitting in 18th place. It's all the lower end teams on this side of the map.
Mouse, the next team to be eliminated there. down in 20th position. Already 3 more keys have been claimed by the Crusher. Crazy Raccoons try to reestablish themselves as ALGS Year try their best to stay alive. Strafing Flame goes down, and that's ALGS Year knocked out 9th place with 64 points.
Hold up. AG, Skittle picking that up. I like their position right now. They're on the north side of the Surrey Beacon over by No Name, and Energy are looking to pressure them out. They want to make sure their backs are cleared. The only team they need to worry about is Sentinels that are still holding that choke up the hill, north side of Lava Siphon.
Gen G just found a knock on Shopify Rebellion that are in front of AG, but the presence of AG will stop the chase of Gen G. Shopify Rebellion will be able to maintain this position inside of that truck, but unfortunately for them, they've got Drop looking on as JD Gaming finally get eliminated out here in the Boondocks. That's going to be another squad gone. We're now left with 15 teams remaining here in the last chance.
Gaming Gladiators picking up 2 KP in total, but it's only up to Light. After you get through this choke, though, good luck, because Crazy Raccoon are still alive, and they have just taken an evac tower over Light's head, and look who's waiting for them on the choke. It's Evos. You have to be forced to use a Wrecking Ball. You have to close in that distance. Shopify Rebellion get eliminated. No chance for Shopify, as Enter Force 36 was 70 points. They know what's at stake here. Looking like lacking on health, too. You only have a Phoenix kit. It looks like Snap only has that syringe. Luckily, he's going to be able to at least get a little bit of health over time with the Mirage.
7 keys have already been claimed. 7 more to go. We're almost at the halfway mark, Vicky, and it has been pure aggression all across the map right now. The next look at the ring puts Furia and Go Next dead center of the zone. For Enter Force 36, they were able to recover at least 1. Evos find Sung Jun. They are trailing right behind them. Enter Force 36 now walking right behind them.
Next also are able to get that knock here too, with Sangjun going down. It's only up to Karampu, and he got stuck by the Knuckle Cluster. Albios, it looks like Evos wrapping to the left here. They're trying to run away from the Crusher themselves. As they stare down at Sentinels, they're getting pinged by Twisted Minds, who were able to get that res earlier on to Alberley after the action that we saw early game against them and Furia. But Evos taking too much damage. It's a pressure from right behind them as E36 move in.
Enter Force 36 keeping themselves alive, trying to grow that gap between them and the rest of the pack as they slide on in. Evos, MG Clutch stays alive, but not for long. The slide in from Jizna will get that, and the armor swap just to keep himself alive. He hits up the medkit and stays alive for Enter Force 36.
I was worried about the Archers, and a bunch of nades just hurtled in his direction. The fact that he's found some safety in this corner, and he's the Mirage, right? He's going to be able to get this res passively, also getting that heal regen onto his teammate. And Twisted Minds knows that E36 is there, but cannot give up their space at the moment. Worried about the teams that are still on the other side of the tracks.
Syria get a knock onto Enter Force 36. Again, for Enter Force 36, it's all about maintaining that top 3 position for themselves. Jaguares will go down. Team Liquid were able to get that res, but for how long can they survive? Team Nemesis looking to strike the finishing blow. No, Team Liquid lose out on 2, but it's Yanya to stay alive for them.
Can El Presidente do it himself? Can he do it? The last one alive for Team Liquid in 6th place. The cutoff is 67 points here. And there are teams right behind them, like Twisted Minds, who are tied with 67 points alongside them. E36, I think they're trying to go for that res right down below here. They do, they get the res. Twisted Minds, cross-eyed, looking in one direction, still aware of the res happening right below their feet from E36.
9 squads eliminated, 9 keys blamed by the Crusher. Only 5 more to enter the depths, the maws of the EWC. Crusher for Twisted Minds, though, they keep their tournament hopes alive here. Remember, they started off this game tied in 6th place. They will remain on the bubble until the end of this match. Madness finds a knock onto Loader. But that's not the biggest knock that we're looking for here. Sentinels are safely there in the top 6.
If anything, benefits Furia if they could secure that KP. One of the teams running the Cossack out here, as they do. Madness with a huge nade. They know how desperate they are. Sitting in 6th place, 67 points. Now with the 3-way tie between Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, and Furia.
Team Liquid get the res! And they are still here. We're still here, Vicky. They do poke out just a little bit, but Nasal, you gotta be careful. You don't have a wealth of utility. You don't have a wealth of heals. Any amount of poke will eventually stick, and you need to survive. You need to hold on for 5 more squads to go down.
It's here in my head. The boys are back again. Team Liquid involved in this fight, though, with Yanya losing out his shield, sliding down. Haguadas taking a lot of damage. Great off angle as Team Liquid, they take out Enter Force 36. More KP, uncontested with no other team looking at them.
And Enter Force 36, we're in 3rd place with 73 points. But now, Team Liquid are just 3 points behind them. There's a world where Enter Force don't make it. This is pure insanity. Twisted Minds watching on, looking for any scrap, any morsel, just 1 KP, please.
Look at this, look at this. Furia 68, Twisted Minds 68. What separates them and Liquid is 2 KP with 70 points. And Liquid are on the low ground. Ganya is able to get all the way up here on the Valkyrie. Aside from that fact, the rest of Team Liquid could just climb right back up here, but they need to control a lot of space. Twisted Minds being on the other side has now indicated to Team Liquid they got some damage in. They know they still have blue Evo shields versus Team Liquid with purple.
This is the big fight between both of these squads with so much at stake. The cat wall's down, both teams utilizing everything. The Sheila is down for Jaguars. Albralele takes cover, hits the back, goes for the peak, and Yanya takes him out. Twisted Minds on the verge of getting knocked down here, but it's answered back as Jaguars falls.
Uncontested fight here in a clean 3v3 as Yanya and Nizul are still alive, but the zone is closing in behind their backs. Their priority is getting the res. Same thing for Twisted Minds. This nade needs to go huge as the enemy forced to back away. Twisted Minds incredibly low, but that was a big nade. It did get the double crack here, but Team Liquid are able to reset, and they're in a much better spot being in that next zone right now.
NRG out, and now they just have to watch on. Twisted Minds tries to make the cross here, but they're met, and they will get defeated, and it's AGAL falling next.
It's important to know that NRG had gone out in 6th place. Their fate is out of their hands with 72 total points. Now Team Liquid have moved all the way up, and guess who's still getting KP? It's Furia, who have not moved from this building. They called this very early. This was Madness's call to push here.
Go Next is the only team now sitting here on the bubble amongst the top 5 who have an opportunity to crack it to the top 6. Team Liquid, though, controlling the center of the zone. Go Next. Furia, Sentinels stacked up on top of each other, but it's only one lone player for Sentinels, while Team Nemesis are playing that north side currently at the bottom of the crevice, at the bottom of the lava there. We'll see if they have a way out.
The story here is insane. By the way, Energy, because of what we have right here in this final zone with Furia, with Team Liquid, with Go Next, etc., they're in 7th place. They got booted out. There's no opportunity for NRG. That's what's at stake right now. That's what the story is. They go down with only 72 points in 7th place, while Team Liquid have now moved up. Top 4, Furia, top 5, 73 points. Haguadas looking down the barrel of the Sheila. They're calling out Team Nemesis, secured behind these rampart walls.
Oh
Say
my goodness!
friend.
Powers is the first to fall. Kaisha next to go, and now Zoni gets hunted down by Furia. And it will be Madness to pick up that kill. Team Liquid now here in 3rd place with 79.
Hasta la vista, Team Nemesis. Team Liquid. From the other side of that catwall that you saw earlier on, Furia have now rotated outside that building, rotated outside the truck. They're looking to take the dub right now. Our last 3 squads, Furia, Go Next, who still have an opportunity, and Team Liquid.
Go Next need every last kill point just to have a shot to secure this. But Team Liquid are going to be able to slow them down with this wall. You can see the peek out as Go Next are looking to get aggressive, but they can't find a single angle. Furia are getting aggressive onto it for the time being, but they are forced to slow down. down, heal up, Nox gas grenade, not quite there for them. Go Next, need every last kill.
Don't get overzealous though, as Go Next have to look in two different directions because they're going to get wrapped up around by Furia. They're going to get pinched here if they're not careful, as Team Liquid are not involved in this fight. This means everything kind of knows, but he has to get outside of zone. He can't do it. Top two teams, vamos! Team Liquid!
Team Liquid are able to survive. They breathe a huge sigh of relief, and unfortunately for Go Next, who needed that huge Hail Mary, who needed every last kill point to move on, well, they'll be the final key claimed here in our last chance.
Los tres amigos! Vamos, Mexico! Team Liquid! They do it time and time again! They look so calm and collected. Meanwhile, I'm here looking like a crazy person. Team Liquid Alienware, absolute crazy performance.
Not only do they survive the last chance, they do it in the second seed. It might seem like small wins at the end there for them, but they will have at least a better draft position for themselves moving on to our match point finals tomorrow. Even if it is going to be in that, 15th place spot, it's still ahead of 4 other squads.
As we take a look at the series results, off that dub alone, Team Liquid went from 8th place overall to finding themselves in the safe zone in that 2nd place. E36, look at that cutoff. Look at this cutoff. It's a 1-point difference. They boot NRG. Timmy's last chance. Oh.
That's crushing. That's crushing for any fan of Apex Legends.
Can't go out on a loss.
Knocked out on a loss like that. So unfortunate. Enforce 36. You saw the desperation in their play throughout this game to secure that spot. And the one kill that they were able to hunt down as a duo, running in, getting the knock when they were rotating in behind them, coming out from Harvester, might have been the difference maker there. But there it is, your final 6 teams moving on to our match point finals. Gen G, Team Liquid, Sentinels, Furia, and well, 2 more. Sorry, we swapped off there. Twisted Minds. No, enter Force 36. I'm sorry.
Honestly, I don't, Jamerson, I mean, look at the players. They're literally like shaking out here too. It's been a high, intense game for that final. I mean, even reflecting back at what we saw at the end, Team Liquid recovered like twice, by the way. We saw that player go down over by that hilltop, the Valkyrie. Then we move over. We see that it's up to Yanya, a Presidente, to make some moves. He gets the res. They take that fight versus Twisted Minds, clear their backs, and still put themselves in a position to not get pinched. Imagine what could have happened if Go Next ended up winning that game.
And I think that Northside Monument fight, it was Yanya who ended up getting thirsted, so they had to bring him back into the game. And so this huge chain of events for Team Liquid to be able to win that one out, it was spectacular to say the least. They had a very difficult position there on the south, but they definitely made it work out for themselves. We're going to take a short break before we send it on over to the desk. Don't worry, guys, we'll be right back right after this.
I am here on the show floor at the Amazon Esports Arena stage, and it is third place match kicking off behind me now. But man, we've got an amazing grand finals upcoming momentarily, because it's going to be Xiaohai, the man that's in the running to become the first ever two-time champion here at the EWC after his hot win on Street Fighter 6 last year. Now, Xiaohai represents Kuaishou Gaming, and this is a really important grand finals for that team, because this is possibly going to secure their eligibility and possibly give them the only shot they've got at taking club championships here at the Esports World Cup. Now, his opponent from Japan, Goichi, represents Detonation Focus Me, a solid team from Japan, and he is possibly in the runnings to put his team on track for the club championships, because Fatal Fury is one of their two only confirmed titles at the Esports World Cup. So for that team, Goichi's participation and victory, securing gold here, is going to be key at this tournament. A lot on the line. The crowd are going crazy. There's a lot on the line here at the Esports World Cup 2025.
Of course, this is a moment that is bittersweet. Heartbreak for some, for most actually in this lobby, yet the sweet, sweet sense of relief for 6 teams who now have a chance to play for gold tomorrow in our match point finals. And what a moment it was watching those teams fight for those last points. It changed 3 or 4 times in that last final zone, and Go Next trying to pull off would have been an incredible win. It was just not enough. And of course, alongside that, we say goodbye to the NRG era with It's Timmy, as they just barely missed out 1 point separating them from our next qualified team, E36. All of that and more just took place, Jayhawk and Snipedown, and it's time to talk a little bit about what really was the other side of the coin, which was the momentum gain, the questionable mid-game, the losing of 2 teammates, and the revive by Yanya for Team Liquid to clutch that one out and secure a spot in second.
Can we just talk about how many times Liquid has done this before? I feel like they're the king of
unbelievable.
The getting to the grand finals on some miraculous hero fashion of many kills, many resets, and then just turning up and making their way into the grand finals.
And before this series started, Snipedown was going over the maps, and he actually pointed out to me in the green room, like, oh, Liquid got Landslide. This is kind of a different POI for the certain style of play that they typically do, playing edge and being very aggressive. And I was bringing my mind all the way back to 2 years ago in Split 2 Pro League. If anyone remembers, when Liquid was contesting Optic at Stax and Big Mod, they were going toe-to-toe. Eventually, they lose the contest. They leave it in the regional finals. They have to have a major clutch-up moment. And where did they go? They went Landslide, and they played Zone. All of a sudden here, 2 years later from that moment, they're going Landslide again. I don't think I've ever seen them play Landslide since then.
Man.
And they clutch up again. And I got to say, I'm actually shocked they got Landslide at 71st overall in the POI draft. That's a POI that we saw SSG win, land from back in Mannheim. And so Liquid, first off, with a great draft. And sure, they had to change up their play style, but when their back's against the wall, like Snipe said, this team knows how to clutch it up.
Yeah,
we did also talk about how that last game was going to be one of those styles where a lot of teams were killing each other's all over the edge.
That's true,
and
yeah.
Them getting a POI right next to where the zone was, they were able to implant themselves early on, and then they were able to just get the KP, get the reset that they got there, just what it took for Yanni to get up there, fly back up, grab the banners, go for the reset, everything. everything. It's just, I could watch that game back multiple times.
The confidence, the wherewithal, and the fact that it turned out all right for Team Liquid, of course, to the chagrin of many others who will not be joining in the finals tomorrow. ALGS Year going out, one of our favorites. All Gamers going out as well. Gaming Gladiators no longer there. And, of course, NRG, which means that these teams, yes, their dreams have been crushed. And speaking of the crusher, we've got Barney standing by on stage.
The lobby for the match point finals is now set. 6 teams from today are going to be going into tomorrow and battling for $2 million. And of course, the amazing Esports World Cup trophy and the glory. But right now, this is the time for the fun part, because I've got the first place finishers from today. It's, of course, Gen G. I've got Dexter, I've got Ziki, and I've got Asia here with me. Gentlemen, coming into today, putting on a performance like that after, let's face it, a disappointing day yesterday, how does that feel? And do you feel like you have some momentum now going into tomorrow?
รู้สึกยังไงสำหรับเล่นพรุ่งนี้
มีความมั่นใจเต็มร้อยครับแล้วก็พร้อมที่จะเป็นแชมป์ในรายการนี้ครับ
He got a lot of confidence going into tomorrow and he definitely going to claim champion tomorrow.
I like that. I like the confidence. You should feel confident after a performance like that. Asia, you in particular were flying. It was amazing. Now, this is the fun part, of course, because this is actually the most amount of keys crushed at any one time at the Esports World Cup. So, gentlemen, if you would help me out, Dexter, I'm going to get you to turn the key. Ooh. Okay, the engines are going to start. We're going to feel them under your feet. There we go. The engines have started. Okay. Ziki, here we go. Flick that switch. Okay, and Asia, one of the most dominant players today after the Iris is open. We're going to press that key. Here we go. In they go. Oh, 14 keys all in. And crushed. The boys are waving. The smoke, the flames are popping. Dexter, how did that make you feel?
รู้สึกยังไง
Cool. Cool. Just cool. That felt really cool. I can't imagine it did. Now just 20 teams remain in the fight. And as you all know, tomorrow we embark on that ruthless journey that is match point finals. Who can hold their nerve under the lights? Only time will tell. We'll see you shortly after this.
Thank you, Barney. And yeah, cool is a good way to describe it, especially in the studio at night. On the boulevard, it's still 90 degrees, by the way, at about, 12 p.m., 12 a.m. But it is cool in here. And you got to love Gen G getting their due, because they played so well. It is a team that, yes, while Liquid had the heroics at the end of the day, Gen G were certainly the leaders out in front, almost beat with 3 games left to go, Jay. They were phenomenal across the board, but I kind of want to shift gears to kind of the surprises here. I know a lot of people are looking at this saying, that's more keys than usual. I mean, the usual 3, that's 14 teams that went home today. What's your takeaway on the teams who didn't make it and won't be playing tomorrow?
I mean, we have to talk about Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah,
listen, I had my hot take that Zainu's the best player in the world, and quite frankly,
is that cool now?
They did not show up. They did not show up. And listen, if you're going to be the best, you have to show up.
Yeah, it's true.
And this team, in terms of the talent they have, 2 LAN champions in Koifel and Zainu, and then you have MT, the most accomplished IGL to have never won.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are no stranger to match point finals, top 5 placements over and over and over again, and yet you don't even make it. And it wasn't even, they're in 14th. It wasn't even close. That's a disappointing finish overall, and they're going to have to go back to the drawing board after this LAN.
To me, the question does lean on to like that stupefy that we said. It's like the wand stunning you. Like, I felt like they were stunned. I felt like they couldn't get out of whatever it was. We didn't have enough conversation with them. We didn't see the mental inside of it, but something wasn't working, and obviously that impacted their performance today. Snipe, I'll ask the same question to you. Of the teams not making it, who caught your eye?
I mean, it's just going to be another situation. I mean, energy, obviously, it's heartbreaking for them to go out that way with, but we knew it was going to be fireworks and a photo finish, and that's exactly what we got. I mean, another one's just going to be AG. I thought that because they, had that fail the first day, getting that big win.
That's right.
I thought once they got that huge win and the momentum that they had off that 18 kills early on again, I didn't think there was any way that they were going to be able to repeat that same cycle, and it happened. I mean, it was almost identical, where they got 30 points in one game, and then the remainder of the next 9, once again, 30 points. Just like before, they got 26 and 26 points the remainder 9 games. So something's there. I don't know what's going on. A lot of these teams are way too talented to end up where they were. Shopify, like you said as well, 2 bottom 10 placements, regardless of only X amount of teams qualifying. It's just unlikely.
And even ALGS Year and Twisted Minds. I mean, listen, at the start of the show, these were 2 teams that I was saying, people are going to start to ask questions about the open performance that they had. This was supposed to be the bounce back year for Alberlelli, for Player K, for these 2 teams. And unfortunately, I mean, they were close. So I don't want to sit here and say that they had the worst performance, but they weren't able to make it through.
Yeah, this is brutal. You do not want to get put in this last chance. That is for sure. People will know this heading into the next time they have a chance, if they do, at EWC. But let's take a look at our Gidia top 5 plays for right now at the end of the day and focus a little bit on ALGS Year. I mean, you talk about combining Player K, Strafing Flame, and then adding Pricey to that mix. This was something that felt like a squad that undeniably would be successful on paper. And they are successful, but I think in terms of their overall expectations, this isn't that same conversation where someone would say, hey man, you're not paying attention to me. I got 8th place, 10th place at LAN. That's successful. No, not making it to finals. None of these guys, with how accomplished they are going to feel that this was the tournament that they played their best.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that kind of comes into question is just the confidence level. We saw Strafing Flame tweet out after their first bad day that he wasn't going to IGL, and they had to go back to the drawing board. I talked to the coach a little bit, and they decided that he should, but even just making that comment publicly, this is one of the biggest tournaments that you could ever possibly play in, and that can't instill confidence in your team if your IGL is trying to back out of that, that role that everyone's looking at you to be the leader.
Yeah, and these teams were a joy to watch across the entire tournament, even though they didn't make it. Twisted Minds as well, another team featured here in our top 5 plays, thanks to Gidia, had some great runs. And obviously Alberlelli, when he starts to get going, he is one of the most fun players to watch. Right there, barely misses a bullet on that devotion, and still the gun that is 2nd place only to the R99 and getting the most amount of kills this tournament.
At the same time, we're looking at some of these top 5 plays, and look at the teams that we're watching. ALGS Year, Twisted Minds, NRG. You talked about it with AGAL. These teams popped off early, but in these 10-game sets, this is something that I don't think a lot of our players have a ton of experience with, because usually the sets are 6 games, then at champs they're 8. In 10, a single win does not guarantee you anything. You need consistency across the board. Yeah, honestly, even with 2 wins, maybe you might not be safe. You need consistency across the board, because as we saw, that cutoff is 73 points.
Unreal.
That's incredible.
All right, well, our Gidia top 5 plays just wrapped up there, but we still have a few things to touch on. Our kill leader of the day, I actually don't know who that is. No, I do know who that is. We've been talking about him. It's Asia from Gen G Esports. This 8-pack squad has been dominant, but you could see it was match 8 and 9 that really pushed Asia over the edge. And Snipe, what a map duo to do it on as well, to secure the Sony MVP for this last chance, heading into finals with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, 75% kill participation, averaging 2.5 kills a game. You put any type of placements on top of that, and you have a success to win here. I mean, look, I don't think anyone thought that Gen G, at the way they started, was going to end up as high as they did on this leaderboard, because they did kind of start off a little slow, and just like we said, the consistency picked up, and there must be a momentum team. So we'll see if they can carry that into Sunday.
All right, well, I want to hear more from our winning team as well. Asia was the man with the most kill participation and kills across the lobby, but their coach helped him get him there. Barney standing by with Gen G.
That is right indeed. Their coach did help them get there. I've got the coach from Gen G here. Templex, an incredible day today. We talk a lot to coaches about adaptation throughout the tournament and, day by day analyzing and basically helping improve, right? That's basically your job. But how vastly different was your first day to now? You ended in 15th place, and now today you just dominated. What was changed overnight? What did you guys work on yesterday?
We made a couple adjustments, especially we capitalized on playing more zone rather than just playing for team fight, playing way too aggressive and get punished. So we made that change, and it worked out really well for us.
I mean, I do also have to say, in terms of not playing an aggressive, Asia, I mean, he was just kind of let loose on everyone. What's the system behind that? Is it that when he starts getting on a roll, he kind of gets let to kind of go and do his thing a little bit more and then come back? Because you say about how you played a bit more restrictive, but he was just on fire.
We had 2 players, Ziggy and Dexter, playing major role supporting him to be able to let Asia just let him frag out the whole game. So yeah.
It was amazing to watch. And, you know, a lot of people, we don't really give coaches their flowers enough, I think, because you guys have an incredible amount of impact on what goes on in-game as well. How would you describe your coach style, and what's your approach to your 3 players specifically?
I tend to fix a lot of macro, which like this team been struggling since I came to join the team. So yeah, I help players do a lot of analysis and change a lot of macros with the team.
Well, you've done a great job so far, Templex, and we can't wait to see what you guys bring tomorrow, because it's match point finals day. It's when it really, really matters. And if you guys do anything like we saw you do today, I'm sure you're going to do absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview, and I'm going to send you guys back to the studio.
I feel like we're playing catch here, Barney. Thank you yet again for a great interview with Templex, talking a little bit about their aggression and turning it up a notch heading into now finals and, of course, this last chance. We do have to shift gears as well yet again, because the storylines aplenty on both sides of the spectrum. And for me, it is now the letting go, the saying goodbye of one of our superstars in this league. It's Timmy, who has been not only a feature on NRG, a feature on 100 Thieves, a feature on his own journey as a pro, representing more than just the traditional pro journey to become a part of this ALGS. He was a content creator. He's been somebody who's done both at the same time, paved his own path. Jay, he's been one of probably the staple 3 or 4 guys that you've looked at that's brought their own fan base into this game and really been, a star for us. And so saying goodbye, it's going to be a lot for people to take a look at the future without him.
Absolutely. Usually in esports, it's a little difficult for you to see a specific athlete go past sort of that game and break into the mainstream. And Timmy has absolutely done that. He's easily one of the people that's on the Mount Rushmores of Apex Legends over the entire history of the game. And it's absolutely going to be a shame, because he's been one of the most exciting players to watch with his play style, with his aggressiveness, and with his amazing comebacks.
You know, I didn't know jumping out of a plane with Timmy just a few months ago, that'd be my last opportunity to do so. I thought the Red Bull, we were going to be going all over the place. Shark diving, I thought it would happen, but, Snipe, as a pro and a fellow pro, obviously, Timmy's brought a lot to this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's had one of the most enjoyable journeys to watch as a player. He's one of the most exciting players. I kind of put him in the same tier of excitement as like Alberlelli, like we were talking about. His mechanical skill across not just Apex, but any game he touches is incredible to watch. And we're talking, he might not be in comp anymore, but we know for a fact he's still going to be involved with the Apex space. And I think that's a pleasure just to have him in this as long as we have had and as long as we will continue to have.
Well, you said it well, Jayhawk. Certainly on the Mount Rushmore of Apex Legends, and certainly in the ALGS, one of the figures we will have a hard time ever forgetting. Thank you, Timmy, for all the memories, and we'd love to send you off in a special way.
One last one. What do you want your legacy to be in the ALGS?
I just hope that people remember me as somebody who tried, I think, his hardest. I don't think I was like coming into competitive or even coming to the scene as a content creator. I was always like, I felt like behind in terms of like people's experience and playtime. And I felt like I just put a lot of effort in to show that, it is possible. So I hope that even though if I don't get like great results or I don't win, I hope to believe that people can see that I tried my hardest to try to win, and I wasn't afraid to like take a chance.
Thank you very much. We can cut there.
Yeah.
It is never easy when an important chapter of your life comes to a close, and I am very happy and also sad to be doing a little bit of a farewell interview here with It's Timmy. We got to see a little bit of a package there of kind of chatting with you about what you're hoping your legacy is now that you're done being a pro, at least for Apex Legends. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Oh, wow. That was a lot. Sorry. Honestly, being in Apex has been everything for me. It has honestly changed my life, and being a content creator and going into competitive and being able to compete on the main stage and compete against the people I grew up with in my scene has honestly just been crazy, just been wild. And I honestly can't thank anyone else but the fans who've supported me along the way and helped me get to where I am today. And even though I've never won anything, I'm still very happy for what I accomplished in Apex. And yeah.
I mean, you've traveled the world. You've been on so many different iterations of teams. You've found success at LANs, even if it wasn't the win. Like you said, you have such a tenured career. Do you feel like you've gotten everything you were hoping to get out of the experience of being a pro in Apex Legends?
Definitely. I mean, obviously, I think that the last thing for me is obviously, to get that win. But, I feel like, winning is very hard. Winning doesn't happen to everybody in every team. And, I think I was able to experience everything else outside of that while competing in Apex.
I mean, you mentioned just how important the fans have been to you as well. Over the years, you've built up such an amazing community. You've always had so much support from your family. And just talk to how much that's really impacted you and helped you throughout the years of pursuing this.
I think, first, I want to obviously thank my family. They have, come to the LANs. I'm sure you guys have seen them. They've supported me, all through my career. My parents literally watch me every single day. They watch my tournaments. They're always watching, and so is my brother and sister as well. So they're like the biggest supporters I have, and they're amazing. I couldn't do this without them for sure. And to my fans, there have been plenty of times I've wanted to quit in the past. Just bad performance, not feeling it, not sure if I really wanted to do it anymore. And there's just so many positive messages, positive comments, reassuring me that I can, compete in the pro level. I am good enough, or I'm inspiring them or changing their lives. And, it makes me want to work even harder to win, not just for myself, but even for them.
Well, while we won't be seeing you up here on the main stage anymore, we'll definitely still be seeing you in game, performing the most insane trick shots we've ever seen. I mean, I can't wait to see what you do with your content creation career. I'm sure everyone is looking forward to that as well. So can we please give it up one more time for It's Timmy for a phenomenal career. It's going to leave a hole in the community and in the scene, but we couldn't be any more proud of you, and we're so looking forward to all the things you accomplished. For now, we'll send it back on over to Rain at the desk.
Thank you.
Lovely words there from It's Timmy, and a lot of those sentiments shared by everyone in the community. Truly an icon in Apex Legends esports, but in Apex Legends in general. He's brought heart, he's brought warmth, and he's brought something unique to almost everything that he does. I know this moment for him is more about getting back to the Timmy that he wants to become versus, trying to give people versions of himself that he isn't all there. And I think that's a tough decision to make, but going out on his own terms, being able to do that in a way that allows him to say goodbye the way he wants to say goodbye, even if he couldn't make it to that match point finals and hoist that trophy, well, it signals at least the end of this moment of his career. And hey, Timmy, from all of us, if you ever want to come back, talk to us in January, all right? Champs is right around the corner. Let's take a look at tomorrow's games, because, of course, now that we've settled the action for Last Chance, well, this is really the last chance, because it's match point finals, baby. Look at those teams who are going to compete. If you thought this lobby was intense, well, wow. We've just added 6 teams who have fought tooth and nail to join the other top performing teams in the groups. We're talking Falcons. We're talking Alliance. Will they lift another trophy in Riyadh? Will 100 Thieves and Phony pull off the Jordan last dance comeback with the flu game? Or will one of our teams here, Furia maybe, who just made it in, Interforce 36 for Gen G and Team Liquid, the top 1 and 2 out of our last chance, have something to say about it and do the full lower bracket run up to hoist the trophy. I can't wait to see if we have a new winner, a repeat winner. Oh boy, it's going to be exciting as well, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Jayhawk, Snipe Down on the desk, and of course, Glitter Explosion, who has been on the desk with us as well. From all our casters, our crew, and all of our producers, everyone at EWC, we appreciate you and we love you. Get some rest because tomorrow it's Match Point Finals, baby. I've been your host, Rain Day. I remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you tomorrow for a trophy ceremony. Oh, yeah.
My whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. My whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire.